This story begins on the border between life and death, where the Reaper asks the soul of a dead man if he regrets anything. The soul is momentarily immersed in thought, as if deciding whether to voice its thoughts out loud or not. The Reaper says that a man can answer honestly and not worry about anything. The soul smiles and says that the Reaper is beautifully dressed and such clothes are not easy to get. The man asks if people of this profession always wear suits, but the Reaper does not understand what he is talking about. My soul says it's amazing to be in the company of such a stylish person on the day of my death. The Reaper starts laughing and says that he wouldn't call himself some kind of Death Reaper. The Reaper points to the soul and says that the man wore a suit like this before. The man's soul becomes tangible and we see a middle-aged man in an office suit with dark hair and eyes. The Reaper asks again what the man regrets, but the soul replies that he has no doubts. The Reaper asks if the man regrets becoming a sales agent. Initially, the man dreamed of becoming a businessman or wanted to teach physical education using his skills. However, this was only the Reaper's assumption, which the man immediately dismissed. The Reaper assumed that the soul was speaking this way because he was rejected from joining the national team in high school. The man had excellent skills, but he was excluded from the team after a serious injury. The Reaper said that such a thing would be regrettable, and the man thought about it. The man sighed and said that the Reaper really knew him too well. But after his injury, one of his friends won a medal and joined the national team, and he does not regret it. The soul said that if Taekwondo was his calling, he would have survived after 1 or 2 failures. The Reaper suggested that the man might regret that his father was deceived by scammers when he tried to set up his business, which resulted in a debt of $2 billion. The man sacrificed his youth to pay off this debt and never declared bankruptcy. The man said he had paid off the principal and interest 3 years ago, and it had taken him 14 years to do it. The soul noticed that the Reaper reads all thoughts, which means he should know for sure what exactly the man regrets. The Reaper approached the man and said that Mr. Jaron was indeed a very interesting person. However, he still wants to hear an answer from the man personally about what the biggest regret in his life is. Jaron closed his eyes and thought about how, at 27 years old, with only a high school diploma, he had made a very important decision. Jaron decided to sell imported cars, as at that time, foreign cars were just beginning to fill the South Korean market. He knew that he could make a lot of money in this job if he mastered the right skills. Ultimately, Jaron covered his $2 billion debt with sales alone. Then his father told him that a man should be the support of the family. A real father takes responsibility for his family and children. This is what makes him a real man. The father then told Jaron that a real man never lies, so he asked if his son trusted him. Jaron told the Reaper that sales had not taken off right away, so the man had to curb his ardor and learn to understand people. No one can get better just by doing. It takes experience to get to know people better, so Jaron had to develop this skill. However, while busily engaged in sales, the man lost sight of something. His father, for 10 years, dreamed of taking his own life every day because of guilt. He felt very sorry because that day he could only look at his son's back. However, with his illness, his father felt that he would become a burden to Jaron. The father said goodbye to his life and asked his son for forgiveness for this act. The father described all this in a farewell letter to his son. Now Jaron knows how to sell properly and could have gone very far, but his father would not have been able to see it. If only it had taken Jaron less time, the huge debt his father left him would have been completely paid off. Jaron wanted to show his father that their lives wouldn't be ruined by a mere $2 billion in debt. The man wanted to go over and comfort his grieving father, but he was unable to do so. This is what Jaron regrets most in his entire life. The Reaper asked if Jaron knew his mother was safe. Jaron found himself at this crossroads because he was in an accident. He was driving with his mother in the passenger seat, and Jaron remembers turning the wheel. Even though he regrets that he left before his mother, he is calm about her. He has a wonderful younger sister and her reliable husband. The Reaper placed his hand on Jaron's shoulder and told him to close his eyes. The Reaper said he would sacrifice something, so Jaron should try to do it right when he returns. There will be sanctions for violating the cause and effect relationship, but Jaron's knowledge and experience will remain with him. However, things like easy money, rising stocks, or a boom in the housing market will be erased. The Reaper warned that this could be unpleasant, so Jaron should not open his eyes under any circumstances. The Reaper said that this time there should be no regrets and wished Jaron a good life. Everything went dark before his eyes, but after a while, Jaron found himself in a room with tears in his eyes. The guy sat up in bed and rubbed his head, which hurt a lot. Jaron looked very young and already had an idea of what had happened. He was in the basement apartment in Daegu where he used to live with his parents. Now his mother was offering his father a game of Godori, but the man continued to lie there and sighed heavily. The woman said that he was putting on the show only because he was afraid of losing his money to her. She said that if the man continued to lie down, his muscles would go numb, but he never got up and asked his son for forgiveness. The woman continued to shake him and say that if he wanted to apologize, he should play 10 or at least 5 rounds with her. Jaron had been watching them from the doorway of the room the entire time and couldn't hold back his tears. At some point, his mother noticed him and asked why he was not sleeping yet. Jaron replied that he woke up because his mother begged him to play cards with her. The boy came closer and called his dad, but he didn't turn around and only asked for forgiveness. Jaron put his hand on his dad's shoulder and said that he didn't have to look at him, just listen. The guy said that $2 billion is a really big amount of money, because of which his father is going through hard times. But as strange as it may be, Jaron feels that they are very real and he personally must return them. The guy is confident that he will be able to get them back, and it won't take much time. His father was crying, but he heard Jaron asking if his father believed him. The guy was confident in his words and looked at his mother. The 3 of them held hands, and Jaron said that now it was his turn to be his father's support. After a while, Jaron's mother asked him if it was time for him to go to bed because he had an interview the next day. The guy was confused, and his mother pointed to the suit and said that she had prepared it so that Jaron would successfully pass the interview. Now the guy understood exactly at what moment he was transported in time. The next day, the guy went to the interview by subway. The man standing next to Jaron on the subway car's phone rang. The stranger quickly answered the phone, and Jaron felt strange. The guy decided to take out his phone to examine it. Jaron felt a strange sensation as he held the phone he had had for many years. At this time, a month ago, his father's business went bankrupt. So Jaron headed to Daegu with only the clothes he had, as if he was being followed. In his past life, Daegu became a city of love and hate for the boy, a second home, and also a strange place with no connections. You couldn't imagine worse conditions to start a business, so it was painful for the guy. Now Jaron is back at the starting point, so he thinks that he met the devil on the brink of life and death. As the man said, part of the guy's memory seemed to have been erased, and some memories of the future were missing. Jaron doesn't remember stocks, or the real estate market, or even which company or technology could cause a sharp jump in stock prices. However, there is something that remains very clear in the guy's memory. Information about the cars was transferred exactly from the past life to the future. Jaron is very lucky because he now knows which car stocks are worth investing in. After some time, the guy successfully reached the car dealership. Jaron smiled warmly, introduced himself, and said he was there for an interview. The guy was met by a young man with brown hair and brown eyes. Jaron recognized him as Jae Hong-chol, but the brown-haired man was not happy to meet him and asked his colleagues if there was any meeting today. A girl named Na Min-hee confirmed Jaron's words and said that the branch manager and management were currently in a meeting, so the guy would have to wait. Jaron held back with all his might from greeting the guys, because at this moment, they still didn't know each other. To distract himself, the guy decides to look around the car dealership. On the wall of the hall, there was a large sign with the name of the salon, Taylor. Even those who have never been interested in cars have probably heard of the Model T at least once. Taylor is a company whose name comes from its founder's surname, and although the company did not become a market leader, it made history thanks to the promotion of the Model T. In his past life, a week ago to be exact, Jaron had casually mentioned wanting to find a job. The guy called every luxury car dealership and said that he wanted to work for them, and the only place where they answered him with a smile and offered to meet was the Taylor Company. Jaron later learned that showroom managers dislike job calls because they don't come from customers. In addition, the company did not officially announce the recruitment of personnel, and the recruitment of personnel was carried out personally by the management depending on the situation. This is exactly how dealerships for imported cars operated in those days. Therefore, Jaron believed that his request would most likely be ignored. After a while, Min-hee called the guy and asked him to follow her. On the day Jaron called about the job, it was a stroke of luck that the branch manager picked up the phone. As the boy followed Min-hee, he couldn't shake the feeling that everything in the building was so familiar, but at the same time so foreign. Approaching the door leading to the glass office, Min-hee invited Jaron to come in. The guy looked around and couldn't remember if he had attended a meeting in a conference room in his past life. After being invited, Jaron entered the hall and greeted everyone. The manager said that the guy arrived very early, so his interview coincided with a management meeting. Because of this, the man decided to invite Jaron to join and asked if the guy was okay with it. Once all the executives were seated, the manager asked if Jaron wanted to work for their company. The guy didn't lose his composure when he appeared before his elders and confidently answered in the affirmative. Branch manager Lee Sang-shik asked what qualities the guy had that they should hire him. Jaron recalled that 2 years after he joined the company, Sanshik resigned due to his inability to handle the position. In this area, where achievements are a company's calling card and personal victories, the position of branch manager was under threat, given that there are few exhibition centers in this region. However, Sanshik was too soft a person for such a position, because he always cared about his subordinates first and foremost. The real power lies with the team's leader, Choi Min-ho, a sales king and senior executive who single-handedly accounts for 1/3 of Taylor's sales in Daegu. In the past, Jaron could never have dreamed of getting close to such a person, but now an experienced salesman lives in his body. Jaron lived for over 40 years, so now all the leaders were younger than him. The guy sat down on the chair in a relaxed manner, but manager Sanshik said that the atmosphere was very tense and asked Jaron not to worry. Previously, Jaron had to sell himself in interviews to get chosen, but now the choice is his. The guy decided that it would be nice to become a branch manager for a long time and began his story. Jaron said that in the car market, the best buyers are those who need a car urgently. The guy is convinced that understanding and satisfying customer needs is the basis of marketing, and these words aroused the curiosity of the managers. Jaron said the current staffing distribution at the exhibition center is such that each team has 3 managers, when 4 would be needed. There should be 12 people in total, but now there are only 11. Jaron said the reason he should be accepted is because they are 1 person short. The guy looked at the managers with confidence and said that based on this, he should be hired. The managers were confused and asked how Jaron knew about the staff shortage. The guy noted that the branch manager called him and offered to go for an interview a week ago, and during this time, he decided to check how the company was doing. So after 3 days of research, Jaron counted 11 members of the staff, which seemed like an odd combination to him. Then the guy accidentally saw one of the teams participating in a meeting where only 3 leaders were present. Jaron said it dawned on him then that there was 1 open spot, but in reality, nothing like that happened. Yesterday, the guy was reborn, and all his knowledge is experience from a previous life. Minho asked the branch manager for permission to continue the conversation, and Sang-shik granted him that right. Minho said that you should keep a friend close but an enemy closer. The man said that even if there was a free seat, it didn't mean it had to go to Jaron. The company has not announced an official recruitment, which means there is probably a reason for leaving this position vacant. Minho is smart, but he's too obsessed with his own sales, so he creates rules in the organization that hurt others but keep him comfortable. In fact, the man doesn't care about the other workers at all, so it's strange that he showed such interest in Jaron. Minho said that they really need an employee, but not urgently. Jaron noted that for people on the understaffed team, there are some issues with constant overtime and a busy schedule. Employees have to frequently change shifts to get to morning meetings, and fatigue inevitably accumulates. Members of this team receive 25% less rest than other teams. Minho listened carefully to Jaron, but he didn't understand what exactly the urgent need for hiring the guy was. Jaron said the company needs a hard-working employee because he will be the last person they hire until someone leaves. From a management perspective, it is necessary to hire a hard-working employee who would allow them to relax a little, thereby increasing sales. Jaron said that it was not wise to go through such inconvenience while they were looking for the right person. Minho said that whoever this person was, he would have to do his job decently. The man said that if you don't put your all into it, it's easy to end up at the bottom, so it wouldn't be right to hire Jaron. Jaron interrupted Minho and said that he was misunderstood as he may not have expressed himself very clearly. The guy put his hand to his chest and apologized to Minho with a smile. The other executives were shocked because it looked like Jaron was accusing Minho of not understanding what he was talking about. The guy understands this perfectly well, but the years he lived in his past life give him confidence. They work for a trading organization, which means they are all subject to certain rules. The fight between Minho and Jaron is about to begin, and the one with the stronger character will lead the conversation. The main rule of a sales agent is not to despair and not to get tired of people. In addition, the final decision on hiring is made by branch manager Lee Sang-shik. Jaron decided to continue the conversation and said that he was talking about the process. If he said he would bring big sales to the company, no one would believe him, so he will not overconfidently promise results. Jaron just wanted to say about the efforts he will put in for the sake of results, but not alone, but with the help of his colleagues helping him. He counts on the help of his superiors who are working on solving difficult problems, and the branch manager who will become his reliable shield. Jaron says that with their input, he will be able to develop a strategy that will increase sales. Minho thought that Jaron was an ignorant boy who had never encountered the real world and was telling beautiful lies. Jaron could read his opinion on his face, but that was exactly the reaction he was hoping for. For Choi Minho, how much is sold is the most important thing, and the man is not at all interested in how exactly it was sold. Many of the staff adopted his values, and Jaron remembers the one person he felt the most sorry for was the guy who couldn't stop him. Sanchik asks if 1 week is enough for Jaron to prove his words, and the guy replies that a couple of days will be enough. The manager said he wanted the guy to get to work as soon as possible, but wondered if Jaron understood what exactly he was talking about. The guy answers in the affirmative, and this makes Sanchik laugh. The manager said that Jaron would be hired starting Wednesday of this week, and the guy would take a week off and return to work next Monday. Sanchik warned that once the guy goes to work, he will have many responsibilities, so he should prepare. Jaron said he agreed with everything. When the meeting and interview were over, the managers went to their offices. Following Sanchik, another manager with a sly smile entered the office. A guy with black hair ran into the office, closed the door behind him, and began to draw the curtains. Sanchik didn't understand what was going on, so he yelled at the guy, calling him Jong Baek. The guy turned to the manager with a sly smile and showed him 2 packets of instant coffee. Running to the cooler, Chonbak began to brew the drink without answering Sanchik's question. The guy said that it had been a long time, so he gave the manager some special instant coffee from Chonbaek. The brunette handed the glass to Sanchik, but he refused since the guy's behavior frightened him. Yongbak wanted to talk to the manager about Jaron, but he got his last name wrong, causing the man to correct him. The brunette reminded them that now was the perfect time to reshuffle their team and asked to assign Jaron to them. Sanchik said that even if there was a redistribution, he still would not assign Jaron to Jongbak. The guy started to get indignant and asked why Sanchik was treating him like this. Soon the manager got tired of listening to Yongbak, so he kicked him out of the office. On the way, the guy crossed paths with Minho, who was also heading towards Sanchik's office. The manager invited the guy in and asked him what he had come to see him about. Minho reminded Sanchik about Jaron and asked for permission to take him into his team. The manager didn't quite understand why Minho needed this. However, the guy did not answer precisely and only said that he would like to become Jaron's mentor. Sanchik recalled his recent conversation with Jungbek when the boy was outraged that Jaron was decided to be ahead of Minho on team. The manager said that he understood the guy's confusion, but no matter what he said, it wouldn't change the fact that Minho was good. The way he trains his subordinates is admirable. Jungbek said that Minho doesn't teach him to be a salesman, but rather teaches him to be his obedient slave who can't do anything without his master. Sanchik noted that the employees under his command still completed the tasks assigned to them well. Yongbak was angry about the whole situation. He reminded Sanchik that in a competitive environment with other teams, Minho would not play fair. Yongbak says that in this fight between Minho and Jaron, one of them will have to go, and reminded him of the situation with Sanhee. Sanchik was already tired for the day and told the guy that he would make his own coffee and that he wasn't paid enough to listen to all these complaints. Yongbak flew up to the manager and said that the man was completely unable to take criticism. The guy reminded him that Minho wouldn't help him in the future, even if Sanchik treated him well. Yongbak said that there are things that Sanchik, as a branch manager, cannot see. Sanchik's head hurt even more from his screams, so he asked Yongbak to calm down and leave his office. Finally, Jungbek said that there was much more truth in his words than the man thought, because Minho was a very greedy person. The guy asked Sanchik to think about his words. Otherwise, the man might make a decision that would be a fatal mistake. So the week came to an end, and we found ourselves at Jaron's house. The boy was reading when his sister brought him a shirt. Jaron thanked the girl for her help and said that next time he would do it himself, since his sister already had a lot to do. The girl said that she would now go about her business, but stopped at the threshold, asking what the guy was reading. Jaron showed a catalog with information about the cars and a table with all the characteristics of the vehicles in great detail. The sister looked at the catalog and asked if the guy really needed to remember all of this. Jaron said he had learned everything well in a week, but his sister was convinced that the company was asking too much of a newcomer. The guy said that he doesn't always go that far, because usually everyone just teaches an inept newbie and watches him master the skills day after day. Jaron remembered that after leaving the company, Jongbek stopped him and handed him a bag of catalogs. The guy said that if the guy reads them all, he will feel more confident. Jaron told his sister that if he wanted to be a good employee, he had to put in the effort outside of work too. His sister reminded him that the guy had only found a part-time job. Jaron asked his sister not to overdo it and thought that he would not let her take on too much this time. Monday marked Jaron's first day working for Taylor in this life. Sanchik met the guy in advance to take him to the hall and introduce him to the workers. The manager came forward and said that there were no special instructions regarding Monday and informed them that they had a new employee at their exhibition center. Sanshik introduced Jaren, and at that moment, the boy experienced general jitters. In the past, Jaren was a sergeant and then became a lieutenant, but now he is filled with a strange feeling of joy. The guy stepped forward, introduced himself again, and said he was glad to be part of Taylor's team and had done his best. Sanshik said that the guy would really have to try hard, and today they would redistribute the teams. Jaren thought about how there had been no redistribution in his past life, as he had simply been assigned to a third team that was short a man. Sanshik announced the results of the redistribution and said that Jaren was assigned to the second group. The manager also said that there would be no management meeting today, so employees could go about their business and they would hold the meeting later. Jaren noticed that something had changed in this life, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. While the boy was deep in thought, Chunbek approached him and said hello. The guy was beaming with joy and positivity, and he said that Jaren was really tall. Chunbek suggested that the boy go outside and talk. Jaren agreed, as he found all these changes quite funny. Jongbak decided to introduce Jaren to manager's son, who was the oldest in the company, but was also distinguished by his modesty. Jongbak introduced another employee, who said his name was Manager Park, but everyone just called him Hongju. Immediately after this, the manager announced that the meeting was over and it was time for the guys to get to work, after which Manager Song and Manager Hongju left. While Jaren was trying to figure out what had happened, Jongbak quickly moved to the vacant seat next to him. The manager moved closer to Jaren with a wide smile on his face. He asked the guy if he liked sitcoms, but he said no. Moving closer, Jongbak asked if Jaren liked something more dynamic, but the answer remained the same. The manager moved closer and asked if the guy was swearing at someone who really annoyed him, but the answer was also negative. Jongbak pulled back and said that he envied the guy's endurance since he wanted to beat up someone, or more precisely, ask Jaren to do it. The manager said he didn't want to get his hands dirty. Jaren was shocked by his words and didn't know what to say. Jongbak began to feel the guy up and ask if he did any sports, to which Jaren replied that he did taekwondo. Jaren felt like he was on a blind date, but that was to be expected, since it was Jongbak's trademark to put people in awkward situations. After completing the inspection, the manager asked why Jaren decided to go into sales. Jaren needed to hook Jongbak, so he said he needed a lot of money. The guy also added that he really loves cars. Jongbak replied that he didn't know anyone here who didn't like cars. But was there a specific reason? Jaren turned away and said he had motivation. The boy remembered the plush dog shaking its head and the rosary beads hanging on the mirror. I remembered my dad's smile when they met each other's eyes. I remember how my mother sang along to the music from the speakers in the warm sunlight. He remembered how his sister slept on his lap, and his mother said that the boy probably wanted to sleep too. The guy remembered the lulling sound of the engine, which made his eyes stick together. The gentle rocking of the car reverberated softly through his body, and behind the wheel was his father, who loved their family. It was such a warm atmosphere, sitting in the back seat and watching Dad drive. Jaren said he always liked it. The guy thought that this is probably where his love for cars came from. After working for a while, Jaren remembered that just a month ago, he was the best foreign car salesman in the country. But here he is again, an ordinary intern, and all he can do is watch others do it. Jaren has only one request, that it never end. Now, more than ever, he feels his youthful body, clear mind, and psychological maturity. After some time, the teams gathered in a common exhibition hall. Jongbak said it was time to start RP. RP is an acronym for role-playing game, and in real life, employees also play the roles of a buyer and a seller and do this every morning. Jongbak said that yesterday it was Mr. Shin's turn, and today it is Chai Hongchul's. The guy started to get nervous, but the manager tried to calm him down, saying that it wouldn't be difficult to sell this car. Hongchul didn't think so, because he had only been working here for half a year, and in 3 months, including night shifts, he had only made 4 successful deals. The task of the RP was to get into the role of a seller and a buyer, and work out a scheme for selling a particular car. Hongchul got to work and greeted the guest in the person of his colleague and introduced himself. Team leaders were present during the role-play to provide feedback on the conversation. Sanshik was the first to make strict corrections and said that it was impossible to call the buyer respected in this context. The other leaders immediately pounced on Hongchul, but this was not surprising, since the role-playing game is a public execution, a legalized roasting. Of course, to withstand such pressure, you need to train a lot, and this is a great way to understand your weak points. It was clear to everyone that Chunhul lacked discipline, so the decision was made to move on to the next person. Minyo couldn't help but take advantage of this opportunity and invited Jaren to roleplay. The boy looked back at him, not at all embarrassed, as he was wondering whether he would be called today or not. Jongbak raised his hand and said that he didn't agree with Minho's choice. Yongbak asked why it was necessary to assign a junior employee who had not even been on the job for a month to the roleplay. Minho replied that the guy still needed to gain experience somewhere, so shouldn't they keep an eye on each other and point out mistakes? The other staff members began to chatter as this was the first time they saw Yongbak and Minho directly speaking to each other. Yongbak insisted that according to company rules, Jaren had to work for them for at least 3 months. Minho responded that he thought his proposal was a good idea, so his colleagues should calm down. Yongbak wanted to continue the argument and defend his employee, but Jaren interrupted him. The guy stepped forward and said he could handle it and asked what he needed to sell. Minho was somewhat irritated by Jaren's smugness. Yongbak didn't understand Jaren's actions, and the boy apologized to him in his mind, since Minho gave him a great opportunity. Jaren said in his defense that he had not yet received his business card. Now the guy has no choice but to show everyone what he is capable of, so he must seize every opportunity. Jaren wanted to do something different, so he asked if he could borrow someone's business card. The guy understood that of the 11 people present here, not one had more experience in RP than he did. There's also no one here who has sold more cars than Jaren. Yongbak still gave his business card to the guy and said that they would talk later. Minho smirks and offers to sell Jaren a model called the 1000. The manager turned to one of the employees and said that the customer's name would be Mr. Che. Minho said that Jaren should greet the client at the entrance as if he were a real consultant. The boy understood that Minho was trying to put him down, but the manager shouldn't write Jaren off just because he was new to the job. The RP begins, and the first thing Jaren does is lean over, introduce himself, and give the client a business card. The logo should not be covered by a finger, and the business card should be presented with the side where a person can read the employee's name. It is these little things that provide half the success. The client said he had never been to this salon, so Jaren offered to give him a short tour. The client agreed, and Jaren asked him if he already knew what kind of car the man would like to buy. The customer said he would like a roomy sedan, and Jaren responded that he had a special offer. Jaren led the man to a large sedan, a Taylor signature car called the 1000. The client started to dodge and say that the car was somehow ugly. Jaren thought that RP was originally intended to teach employees how to work with different clients, but now managers almost never allow newcomers to use it. Jaren stood to the side of the front of the car and motioned for the customer to come over for a moment. The employee playing the client chuckled, but still decided to approach the guy. Finding himself in the place where Jaren had previously stood, the man was surprised. Jaren said that if you look at the car from here, you can immediately see the overall shape, in all 3 dimensions. Thanks to this, the car is immediately transformed and looks completely different. The rest of the staff looked at Jaren in amazement. Even though it was just a role-playing game, the guy really played his part well. While the client was looking at the car from the indicated angle, Jaren walked around it and approached from the side. The guy pointed to the car and asked the customer how the side view looked. The employee playing the customer quickly moved closer out of interest. Yongbak realized that Jaren was asking casual questions to keep the conversation natural. He thought that usually beginners use phrases, "come here," "look here," but speaking in a commanding and pointing tone is a mistake. Hongkal, in turn, decided to focus on the fact that the car was too tall and therefore repelled him. However, this looked rather stupid on his part, so he decided to change his strategy. The guy also decided to skip the wide hood stage and just got into the car. The customer said that because of the height, the car feels like a Jeep when driving, not a sedan. Jaren sat down next to the door and asked if he could change the decor. The guy lowered the sun visor halfway, but Hong Chul started to complain and say that it was annoying. Jaren remained optimistic and said the height of the visor matched the interior height of the client's previous car. His words made Hong Chul even more nervous. The client no longer knew what to latch onto, so he began to look around the car from the inside. Before Hong Chul could find anything, Jaren said that this car provided more comfort than a traditional sedan. Hong Chul didn't understand how the guy knew that this car was different from a regular sedan. Jaren said that this was the main advantage of the 1000. Jaren understood Hong Chul, because if the customer started to reject the fact that the car had a lot of space, then he would be the one who would lose. Hong Chul looked at the branch manager from the car window, and he was on the verge of exploding. Jaren knew full well that the guy would need much more to defeat him. Initially, Yongbak thought that Jaren didn't understand what he was getting himself into, but now everything has changed. Minho kept making excuses to keep Yongbak off balance and landing the right punches. Such blows happen in a real battle, when the distance to the enemy and his skills are calculated down to the smallest detail. All these blows were not aimed specifically at the newcomer, but were directed towards Yongbak and the branch manager Lee Sang-shik. But thanks to Jaren, he ended up hitting himself, and although Minho looks unfazed, his blood boils inside. Jongbak decided to ask manager Sun about Jaren. The manager replied that the younger one was doing an excellent job and was working hard at his studies. Jongbak was very happy to hear this. Minho realized that he wouldn't be able to fail the newbie so easily, so he suggested finishing the RP. Jaren wasn't surprised because the manager saw how involved he was in the process. Minho said that they have to evaluate the new employee, and his RP is lasting longer than it should. Jongbak decided to intervene to further irritate Minho and asked Jaren to tell him the exact length of the 1,000. Jongbak understood that Minho wanted revenge, and so he suggested testing the newcomer. However, such unpredictable blows would sooner or later lead to his defeat. Minho made the decision to stop RP, but Jongbak didn't pay attention to him. The manager asked Jaren again about the length of the 1,000 and turned to Minho, reminding him that the RP was not over yet. Jaren turned to the executives and replied that the length of the car was 5,100 millimeters. In trade, character is the most important thing. In a financial organization, those who show it receive special treatment. The rest of the employees obey such people and are like ordinary soldiers. If you are a salesman who can sell any car, you have to pretend to fall. This must be done even if the blow did not hit you. This is exactly what Jongbak thought all his life, since he went through all this on his own. However, Jaren was not like him, so he decided to test the newcomer himself. Jongbak asked Jaren how long the Zeus of Daichen machine was. Without thinking, as if it was imprinted on the subcortex of his consciousness, the guy answered that the length was 5,120 millimeters. Jongbak said that Zeus was quite long and asked what Taylor had to boast about in his cars. Jaren responded that Taylor's car models have wheels that are spaced further apart. However, this answer did not completely satisfy Jongbak, so he asked for a specific number and Jaren immediately gave it. Jongbak asked what the advantage of wheels that are further apart is. Jaren says these cars have a larger turning radius, so they ride straighter, are more stable, and feel better. Jongbak was pleased with the boy's answer and praised him. The manager patted the newcomer on the shoulder and told him not to get cocky and to study other models of cars. After that, Jongbak glanced over his shoulder at Minho's expression. The man was definitely angry, because he realized that all these answers were hitting his pride. At this point, it was decided to end today's RP and return to work. As all the employees began to disperse to their places, Jaren was stopped. Jongbak patted him on the shoulder and gestured for them to step aside to talk. Manager Song went with them and the elders sat down opposite Jaren, preparing to interrogate him. Jongbak asked with a serious expression if Jaren was living a second life. The guy was scared at first and didn't understand how to answer this question. Jongbak was confused because he decided to joke about the guy since he did the task very well, but Jaren was puzzled after that. Jongbak tried to smooth things over and said that if the guy was a sales agent in his past life, then he was looking forward to good results. Jaren liked this guy in his past life too, so he also answered him in a joking manner that nothing like that happened in his past life. However, Jaren also showed a very arrogant demeanor, as if he was bragging about his knowledge. Therefore, Jongbak advised him not to behave like that next time. Jaren realized what the manager was talking about and apologized. Jongbak was confused for a second, as he thought that the newcomer would not understand what exactly he was talking about. Jaren understood all the comments perfectly, which made Jongbak laugh. The manager stood up, walked over to the guy, patted him on the shoulder, and told him to keep studying hard. After that, Jongbak let Jaren go and said that they would meet at the next meeting. After the newbie left, Manager Song approached the manager and asked if he should teach Jaren something. Jongbak asked why this was necessary, since the newcomer had already answered that he already knew everything. Sun didn't understand why the manager trusted Jaren, but he convinced him that all the new guy's shortcomings were already visible. Judging by Manager Song's reaction, Jongbak realized that the man still had no idea about anything. The leader said that Song acts like a bear, while Jaren is more like a fox, and not just a regular one, but a nine-tailed one. Manager Song reminded that the boss really doesn't like people who act like foxes. Jongbak always said that when he was drunk, but this remark made him angry and he hit Sun with the folder. Jongbak asked how Song, being a person with no emotions, decided to sell cars, and continued chasing the employee with the folder. Meanwhile, Jaren continued to review the materials and remembered that Jongbak was the first to join the company. But despite this, he was inferior to Choi Minho in terms of position, experience, age, and sales. The reason why the boys don't get along is because even though Minho's accomplishments are taken into account, the branch manager still sides with Jongbak since he contributes significantly to the overall sales. In addition, they both hate losing or showing respect to others. In his past life, Jaren never saw them interact, and in this life, he definitely doesn't want to get involved in their intrigues. Jaron thought about how he had made them think he was on Youngbak's side with his actions, but he had only done so because he needed money. Moreover, as a bonus, the guy can touch the cars that he adores. Jaron can enjoy the pleasure of driving, so in this life, he will work for his own pleasure. After some time, the guy remembered that he would soon receive his first salary. Managers usually get paid up to $1 million a month, but to get that, they have to sell something. And Jaron hasn't gone through the consulting stage yet, so his salary will be mediocre. But still, it was his first payment, so he wondered if he could buy good beef with it. The next moment, the entire car dealership shook from a loud scream. The employees were scared and didn't understand what was happening. Sanshik ran out of his office and started yelling at the workers because he found out that there had not been a single client for the entire month. Jaron felt sad at the same time, because it had been a long time since he had seen the branch manager throw a tantrum. 25 days out of 30, he is kind, calm, and always looking for new workers. But for 5 days, he turns into a monster. Sanshik scolded the employees and demanded that they bring at least someone or at least sign documents so that he would not go completely crazy. This happened every month when deadlines were tight and the sales plan was not met. Sanshik shouted that at this rate they would all die, and Jaron was already predicting the leader's next phrase. The branch manager yelled at everyone to get out, after which the employees ran away. Manager Song approached Jaron and said that he should leave too. Jaron listened to him and thought that the beef bought with his first salary was really the most delicious. The next day, Jongbak asked Jaron if he was scared by how much Sanshik had changed by the end of the month. The manager praised the guy for coming to him to report despite this, and asked if Jaron himself would like to buy a car. His question greatly surprised the guy, since he had never received such an offer in his past life. Jongbak thought that he was mistaken and decided to check if the guy had his own car now. Jaron thought that a car salesman without his own car did sound illogical. In his past life, the guy also had a hard time at the beginning of his career due to the lack of a car, so he should at least buy a used car. This made it harder for Jaron than the other workers, but he was too stubborn. The guy asked how Jongbak found out about this, and he replied that he saw him at the bus stop since he lives nearby. Jaron said he would buy a car soon, and Jongbak said he really needed to do it. However, the manager handed the newcomer the keys to the car and told him to take them today. Jaron was very surprised, and Jongbak said that he could not provide him with a car for a test drive yet. Rumors might start if someone sees a newbie taking the car for a test drive. Jongbak said he usually gives the car to customers who have been in an accident and are unable to drive their own car yet, so it even comes with insurance. Jaron took the keys and thanked the manager, which surprised him greatly, because the guy thought that they would start to refuse his offer. Jaron said he understands how important it is, so he is grateful for the opportunity and says he will be careful with the car. Jongbak playfully hit the newcomer and said that now he had someone to talk to normally, since it was simply unbearable to communicate with others. Jaron said he was happy to try, and the manager sent him on his way, saying the car was in the parking lot. The guy thanked Jongbak again and headed out. The manager returned to reading the newspaper and watched the guy go with a smile on his face. Jaron headed straight to the inner parking lot to pick up the car. The guy was deep in his thoughts about how the situation with Lee Sang-shik, Choi Min-ho, and Jung Jung-baek had developed in his past life. Branch manager Sanshik resigned after 2 years due to his failure to cope with his duties. Choi Min-ho immediately took his place, becoming the head of sales at the branch. Jongbak, in turn, stayed for another 5 years and did not leave the company. He wanted to be responsible for the 2 employees he brought here, Song Hyun-do and Park Hong-jip. Also, Jongbak didn't let the wily Min-ho leave the company. This was not surprising, considering that Jongbak was very famous in this field in Daegu. Jaron got into the car and was surprised because, knowing Jongbak's carefree nature, he expected the car to be dirty, but it was quite the opposite. Today, Jaron is set to make his first deal in his new life. The boy went to the Doosan district in a car that Jongbak provided him with. At some point, the guy drove outside the city limits and was able to admire the beautiful landscape from the car window. After some time, Jaron drove into an expensive area. From memory, the guy found the right house and parked next to it. Jaron walked up to the gate and rang the intercom, but no one answered. The guy stepped back a little to try to look over the fence because he didn't remember the buyer being away from home that day. Jaron was sure that the man was always at home during the day. The guy was about to ring the intercom again, but he was stopped by the sound of the door opening. Jaron walked up to the fence again so that the owner of the house could see him. An elderly man came out of the house and asked who had come to see him. Jaron smiled and introduced himself to the man, saying he was from the Taylor Auto Show. The man asked the boy why he had come. Jaron replied that Mr. Choi had sent him to introduce him because he had information that the man was planning to buy a car. The man looked at the guy standing behind the fence for a while. However, he later let him in, for which Jaron thanked him. The man asked again who had sent the boy, and he replied that he had come at the request of Mr. Choi Jin-soo, who ran an interior decoration company in the Mancheon district. The man understood who was being talked about, but said that he was not telling him about his intentions to buy a car. In fact, Jaron lied, since no one sent him, and he took the information that the man wanted a car from his vulgar life experience. But Jaron couldn't say that. So he lied that he and Mr. Choi had been drinking a couple of days ago, and he told him this information. The man thought about his words and asked which convention center the guy was from, and Jaron replied that he was from Taylor. The guy remembers his first consultation with this person, and in addition, the experiences from his first failure were very strong, so they were clearly imprinted in his memory. The man sat down on the sofa and asked what kind of cars Taylor sold. When he learned that they were selling American cars, the man said that they were indeed quite good. But he did not understand why the consultant had to travel so far. The man said that if he really wanted to buy a car, he would have come to the center himself. Jaron ignored the question and asked the man to bring him a glass of water. The man did not quite understand this request, and the boy repeated the request again, saying that he was very thirsty. The owner of the house decided to simply fulfill the young man's request and went to the kitchen. Handing the glass into Jaron's hands, the man told him to drink the water and leave. The owner said that he would come to their showroom when he really wanted to buy a car. Jaron slowly sipped his water and tried to catch his eye on something that would help him get the man to talk. The guy noticed a photo on the wall and asked the owner if he was a good golfer. Jaron pointed to the photo and said that the man's physical condition indicated that he was a professional player. The man looked at a photo of himself with his friends on a golf course and replied that he was a late starter. Jaron said that he liked golf, but his skills were far from perfect. And his words surprised the man because the guy was too young for this sport. Jaron said that when he got older, he would have more time to play, so he asked the man to teach him how to play. His words melted the heart of the owner of the house, and he smiled. However, after that, the man turned away and said that it was cold outside, so the guy could warm up with him and then leave. Despite the man's request to leave, there was a soft smile on his face. In my past life, everything was completely the opposite. The man ordered Jaron to leave and never come back, as he really didn't like the guy. Then the man told the boy to come back when he had gained experience and became the king of sales. These words remained forever in Jaron's memory. That is why the guy came to this man first, because now he has become the king of sales. Jaron had wanted to meet this man for a long time. In his past life, Jaron did not have time to return to the man, because one day he received a message from his son that he had died. This message was sent to all his contacts, and the guy's attention was immediately drawn to the name of the dead man. The man's name was Cho Polmuk, and Jaron remembered the people he met, the promises he made when he was in business. One of the guy's mantras for maintaining a good relationship is to prioritize exploration over inclination. Perhaps this is because the guy knows that the more dire the situation, the greater the need for counseling. The reason is that even on the day the client died, Jaron wanted to remind him that he was still his consultant. The guy wants to help people until the very end, and if they need something, they just need to tell him. Moreover, Jaron wanted to fulfill his promise, which consisted of meaningless words. The guy didn't want his work to end when he sold the car. At the funeral, the son asked Jaron what his relationship was to Mr. Cho, and the boy replied that he was his sales agent. Jaron said he had advised the man on buying a car, but the son said he had never met him before. But after thinking for a bit, the man suggested that Jaron could have been from Taylor's company. Jaron introduced himself and said that he currently lives and works in Seoul, but the man could have heard about him from his father. The man then asked if the agent had become the king of sales, but Jaron replied that he still had a long way to go. Mr. Cho's son said that when he first heard about the agent from his father, it didn't make any sense. The man said that agents usually forget about their clients immediately after the deal is concluded. Then Mr. Cho said that if Jaron came again, he would change the car, but his son just laughed at him and said that would not happen. Mr. Cho's son asked Jaron for his business card because he wanted to meet him again and buy a car. Jaron reassured him and said that the man was not obliged to do this, as the promise was made to his father, and he came to meet him one last time. Mr. Cho's son was very upset and said that he should not have left his father alone in Daegu. The man regrets that he missed the moment when his father got worse and did not place him in the hospital. Thinking back on it now, sitting across from Cho Polmuk, Jaron was very happy. The man didn't understand why the guy was constantly smiling. Jaron replied that he simply liked the smell of the tea and asked if the man made it himself. Polmuk was surprised that the boy knew such little things, even though he was young, but Jaron said that he was almost 30 years old. Jaron remembered that when he first met the man, despite his harshness, he still felt a friendliness in him. In his past life, when he was a newbie, a guy would always come up to him and try to sell him something. Jaron kept repeating his memorized phrases like a parrot. But even taking into account such behavior, the old man treated him humanely and agreed to several consultations. But it wasn't because he was interested in Taylor's foreign cars, but simply because he saw how passionate Jaron was about his work. And although Polmuck signed the contract anyway, Jaron still considers it his biggest failure, as he was never able to read the man's intentions. The man pulled the boy out of his thoughts and asked how long Jaron had been working and why he still didn't have a business card. Jaron replied that there was no need for that, because he believed that when Polmuck wanted to buy a car, he would immediately think of it. The guy said that from now on he would be responsible for the man's vehicles. Polmuck chuckled and asked where Jaron got so much confidence from. Jaron, in turn, thought about the fact that Taylor only hands out business cards with the status of chief agent after 2 months of work in the company. The guy said that Polmuck, despite looking gloomy, never deceives people. Jaron had heard that the man always did business only with those he knew well, as it was difficult for him to find a common language with strangers. Polmuck asked if the boy had received this information from Mr. Choi. Jaron answered in the negative and said that many people who worked with Polmuck knew a lot about him. The guy said that if the man ever needed a car, he would really like to help him by becoming his sales agent. Jaron even said that he would become the sales king if necessary, which greatly embarrassed Polmuck. The man took out a pack of cigarettes and said that the guy was talking too sweetly. Seeing that the man had decided to smoke, Jaron got up from the sofa and went to get an ashtray that was on another table. Polmuck was surprised that the guy managed to notice where she was standing and invited Jaron to join him. The guy politely declined, citing the fact that he doesn't smoke. The man was about to continue the conversation, but then changed his mind and waved his hand, saying that he no longer wanted to talk to the guy. After that, the room fell silent for a while. After finishing his cigarette, Polmuck asked what kind of cars Jaron was selling and whether he had brought one he might like. The guy replied that he had a car that he would like, and he had arrived in it today. The man got up from the sofa and walked towards the exit, saying that he wanted to look at her. Jaron smiled at him and followed him. The men went outside to where the car was parked. Jaron remained silent and did not interfere with Polmuck, who was inspecting the car from all sides at his own pace. The man also examined the inside of the car. After completing his peculiar inspection of the car, Polmuck asked when Jaron would be able to provide him with the car. The guy remembered that the man was planning to play golf with his friends and offered to deliver the car directly to the golf club. Polmuck got scared and jumped away from the guy, asking if he was a psychic. Jaron replied in the negative and said that he was a salesman who would soon become the king of sales. In fact, it wasn't that hard to figure it out. While Jaron was in the house, he noticed polished golf clubs standing in the corner of the room and a calendar with a date marked on it. But it is not worth denying that the guy remembers this from a past life, so pretending to be a clairvoyant is not so difficult. After thinking for a moment, Polmuck said that it was cold outside and told the guy to bring the contract quickly since it was already getting dark. Jaron had prepared everything in advance, so it didn't take long. The guy explained in detail the essence of the contract and how to fill it out. Once the registration sheet was filled out, Jaron showed the man the sheet with the car's price and registration fee. Polmuck asked the guy if he was sure the price was good and asked if he could pay after he received the car. Jaron advised the man to prepare the money in advance and be ready to transfer it when the guy contacts him. The next day, the branch manager continued to shout at the car dealership. Watching all this from the sidelines, Jaron remembered what Kubler-Ross had said. Now Sanshik was going through the 5 stages of accepting death. They included denial, anger, compromise, depression, and acceptance. Usually by the end of the month, the manager acts as if he is in the final stages of accepting death. But this time, it looks more like the stage of accepting anger. Yongbak came up behind Jaron and said that in this state, Sanshik would kill someone. After looking at the plan, the guy said that they were only 1 car short of completing the plan. Hongchul asked if the others thought Sanshik was exaggerating just because of 1 car. But as soon as the guy finished speaking, he was hit on the head with a fist. Sanshik said that if the guy doesn't understand anything, he should keep quiet, because after working in the company for so long, Hongchul still doesn't understand how it all works. One of the employees said that the branch manager goes crazy every month because of the back margin. Taylor's head office in Korea operates on a system where initial targets are set and back margin is only issued when those targets are fully met. Head office always sets high goals for salespeople and sales agents, so they rarely fail. The employee said that their car dealership does not sell more than 30 cars a month. Even if 20,000 cars are sold at 40 million each, with sales of 800 million to 1 billion per month, it will be approximately 2% or 20 million. Based on this, if a branch does not achieve quarterly, semi-annual, annual goals and so on, then about 100 million won per year will simply disappear. And the responsibility for all this falls on the shoulders of none other than the branch manager. Jaren listened to this and thought that the scariest thing was actually that this was how the work of a branch manager was being evaluated. The guy wondered if he remembered the current president of the Taylor head office correctly. Yangbak got tired of listening to all this and walked over to Jaren, leaning on him. The manager turned to his employees and asked if they really had nothing else. Manager Song and Kang immediately said that they no longer had even a hint of selling. Chonbaek rubbed his temples and asked himself what he expected from them. While the guy was trying to figure out what to do next, Sanshik snuck up on him from behind. The branch manager was angry that this team had nothing. Sanshik said that even their team leader sells at least one car a month. But as for Team Yangbek, they suffered a crushing defeat this month. Sanshik shouted and asked why he needed such workers who could not sell anything. While the branch manager was distracted by the shouting, one of the employees approached him from behind. Manager Song grabbed Sanshik tightly and began to swing him, asking him to repeat the Buddhist prayer after him. Under the influence of the calm and measured voice, the manager began to come to his senses and calm down. After some time, the man finally calmed down and exhaled. Sanshik said they still have a few days before the period closes. If the team signs the contract today and ships the car immediately, they will receive an additional bonus of 1 million won. Sanshik said again that they should sign at least one contract. Because of the promised reward, the team noticeably perked up and loudly shouted that they would try their best. The working day began in such a state of mind. However, by 10 a.m., there had been no progress. Jaren looked at the clock on the wall and decided it was time to act. The guy took out his phone and quickly dialed Polmuk's number. The man was expecting Jaren's call, so there was no problem. Polmuk asked if he could make a deposit now, to which the guy replied in the affirmative and asked if the man was currently going to the golf course. The man said that he played in the second half in the last group and asked if the guy understood what he was talking about. Jaren said he understood everything and would arrive on time with the man's car. As soon as he heard this phrase from the guy, Chonbaek immediately appeared next to him and sat down closer. The manager said that he had a dream yesterday in which a large peach fell and asked if Jaren knew what it meant. The guy said he had no idea, and then Jongbak asked if the new guy wanted to give him something. Instead of answering, Jaren looked at the leader with a smile. Yangbak was very happy and asked if the guy could give it to him right now. Jaren replied that he could give away the stock of cars now. Stock cars are those that are bought most often, so they are always in stock at the showroom, and the 1000 in black is one of these cars. Chonbaek asked how Jaren knew that they had stock in the showroom and clarified that payment had been decided. The guy said that the buyer agreed to pay the entire amount in cash right away. Yangbak was very happy, but some doubts continued to torment him. He picked up the landline and told Jaren to take his time, as one wrong move could have a bad effect on the guy. Yangbak called the finance department and asked if any money had arrived today. The girl said that a certain amount of money had been received from Cho Palmuk, and Jaren confirmed the client's name. Yangbak slammed his pipe down on the table and called the guy a magnificent bastard. These shouts and noise attracted the attention of the entire team. Sanshik also came running to the screams as he guessed the reason for the noise. In the field of trade, the most important thing is sales volume. Because of this, when things are going badly, even one successful trade seems like a big win. All the staff began to jump around Jaren happily, and Sanshik threw himself into his arms. Jaren was very pleased with how it all worked out. One employee watched all this from the sidelines and took no part in it. Minyo heard everything, but pretended that it didn't bother him at all. After some time, Jaren went to the golf club as agreed with Polmuk. Since the guy is just a new agent, Chonbaek volunteered to accompany him. However, the leader decided not to interfere and said that he would wait for the guy on the side, for which Jaren was grateful to him. Yangbak said that from the guy's work, you wouldn't know that he was the youngest of them. The manager said he had to help Jaren with something, but the boy said he was being spoiled. Yangbak helped him a lot, and Na Minhee handled the delivery paperwork. Mr. Yun, in turn, helped with registration at the office, and even the owner of the tinting shop helped Jaren with this order. The guy had to involve many people to quickly deliver the car. Jongbak helped make this whole job easier, but Jaren could have done it without him. The manager was smoking and enjoying the good weather when the car arrived. But despite all his experience, Jaren still believes that all of this was only possible thanks to Yangbak. The guy also managed to notice an approaching tow truck with a new car. This was truly a huge step in Jaren's career. After stopping near the club, the driver got out of the tow truck to discuss all the details with Jaren. The man said people would definitely be unhappy if he drove onto the golf course. Jaren reassured him by saying that he had already contacted the club and agreed with them about everything. The guy had assumed that there might be problems with this, so he had decided everything in advance. But Jongbak didn't understand why this was necessary. Jaren replied with a smile that it was some kind of show for one old man. Jongbak didn't quite understand what was being discussed, but there was no time or point in explaining. Polmuk came out of the building with his friends and waved his hand at the guy. Jaren and Jongbak bowed to the man in response. Jaren turned to the tow truck and told the driver he could lower the car. All the friends were surprised and asked if the man really bought the car. One of the friends was sure that this was the reason why Polmuk played so well today. What surprised everyone was that the car was delivered to the club, while their sales agents sent cars to their homes. The men became interested in finding out what kind of car it was, what company it was from, and after a short inspection, they realized that it was a foreign car. Polmuk watched this with a smile and said that he had just wanted to sweep the car away. And although he did not understand the characteristics, the car drove well. Jaren thought that sales agents were not used to delivering cars these days. This is not due to high costs, but because they do not really understand the system. People usually drive cool sedans, but Polmuk is used to driving off-road vehicles. The old man felt that he was lagging behind the others, so he needed a new car, and it was important to deliver it to the golf club. One of Polmuk's friends approached Jaren and asked if he bought a car from them. Would they deliver it wherever he wanted? Another man ran up and pushed away the friend who was speaking. He said he wanted to be the next customer and asked if they would arrange for the same delivery for him. Jaren thought that for these old people, the process of getting a car was more important than buying it. The guy thought that it would be bad of him to answer all the questions with yes, because then the special service that should be unique would be lost. Jaren sighed and said that the president had just purchased a new car, so it would be impolite to lend his friends the exact same foreign car. The guy said he would agree only if his client did not object. Jaren also added that he would feel guilty towards Mr. Cho if he provided the same delivery to his friends. Polmuk laughed and said that the guy, as a merchant, should think about sales and gave permission to deliver the same model to all his friends. Jaren said that it would be bad manners, but the man continued to convince him otherwise. Polmuk put his hand on the boy's shoulder and told his friends to write down his phone number and that he would arrange for them to be served without any problems. Jaren said that if a man insists, he has no right to refuse. When Jaren and Polmuk were left alone, the man handed the boy an envelope with money and said that he had tried hard. Jaren started to refuse, but the man insisted and asked to consider it a tip. Polmuk said that he won this money not long ago, so he wants to share it with the guy. Jaren didn't resist for long and accepted the envelope, bowing and thanking the man. It is important that clients remain on the agent's side, so the most important thing is to serve them properly. Chonbak watched all this from the side. The manager was shocked and did not understand who Jaren really was. At the end of the workday, the employees of the Taylor car dealership decided to get together for a corporate dinner. Sanshik praised Jaren for his good work. Modesty is the sister of talent, so the guy said that he was just lucky. Sanshik poured the guy some alcohol and said that in their field, luck is very important. Yongbak hugged Jaren and said that he hoped that the boy would stay with them for a long time. Jaren was happy to be here with everyone, but something was bothering him. The boy told Yongbak that it was time for him to go home, which greatly upset the boss. However, the manager understood Jaren and advised him to leave quietly so as not to be caught. The guy thanked the manager for his understanding and went home. Before leaving, Jaren walked up to the bar and asked for a package of grilled meat, 6 servings to go. The guy took out the envelope that Polmuk had given him earlier and counted out the required amount. But when there was still a lot of money left in the envelope, Jaren asked to change the order so that there would be 10 servings. Having picked up his order, the guy headed towards home. Jaren remembered returning home along the same route in his past life. The old him before his rebirth was someone who was ignored. Because of this, his relationship with his father did not go well. No matter how hard the boy tried to talk to him, eventually the father started apologizing and crying. Jaren felt like he was only making things worse for him and thought that his pretense might help. If they could get out of debt, then Dad could get his life back and be the man Jaren knew and respected. But the guy's thoughts at that time were too naive. Jaren was already approaching the house and thought that this was not the main problem. Through the window, the boy saw his mother and sister who were hanging out the washed laundry. As soon as Jaren entered the apartment, they asked the guy if he had eaten well. The sister immediately saw the bag of beef and the mother asked where the guy got the money. The girls were very happy, and Jaren replied that he had earned money in his new place. The boy looked into the room where his father was lying and said that he was nearby. Jaren shook his dad's shoulder and suggested that they go and eat together. Unlike his previous life, the boy was able to pull the man out of bed and join them for a meal. Jaron thought about family being about getting together for dinner and eating. A family must rely on each other and sometimes be disappointed. They should sing together and encourage each other. Family should share sadness or loneliness. For the first time in a long time, the whole family got together and had a good time. After all, when one of the family members gets tired, another will definitely come to the rescue. No matter how hard the world tries to break them, they will always stand until the end and support each other. Even if they have to pay off a $2 billion debt, they will still be happy with what they have. That's the only way they will be happy, and Jaron doesn't need more than that. The next day, everyone started getting ready to go about their business, and the sister was the first to go to work. Mom looked out of the room and wished the girl good luck. Jaron caught up with his sister as she was leaving the apartment and offered to go together. As the brother and sister were walking down the stairs, the girl reminded them that the boy was supposed to have a day off today. Jaron replied that he felt better at work. The girl was surprised, and her brother asked if she was doing well and if she was coping with her job at the supermarket. The sister laughed and said that she had a part-time job at a cafe today. Jaron said he hoped there weren't any guys there just to look at the girl. The sister laughed at his words, but the guy said that she was quite pretty. People usually make fun of how Jaron is obsessed with his sister, but objectively speaking, she is quite beautiful. Before moving to Daegu, she trained to be a model. So even without makeup like now, she shines brighter than others. After some time, the brother and sister reached the shopping center. Jaron looked around and realized that the cafe was next to a shopping mall, although he didn't know that before. The girl said goodbye to her brother and ran to work. As his sister waved goodbye, something made Jaron afraid. The guy quickly approached her and grabbed the girl by the hand. Turning her hand so that he could see her palm, the guy noticed abrasions and calluses. The sister pulled her hand away and said that everything was fine, just a little cracked skin. Jaron assumed that the girl often had to wash dishes in the cafe. His sister was surprised by his guess because she had not told him about it. Instead of explaining, Jaron dragged the girl by the hand towards the shopping center. After some time, the brother and sister came out of the perfume store with an expensive, good cream. Jaron said that a girl shouldn't save it just because it's expensive and should use it every time after work. The guy said he would buy more cream when this one runs out. The sister became sad and asked if her brother was doing the right thing, given the situation they found themselves in. The girl asked how Jaron could spend money so thoughtlessly on such expensive things. The guy got angry and turned away, replying that the cream wasn't that expensive. The sister asked where Jaron went, and he replied that he went to earn money. When the guy came to the car dealership, he was asked if he had received a message saying that he didn't have to go to work today. Jaron was met by the first team manager, Lim Jun-sub. The guy replied that he hoped to earn something while he was helping. Mr. Lim said he liked Jaron and recommended that he go and say hello to Minho. The guy didn't dare ignore the instructions, and there was no point in doing so. Jaron walked up and greeted the elder, who briefly returned the greeting. The guy didn't expect much warmth from him, but Minho didn't even move, showing with his whole appearance his unwillingness to teach Jaron anything. On weekends, one of the sales organization's deputies looks for new employees because they don't have a clear system. They handle everything from parking and front desk duties on weekdays to greeting guests and serving refreshments on weekends. They have to be on the phone all the time, even on their days off from work, under the auspices of staff training. Mr. Lim offered Jaron a rest in the office and promised to call if he needed help. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by the loud sound of an approaching yellow car. Mr. Lim was scared that the woman had come to visit them again. Jaron assumed that she was already known in the salon, and Jun-sub replied that she could be very difficult. Every time this woman comes to them, she takes the car for a test drive for the whole day and leaves. The client entered the salon and approached Jaron and Jun-sub. An elderly woman came into the showroom and said that she had heard that they had received a new foreign car. The client was very interested in whether she could take this car and take it for a test drive. Manager Lim responded positively to the woman and said that he would be there soon, and he began to lead Jaron out of the hall. When the guy was taken out of the hall, Jun-sub quickly ran to report everything to Minho. The manager reported that the old lady in white gloves had arrived again, but now it was Minho's turn, so the man didn't know what to do. Minho asked if the woman had her own sales agent. Manager Lim responded that the woman took cars for test drives so often that he did not have time to track her data. Jun-sub said that all the staff had already worked with her, except for the newbie. Minho looked up from his newspaper and said that Jaron didn't have enough experience yet. Manager Lim said that the guy had already successfully sold the 1,000, so he could handle it, considering that the woman never became their client. Jun-sub suggested giving Jaron the opportunity to interact with her so that he could learn how to design rentals. Minho sat back down and returned to his newspaper, saying that a man could decide for himself what needed to be done. Manager Lim told Jaren to simply provide the woman with the car and then calmly escort her out of the showroom. The guy agreed, but asked if he could give her a consultation since they weren't sure if she was planning to buy anything. His words angered Minho, and he said that the guy thought too highly of himself. The manager thinks that Jaren sold one car and got cocky, thinking that everything was so easy. Manager Lim tried to stop the conflict and said that Jaren did not know what he was talking about, so they would leave. After some time, in a separate room, Junsub handed the guy the keys and asked if this was his first experience with a test drive. The man said that he didn't expect anything special from the guy since it was his first time doing it. However, Manager Lim asked Jaren to avoid making stupid mistakes. Junsub said that the woman was already waiting for the guy and sent him on his way. Jaren remembered this woman, as he had already encountered her in his past life, before reincarnation. They met 4 months after the guy got a job at Taylor's salon. Jaren was very nervous because the woman drove for a long time without saying anything. Then the guy tried to start a conversation and asked if the woman liked the steering wheel. The customer responded that it was very smooth and nice, so she wanted to drive the car a little more. The woman asked if she could continue, and Jaren couldn't refuse her. The next day, the guy tried to contact the client, but she did not answer the phone. That day, the guy was yelled at because he still hadn't brought a single contract to the management. The manager pointed out that Jaren had promised that the deal would take place today because the woman liked everything. However, in reality, the guy had already arranged for her to rent 3 times, all without success. The other staff just laughed at how Hongchul bullied the boy. Sanshik intervened and told Jaren the woman's secret so that the other employees would pester the guy less. It was because of memories like these that Jaren had a privilege. The guy confidently approached the woman and said that he would accompany her today. Jaren introduced himself to the woman and remained calm and friendly despite the fact that he was worried inside. The woman reassured Jaren that she had not made an appointment and knew she would have to wait. The lady said that she would look at the car for a while, and if she liked it, she would ask the guy for parts. Jaren agreed and opened the door for the woman, assuming she wanted to see the driver's seat first. Madam got into the car and Jaren explained to her in detail how it works and what is where. The woman thanked the guy for his story and said that it was a wonderful car. Jaren offered to tell her more about the car, but the woman said she wanted to get straight to the test. The guy agreed with her and asked her to slowly go outside while he prepared the car. After a while, Jaren pulled up to the dealership and moved to the back seat, giving up his seat to the woman. The lady looked at him doubtfully and asked why the guy decided to sit in the back. Jaren said that in Korea, sales agents are required to accompany customers during test drives, sitting in the back, but suggested moving to the front if the woman was uncomfortable. The lady declined his offer, but said that she would feel a little awkward taking the test drive. The woman adjusted the rearview mirror so that Jaren's face was visible in it and thanked the guy for his understanding. Jaren watched the woman and remembered that in her past life, the lady bought herself a car a year later. What was surprising was that she bought a Japanese brand car, but at the same time, she constantly drove a yellow sports car that looked like a frog. What bothered Jaren the most was the Japanese car dealer's words about how every time a woman came to the dealership to buy a car, the guy buckled up and asked the lady if she had ever been to Germany, and the woman didn't understand how he knew about it. Jaren reminded the woman that her yellow car, Sweet Pond, was from Germany. The lady repeated the guy's words in bewilderment as if asking a question. The guy heard her repeat the name of the car and said that the woman had been living in Germany for a long time, since she had perfect pronunciation. The lady smiled and asked if that was why Jaren had come to such conclusions, and the guy replied that it was also because of his driving style. The guy said that in the US, cars are often stolen during test drives, so showrooms allow their customers to test drive them for a very short time. Since the consulting scheme for Korean imported cars was adopted from American firms, a sales agent must travel with the client. When Jaren sat in the back seat before the test drive, the woman felt some relief and was satisfied with the guy's explanation, so he thought she was from Germany. The woman smiled and said it was funny because they had only spoken to each other for a short time. Jaren said that from now on he would remain silent until the madam herself started the conversation and she could take the test drive for as long as she wanted. The guy understands that this woman is a difficult client whose true intentions are difficult to understand. However, the reason customers come to the showroom is because they want to buy a car. It's a basic principle that's easily forgotten, but fortunately, thanks to his attentiveness, Jaren asked Madam the right question. Through natural conversation, they were able to understand each other, and the guy managed to find out what the woman needed. If Jaren hadn't explained his position, she might have thought that he sat behind her because he was too lazy to talk to her. The guy decided to give the woman the opportunity to relax and immerse herself in the sensations of driving without distracting her with conversations. Thanks to this, he was able to win over the madam and she began to give him hints. The woman began a test drive and drove out of the service station parking lot. Manager Lim, who was in the office, was shocked when he saw a car driving past the building. He couldn't believe that Jaren had allowed himself to sit in the back seat. Meanwhile, Jaren continued to oversee the test drive. The elderly lady he was accompanying was an ordinary person who immersed herself in the process immediately after the consultation. In other words, people visit the showroom again and again even after they have been rejected because they are not used to being rejected. They should be armed with complete confidence every time they visit, but why go through the awkwardness? Is this lady really doing all this just to change her car? After a while, the woman broke the silence and asked if she could turn on the music. Jaren agreed, and then the madam asked him to give her the disc from her purse. The guy carefully took out the disc so that the woman would not have to stop. After reading the title, the guy was surprised by the choice of composition and the fact that the woman always carries the disc with her. Jaren also decided to help put the disc into the player. A few moments later, a pleasant melody began to fill the cabin, and Jaren asked if the composition was aria in G major. The woman smiled and said that the guy was well versed in the classics. Jaren said he knew the tune from a melodrama about two people who lived at different times and communicated via radio. The lady said that she also watched this film not long ago and remembers that this composition was really there. The woman assumed that if Jaren liked this composition, then maybe he liked another one, so she switched the music. The lady was right, as the guy immediately recognized the familiar melody. A few seconds later, Jaren and Madame simultaneously said the name of the composition, River Moon, Morning. They laughed together, and the guy was glad that the woman's songs were familiar to him. To become an experienced salesperson, you need to have a broad outlook, since you need to find common topics for conversation with each client. This is very important if the seller wants to establish contact and win over the customer. Jaren had definitely heard the song, but he couldn't remember where he heard it, so he couldn't continue the conversation. At some point, the melody changed its tempo a little, and at that moment, the guy remembered it. This composition was the opening theme for the film Perfume, and its title translated meant, a slight difference. Jaren smiled as he now had all the information he needed about this madam. There was one last question that tormented the guy. Why did the woman wear white gloves all the time? After some time, Jaren and Madam finished the test drive and returned to the showroom. As soon as they entered the building, the guy asked if the woman wanted any drink. Madame asked if she could go to the restroom for a moment first. Jaren agreed and said that he would wait for her here, and he thought that this was his chance. Now the guy will be able to find out why the woman always wears gloves, and while she's in the restroom, the guy made her tea. When the woman returned, Jaren handed her a towel and told her that there were no hand dryers in the restrooms at their showroom. The lady gratefully accepted the towel, and the guy noticed the many abrasions on her fingers. Jaren began to guess the reasons, but decided not to focus on it for now and said that Sweet Pond was a very good machine. The woman agreed with him and said that she liked the car so much that she even brought it with her to Korea. Jaren said that sales of the car dropped sharply in the 90s, so the company that made them decided to focus on producing sports cars. The woman's car was the first to use a lighter, water-cooled engine. In addition, a horizontally opposed engine was placed behind the driver's seat, achieving perfect balance. The lady said that the car was particularly attractive because of its flat, not too rounded design, and was so happy when she drove it in Germany. She said that even if you drive slowly, with the top open, there will still be a cool breeze. The woman remembered that it was a wonderful experience. But then her gaze became sad. Jaren suggested that in Korea, a woman does not feel as happy as she once did in Germany. The woman was impressed and did not understand how the guy knew what she really felt. Jaren realized that she was now ready to listen, and it was his time to tell the story. The lady in white gloves is not the kind of person who knows a lot about cars. However, the woman is a very sentimental and emotional person. Her yellow car means a lot to her, which is why it is absolutely forbidden to say anything bad about it. Now Jaren knows exactly what a woman wants. The car carries a special, unique national culture, and the character of brands from different countries differs. Jaren asked the woman about the national culture of Germany, since they carefully maintain the roads there. As in America, roads in Germany are not always straight, and roads in the center are usually clear with curved turns. Therefore, the national culture of German cars has two characteristics, one of which is firmness. German cars are made for German roads, and for maximum efficiency, they are given a strong rear-wheel drive. The woman thought about his words and found no reason to refute them. Madame closed her eyes and agreed with Jaren. There are indeed a lot of bumps in Korea, and the road is uneven here and there. Also, Korea has a lot of traffic lights compared to Germany. When the woman first moved in, she was very shocked. Madam said that after returning to Korea, driving no longer brought her the same pleasure. Jaren proposed a bet that driving a new car would bring the woman this pleasure. The guy asked the woman if she was comfortable on the test drive, and she said that at first everything was fine. Jaren pointed out that the seating position in this car is lower than in her car, which can make it feel a little awkward since the car itself is higher up. However, this will make it easier for Madame to see from the front, and she will feel more relaxed behind the wheel in Korea. Jaren also said that it would be convenient to put the cello in the trunk since Madame is a cellist. The woman was very surprised and asked how the guy knew this. Jaren said he thought of this when he heard the woman's musical tastes, and after he saw the abrasions on his hands, everything fell into place. Jaren said that instead of placing the cello in the passenger seat, as was the case in her old car, it would be safer to put the instrument in the trunk. This will be a good decision, because for a musician, the safety of his instrument is above all else. The woman covered her mouth with her hand in surprise and said that the guy had managed to understand so much about her. Jaren asked if the woman had been playing the tunes they had been listening to in the car. The guy said that today was supposed to be his day off, but he came to work anyway and didn't regret it. He said there had been many wonderful moments today and thanked Madame for that. After a while, Jaren and the white-gloved lady finished their conversation, and the guy walked her to the car. As soon as the woman disappeared from sight, Manager Lim ran up to Jaren. The man said that the guy should not forget the rules for conducting a test drive and should sit in the front seat. Manager Lim shouted that this was not normal behavior and that Jaren should listen to what his boss told him. The man continued to shout that such behavior could harm the brand of their salon. But Jaren interrupted him and said that he had signed a contract with the madam. Manager Lim paused for a moment, and the guy clarified that the woman wanted to buy a white 1000 car. Jaren showed the contract and said the woman had made the down payment. Seeing the documents with his own eyes, Manager Lim froze and then screamed loudly. The next day was Jaren's official workday, so he came to work again. The guy went outside next to the salon to sweep with his colleague. At some point, a colleague broke the silence and called out to Jaren. The guy was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Yongbak's shout. The leader ran towards them and shouted that they would have a lot of luck today. Yongbak was about to jump on Jaren with a hug, but the guy managed to jump to the side in time. The manager flew past, but was not very upset, turning again towards the guy. Yongbak finally caught Jaren and said that Manager Lim told him everything and praised the guy. The manager asked if the guy had told the other guys that he had signed the contract yesterday, to which he received a negative answer. Yongbak assumed that only he, the branch manager Min-hee, Manager Lim, and Min-ho knew about this event. Jaren replied that it was probably the same, to which the manager said that the guy really didn't suit that manner of speech. After some time, all the employees were gathered in one place, and Sanshik said that the results of the first quarter would soon be announced. Sanshik said that it was not according to official documents recognized by the head office, but the boss had already announced the bonus amount for first place in sales. The bonus this quarter is 5 million won, while employees who have worked for 1 year receive an average of 1 million won. Sanshik told the staff this news and said that they should work hard. After this, the man turned to one of the employees and asked if he was the one working on the status board. When the boy answered in the affirmative, Sanshik told him to write the newcomer's name at the top. The employee did not understand why he had to do this. Other employees began to doubt and ask when the newbie had managed to sell anything if only 10 minutes had passed since the beginning of the month. Yongbak replied that yesterday, during his day off, Jaren sold the 1000 to the old lady in white gloves. The staff had encountered this lady before, but no one had ever been able to please her, so they thought the guy was just lucky. Meanwhile, Manager Song and Yongbak danced around Jaren in a circle. One of the employees asked his friend Hong Chol if he had any contracts. The guy replied that he didn't have anything yet, and then the employee reproached him for intending to give up his place to a newcomer. Hong Chol became very angry after these words and looked towards Jaren. Meanwhile, the guy with glasses who was working on the status board was also watching Jaren. When it was time for lunch, Jaren decided to go to a small restaurant near the car dealership. The guy was glad to be back in this place for the first time in a long time and eat some hangover soup. Jaren remembered this taste from the past and thought it was the best soup. Previously, the guy often went to this establishment with one other person. While Jaren was reminiscing, a guy wearing glasses from his salon walked past. The boys immediately recognized each other and exclaimed in surprise. It was most likely a coincidence, but it was the same person from Shin Wangan's past life. The guy assumed that it was Jaren's first time dining here and said that he also loved the food here. Wangan was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say next, but Jaren invited him to have lunch together. The colleague immediately perked up and happily accepted the invitation. Jaren remembered how in his past life, The boys spent their time in the same way. Then Vangan said that he would pay for Jaren's food, and in return, he could call him Buddy. Jaren knew that in a normal situation, he would never have thought of calling the guy that. After all, only he knew all this, while for Vangan, he was a complete stranger. Jaren remembers how they communicated in their past life. Now he is very happy to see his good friend in this life. Jaren remembers how in the past, Vangan said that he works in order to eat well. The guy said he had no one else to care about except Jaren. So Vangan put a fried dumpling on the guy's plate and said that from now on he would feed him. Now the guys are back together in this life, but Vangan still doesn't know Jaren very well. The guy said he was surprised that he wasn't the only one in the office who knew about this place. Jaren remembered the times when both of them couldn't afford such a meal. He thought about paying for the guy's lunch for his kindness. Jaren usually ate at McDonald's, but Vangan made sure the boy ate well and became his only friend. Not long after, Vangan quit and contact with him was lost, and Jaren himself managed to forget about the guy. It's just a memory for Jaren now, but he still regrets it. When lunch was over, the boys paid and went back to work. Vangan said that if you go a little further, you can find a cafe that serves very tasty fried meat. The guy suggested that Jaren go there together next time. Jaren immediately agreed, as there was no reason to refuse. Returning to work after lunch, the guys continued to talk and did not notice anything around them. When they were already climbing the stairs of the car dealership, Hongchul called out from above. The guy ordered them to go to the warehouse immediately. Hongchul ordered the guys to clear out the warehouse while he planned to go out and have a smoke. Jaren said he understood everything and got to work. Vangan also agreed and began cleaning. However, Hongchul didn't like how the boys responded and accused the boys of not meaning anything to them. The guy ran up to Vangan and started yelling at him because he thought the guy was too slow. Hongchul continued to yell at the boy and he knocked over the bucket of water as he stepped aside. This made Hongchul even more angry and he kicked the bucket, saying that Vangan simply didn't like being subordinate to someone younger than him. Vangan didn't think so at all, so he started apologizing and bowing. But Hongchul didn't like that either. He started poking the guy in the head with his finger and demanding that he hit him if he wanted to be treated as an equal. However, Vangan is not that kind of person and cannot hit anyone, so he had to just stand and endure all the humiliation. Realizing that he would not be answered, Hongchul said that the guy should address him with respect since he could not answer. Jaren watched this from the sidelines but did not interfere, as he was the youngest in the group and could not help. He only looked with disapproval at Hongchul, who had started smoking without even leaving the warehouse. The senior behaved this way because he had failed to graduate from university and now felt lower in status than other employees with an education. While Jaren was cleaning up, he remembered that Hongchul had said the same things to him in the past. When the guy first got a job at the car dealership, they also constantly yelled at him, just like at Vangan. If there were low sales, then it was definitely his fault because he was too stupid. Jaren was distracted from his thoughts by Hongchul calling him. The guy threw a cigarette butt towards the new guy and told him to catch it and said that he had a headache because he had already sold 2 cars today. However, Jaren didn't even intend to catch the cigarette butt, so it hit his pant leg and fell to the floor. Hongchul took this as an opportunity to make fun of another newcomer. He swung at Jaren and told him to be careful or he would break him. But Jaren has already lived one life and knows very well how to deal with such people. The guy didn't pick up his cigarette and came closer to Hongchul, which scared him. From a distance, Jaren didn't look that big. But when he got close, Hongchul became scared. Jaren pointed out that he had sold more today, so he should be the one with the headache. Hongchul didn't expect that they would dare to answer him. After a brief lull, Jaren reminded them that it was the end of the quarter and there were only 3 employees who had been there for less than a year. Despite all this, Jaren now has twice the sales. Not having waited for a normal answer from Hongchul, the guy asked if the elder was going to argue with him further. His words made Hongchul even more angry and asked why Jaren was doing all this. The guy, in turn, replied that he was doing all this for fun. After that, Hongchul decided that he should leave and not interfere with the junior staff cleaning up. After a while, Wangan broke the silence and asked why Jaren was talking to Hongchul like that. Jaren replied that there was no particular reason for his behavior. Vangan warned his friend that the guy could easily be fired since Hongchul had connections. He used to work at a local car dealership, but then manager Chansu invited him to tailor. Jaren knew all this very well, so he told Vangan that this was what made him angry. The guy thinks that he should not only put Hongchul in his place by reminding him of the sales figures, but also hit him. Vangan was a little scared, but replied that it was Jaren's personal choice. Vangan asked the guy to simply avoid communicating with Hongchul next time. Jaren understood that his friend had acted on the principle of avoiding problems in his past life. So now he told Vangan that if a person encounters difficulties, they will still catch up with him. Jaren also said that if a guy avoids everything, he will never be able to win. In his past life, Vangan was always trying to avoid trouble, so he kept changing jobs, never staying in one for long. So this time, Jaren told him that she didn't think it was a good idea to avoid trouble all the time. However, the very idea that it was possible to act differently and not tolerate insults caused panic in Vangan. The guy stubbornly believed that if problems could be avoided, then it should be done. Vangan asked what Jaren would do if he couldn't fight back against the offender. The guy is convinced that it is impossible to win in this game, and he does not have such good abilities, because he does nothing else but consult. Vangan said that in order to win, you have to be patient. From Vangan's reaction, Jaren realized that he had touched the boy's values. Vangan always preferred to avoid quarrels, dangers, burdens, because the main priority was safety. The guy overreacts to criticism because it threatens his safety. Vangan considered him a comrade, someone on his side, but Jaren rejected his values and this saddened him. On the day of their last dinner together, Vangan admitted that he could not stand it any longer. Wherever a guy goes, there are guys like Hongchul and manager Chang-Su. Vangan then cried and asked Jaren to never break off communication, and even if the guy wanted to eat together, he would pay for everything. Looking back on all the moments they spent together, Jaren always realized that the guy cared about him. So Jaren must, at all costs, help Vangan this time. The guy offered Vangan to make a bet, but his friend didn't understand what he was talking about. Jaren said that if he loses to Hongchul, he will do whatever Vangan tells him. However, if he does win, Vangan will have to do something. Jaren's stern gaze frightened the boy. Vangan tried to step back but fell backwards from fright. Jaren rose from the floor and extended his hand to Vangan, offering his help. Over the past 27 years, Vangan has paid for so many meals for Jaren that the guy can't even count how much they all cost, so he has to help his old friend out. Once the warehouse cleaning was finished, Jaren returned to the common room. Manager Lim met the guy at the entrance and praised him for his courage. Another employee said that Jaren still has a lot of energy and he is thrilled about it. Manager Song was confused and asked if Jaren and Vangan were okay. Jaren understood what was being discussed, because rumors about what had happened between him and Hongchul had already begun to spread throughout the company. The guy turned around and noticed Hongchul and Chang-Su gossiping and looking at him with a smirk. The boys were very similar in character, so Jaren didn't see anything surprising in the fact that they became friends. Jaren was distracted from contemplating this picture by Yongbak's voice. The leader drew attention to himself and asked the guy to come closer. Yongbak heard about what happened, but he wanted to hear everything from Jaren so that there would be no misunderstandings. Jaren decided not to go into details and said that he did what he thought was right. Yongbak said that the guy was in a very disadvantageous position. However, the director noted that everything turned out to be really funny. Even though Hongchul was senior in position and had more work experience, Yongbak was on Jaren's side. The manager said he hoped everything would be fair. Yongbak said that Jaren will definitely be in a high position soon. The leader also noted that if Jaren's comrade helps him, then victory will be his. Jaren, in turn, sharply rejected Yongbak's offer of help. Such harshness cooled the leader's ardor, and he asked why the guy refused. Jaren said that if he started this fight, then there would be discussions behind his back, so the guy does not want to burden his manager. The newcomer also noted that help could backfire on Chonbak himself. Jaren reminded that Yongbak wanted to put his name on the contract for the manager position, but that it might interfere with his rivalry with Minho. The manager was glad that the guy was worried about him. Yongbak sighed and said that Hongchul didn't know anything anyway. Chonbak is a leader, so it won't be difficult for him to sell at least one car a month. Since the manager's proposal was rejected, he asked if Jaren had any ideas. The newbie replied that the main idea was in the legs. Yongbak stretched his leg in front of Jaren's face and asked if the guy meant his legs, and Jaren confirmed his guess. The guy decided to go back to the roots of sales, because initially the business started with going door to door and making deals. Going door to door with business proposals is the most classic method. Online shopping and information is limited, so now is the time to enjoy some head-to-head competition. Yongbak asked if Jaren really intended to increase the company's foreign sales. In order to start working, the guy needs to get permission from the boss because in this life, Jaren could not learn this anywhere before. The guy had to learn everything from the technical characteristics of the cars, parts, history, and other competing brands of cars, to learning the skill of consulting. If you master all of this well, you will be able to enter the external sales market. There will be ups and downs, but this will allow you to constantly improve yourself and gain wide coverage. Jaren asked if this was possible, and Yongbak replied that he would find teachers for him within a week, so that the boy could quickly enter the foreign market. After a couple of days, Jaron was able to begin implementing his plan. Since he had to look for clients in this area himself, rather than wait for them to come to the salon, the guy was patient. To get people's attention in the conversation, Jaron bought a couple of boxes of cold drinks. The guy headed to a place located in the west of Daegu. Jaron walked this time, so he sweated along the way. Jaron's target today was the Songso Industrial Complex. There are many companies that are well-known manufacturers of textiles and spare parts for cars and mobile phones. Most companies are second and third tier suppliers, but not first tier ones. However, this industrial complex is known to Jaron as a gold mine of imported car sales that is simply not known about yet. The guy stretched to loosen his stiff shoulders and thought about how outside sales are a classic. Jaron also took into account that in the conditions of 2005, the sale of imported cars in the industrial complex is illegal. The guy pulled out his new business cards and said that now was the perfect time to act. Jaron was able to easily enter the Songso Industrial Complex, where the workers were resting. The guy smiled affably, apologized for distracting the men from their rest, and introduced himself. Jaron said he was from Taylor's Automotive and he had energy drinks for men. The workers still didn't understand what was going on, and then the guy said he wanted his face to be remembered. Before the men could recover from what had happened, Jaron left the drinks on the table and left. The guy walked up to the window of one of the buildings and knocked. The man, with a clearly displeased expression on his face, opened the window and asked what they wanted from him. Jaron said the man had a hard job and he understood that everyone was busy, but asked for a minute. Jaron handed out flyers and business cards stapled together and 3 bottles of energy drink for each employee. The guy understood perfectly well that if a person does not want to listen to you, you should not waste time on arguments and coercion, but you just need to bow and quickly move on. Jaron acted on this principle and thereby drew attention to his person. The guy walked into the next room, introduced himself, and said that he brought energy drinks for everyone. One of the workers happily accepted the drink and asked what Jaron was selling. The worker was unable to get an answer from the guy, but his attention was drawn to a leaflet left on the table. Soon all the drinks were gone, so Jaron had to go to the nearest store. The saleswoman was very surprised and asked why the guy needed so many energy drinks. Jaron said he would buy more later, but the woman replied that the guy was now taking everything she had left. Jaron said he wanted to hand out bottles to every worker in the industrial complex and would be there tomorrow and the day after. So he asked if the woman could order more drinks. The saleswoman turned to the cash register to give her change and asked what the guy did for a living. Jaron didn't answer directly and just handed the woman his business card. While Jaron is actively engaged in external sales, his competitor, as before, works only in the salon. Changsu and Hongchul took a break on the roof of the car dealership and talked about Jaron. Changsu asked what the new guy had been doing lately, since he left early in the morning and came back before the end of the workday. Hongchul said that he saw the guy carrying a bunch of leaflets with him, so he was most likely distributing them. Changsu laughed at Jaron because no one would buy a car after seeing an advertisement. Hongchul was still angry at the newbie because he managed to pin him against the wall. Jaron acted like he was up to something, so Hongchul couldn't help but tell him everything. Then the senior told the newcomer to do sales, his main job. Hongchul understood that he would not win the ensuing argument, so he tried to change the topic to work duties. When Changsu heard this, he said that he should start betting already. Hongchul admits that he acted rashly, but that didn't give Jaron the right to act so arrogantly towards his elder. Hongchul turned the conversation with Jaron around and said that it was he who suggested the bet. The guy said that the newbie was very embarrassed after his words and said that he did it out of pride. Changsu said that if you need to put someone in their place, you need to do it with dignity. But Jungbaek started doing strange things, like his whole team. Hongchul said that it would never have occurred to him to go outside before his shift. So the guys feel like something is brewing. Meanwhile, Jungbaek came to the office of the branch manager Sanshik and told him that the salon was betting on newcomers. Sanshik was very surprised and assumed that there was a quarrel between the employees. Jungbaek was calm, and while making tea for himself and his boss, he said that a fox cannot fight a mongrel. Sanshik realized that Jaron was called a fox, and Jungbaek said that the newcomer was not an ordinary fox, since it was unknown how many more tails he was hiding. The branch manager didn't understand why Jungbaek started speaking so highly of the newcomer. The guy replied that the 2 cars that Jaron had already sold were not just a coincidence or luck. Jungbaek said that Sanshik almost made a mistake because he almost sent Jaron to Minho's team. Sanshik said that the guy shouldn't worry about Minho, since it was Jungbaek who would have to take over the position of branch manager. However, at the moment, despite all efforts, no one is currently considering anyone other than Minho for this position. Jungbaek said that no one has yet been able to rise above Minho's team, but no one is stopping them from trying. Sanshik slammed his palm on the table and said that no one but Jung Baek could do it. However, to do this, the guy himself will have to become an ace, and he will undoubtedly succeed. Jung Baek was a little surprised by such a strong reaction to his words and called Sanshik a friend in a frivolous manner. The branch manager took a sip of coffee and told the guy not to call him that, because it sounded strange, to say the least. Jung Baek asked if he really couldn't call Sanshik his friend. The guy said that every day is a crisis for him, and when he says this, he feels better. Jung Baek knows Sanshik's character very well and understands that the man is not one of those who are ready to step on heads without a second thought. However, no matter how hard Jung Baek tried, he could not achieve good results. Sanshik replied that the guy simply shouldn't do that and handed him a pack of cigarettes. Jung Baek looked at the cigarettes doubtfully. The guy decided not to refuse and took one, saying that he was indeed inferior in sales to Minho's team. However, Jung Baek is confident that he will be able to make Jaren an excellent employee. Sanshik said that Jung Baek needs to build up his influence but not quarrel with others. Otherwise, he won't be able to cover for him. The guy asked why he shouldn't spread the rumor, since the new guy had created a favorable atmosphere in the company. Sanshik was happy about this news, and Jung Baek asked if they could order more leaflets. The branch manager was surprised and asked how many months one box would last. Jung Baek said that Jaren decided to pursue foreign sales because he already knew the basics. Jung Baek recounted a recent conversation he had with a new recruit and said he suggested using his legs to boost sales. Based on the guy's words, Sanshik also thought about external sales first. Jung Baek said that Jaren distributed all the leaflets in 15 days, although it would take the entire staff a month to do the same. The manager thinks that the newcomer is a truly amazing person. Jung Baek said that Jaren has the head of a fox and the heart of a bear. The manager imagined the newcomer in his head and froze for a moment. Afterwards, he was shaken and said that he constantly got goosebumps when he thought about Jaren. A few days later, Sanshik gathered all the employees in the main hall and reminded them that there was 1 week left until the quarter was closed. The branch manager ordered everyone to pull themselves together and keep up the pace. He stood next to a board where deliveries were marked with red magnets and vehicles that had not been delivered after the contract was signed were marked with blue ones. Sanshik turned his attention to the staff and noticed that Minho and Jung Baek's teams were working non-stop, and even Hongchul wasn't idle. Last December, the team sent several cars, but this month, only one. However, now they have again reached 2 units per month. Despite Sanshik's dislike of competition, the salon has created an overall atmosphere of hard work. Hongju noticed that the branch manager was smiling, which made him scared, and he told Manager Sun about it. Manager Song missed Sanshik's speech, so he only just remembered that it had been almost a month since the betting on newcomers began. Hongju's manager said that the overall performance was good, so everyone kept their composure and said that Hongchul had 2 points. Manager Sun was more interested in Jaren's results. Vangan watched what was happening from the sidelines and did not interfere in the conversation. As the workday drew to a close and it began to get dark outside, Jaren returned to the salon. He was tired and thoughtful, as he had spent the whole day and the whole month on his feet. As the boy was climbing the stairs, Hongchul met him at the top and called out to him. Hongchul asked where the guy had been for a month, and it would be better if he helped out in the office rather than wandering around doing nothing. The elder said that because of Jaren's actions, manager Shin Wangan would have a hard time. At that moment, Vangan happened to be nearby and overheard the conversation. The guy didn't want to be used as leverage against Jaren, so he decided to intervene. Vangan said Jaren does a lot more than him, even when he's still in the salon in the morning. However, Hongchul didn't like the fact that manager Shin interfered in his conversation. As soon as Hongchul turned towards Vangan, he fell silent. The guy started making fun of manager Shin again, while Jaren was collecting leaflets in his backpack. The newcomer was about to leave again, but Hongchul noticed this and called out to him, asking where he was going to go again. Jaren calmly turned to him and said that he still had things to do. Hongchul couldn't understand what kind of business the guy could have at such a time. Jaren replied that he needed to hurry because he had a test drive planned. Hongchul was angry because today wasn't even Jaren's workday, so there was no talk of any test drive. The newcomer replied that he had received permission from team leader Jung Baek because there were meetings scheduled for other employees. Jaren turned around and headed towards the exit, not intending to waste time talking to Hongchul. This calmness and arrogance on the part of the newcomer made Hongchul very angry. Out of anger, the elder's hands began to shake. Hongchul shouted at Jaren as he left that business didn't work that way. The newcomer stopped and turned towards the elder approaching him. Hongchul pointed his finger at Jaren and said that even if he handed out 100 flyers a day, it wouldn't attract a single customer. Hongchul said that the guy's behavior only lowers the level of the brand in the eyes of buyers. Jaron glared at the elder and told him to save those words for the next dinner when the month was up. The newbie said that this month he will become the best. Leaving a bewildered Wangin and an angry Hongchul alone, Jaron left the room. A few moments later, Hongchul came to his senses and angrily kicked the wall, while manager Shin chose to run away. Hongchul was angered that Jaron went for a test drive, but even after that, the guy was sure that the newbie wouldn't be able to sell the car. For the past 3 weeks, Jaron has spent all his time within the Songso industrial complex. The guy came there every day without rest or days off. Jaron handed out the remaining flyers in the dealership to everyone. At the same time, the guy helped the workers with small tasks, thanks to which he established contact with them. All the workers treated Jaron well and took an interest in his affairs and work every day. The guy even managed to give one of them a test drive. Jaron was then praised for his hard work and boundless curiosity. The boy continued to drive the car that Chunbaik had given him for temporary use, so the workers paid a lot of attention to it. Director Kim looked at the trunk and said it could hold several golf bags, and Jaron said it could hold 6. The man thought the guy was joking, but Jaron began to assure him that there was no point in him lying. Director Yoon came over and said that Jaron was really a good guy and had been walking around the industrial complex for the entire month and working without days off. The man looked at Jaron and said that the guy really knows his stuff when it comes to sales. The colleague's words convinced Director Kim, and he asked how much such a car would cost. Jaron said that its price was just under 40 million won, and then the man asked how much the Zeus car cost. Director Yoon also remembered this car and said that it cost around 60 million. The men began to talk among themselves and discuss why an American car costs less than a domestic sedan. Jaron watched this and knew that his plan had succeeded. In order to interest people, you need to pay a lot of attention to them. Jaron just had to be there at the right moment, and then people would remember him, even if it meant introducing themselves several times. One time, one of the workers was almost buried under large boxes, but Jaron was nearby and helped. This is how he managed to attract the attention of other people from the industrial complex. Thanks to this, people started talking to Jaron and paying more attention. It was the best he could do in the last month. Jaron understood that Taylor was not a luxury brand, so his cars were cheaper than luxury domestic cars and more affordable than other foreign cars. In addition, Taylor cars have a more luxurious exterior and are more spacious than cars in the same price category. Another plus is that the appearance of these cars is not familiar to residents of Korea. Therefore, by selling 1,000 models, you can see an excellent result in terms of the number of successful transactions. After examining the car again, Director Kim said that he was buying the car and was not interested in other options, since this car was neat and beautiful. Jaron was pleased and said the man had made an excellent choice. However, their conversation was interrupted by Director Yoon, who said that the black car would be his. The men began to quarrel, as each of them wanted to buy this particular car. There was the same model in white, but men were in the mood to buy the black model. While the two directors were arguing and deciding who would get the black car, another employee approached Jaron. The man said he called Jaron first and he specifically needed a black car. He asked to send him the account number, and then he would transfer the money faster than anyone else and the car would be his. The man picked up a pen and asked if Jaron understood his train of thought. The guy said that everything was so and handed the man a sales contract. Meanwhile, business was in full swing at the car dealership. Youngbak called Minho and said that they had signed 3 contracts and had already made the payment. The manager asked if it would be possible to send the cars immediately and received a positive answer. Having dealt with his business, Chunbaik picked up the phone. The man stretched and looked very pleased. Youngbek looked around the main hall and noticed Hongchul hurrying. The guy was talking on the phone with a certain director and said that he would immediately arrange delivery. When Hongchul left the hall, Youngbek turned to Wangan. The manager asked the boy to mark 3 more points on the board. Manager Song and Manager Hongju approached Youngbaek and asked if he really had signed 3 more contracts. The manager just smiled at their words. However, he then turned to Vangan and said that the 3 points should be attributed to Jaron, not him. Vangan was already setting up magnets. But after these words, he froze in place. Hong Chul, who briefly returned to the hall, heard his words and was shocked. Youngbek specifically said this when the guy was within earshot and asked if Hong Chul was in any trouble. This time, Jaron returned to the dealership much later than usual, and it was already dark outside. The guy was climbing the stairs to the 2nd floor and didn't expect to meet anyone. However, he was distracted from his thoughts by Youngbek's voice. The manager called the guy a star and said that he did a great job. Jaron asked why he hadn't gone home yet, and the manager replied that he was worried about his star because he didn't take care of himself at all. Jaron was indeed very late today, since he usually left work at 6 in the evening. Yongbak grabbed the newcomer by the hand and led him towards the exit, saying that they were going to the store. Jaren stopped and said that he needed to make a copy of the contract and give it to Minho, so he couldn't leave now. Yongbak reminded him that it was already late and Minho had already left work, so he would need to hand over the documents to him tomorrow morning. The manager led Jaren towards the exit and said that all the stores would be closing soon. The boys got into Chonbek's car and set off. Jaren sat next to the leader and remained silent the entire way. Soon they found themselves near a shopping center where Jaren's sister works. However, they had no intention of going into the cafe. The guys went into the mall and went shopping. Yongbak walked along the rows of expensive watches, examining the samples. Then the manager went to the shoe department and looked at several options for good men's office shoes. The guy picked up one of the samples and asked what Jaren's shoe size was. Yongbak guessed that it was most likely 285, and placing his boot next to the newcomer's foot confirmed this. The manager approached the consultant and asked if they could try on the boots, to which he responded positively. The girl offered her help, but Chonbak politely refused and said that they could handle it themselves. Jaren felt very strange as the elder knelt down in front of him and began to remove his boot. Jaren asked confusedly what Yongbak was going to do. The manager looked up at him and replied that he was going to buy shoes for the star. Jaren looked at Yongbak and said that he already had shoes. The manager said that men are not horses and they need to have several pairs of shoes and change them every day so that they last a long time. Before Jaren could react, Yongbak pulled off his boot and put on a new one. The manager said that the guy should wear leather shoes and preferably have 2 pairs of them since his feet get hot and sweaty. If you don't give your boots a rest, even the best pair will quickly wear out, which is why even the toughest soldiers are issued 2 pairs of combat boots for duty. When the shoes were on Jaren's feet, Yongbak jumped up and said that the pair suited the guy very well. The manager said that the guy was tall enough so whatever he wore would look good. Jaren said he felt awkward, but Jungbak interrupted him and said that they would beat Minho's team this month. The leader was glad that his goal was now very close. Jaren inspired the boy a lot when he started handing out flyers, so they decided to start all over again. Yongbak asked if there were any more people interested in purchasing the car, and Jaren replied that he would sign 2 more contracts tomorrow. The manager said that with these deals, they will definitely be able to surpass Minho's team. Yongbak said that if they succeed, he would give the guy 5 million won at the end of the quarter. The manager told Jaren not to worry about the shoes because they weren't that expensive. Jaren thought about the fact that in his past life, no one gave him gifts. She and Yongbak spent a whole year in the same company, but they only knew each other's names. It was only before Jaren moved to Seoul that they ended up on the same team and spent some time together. But by that time, the leader of Chonbak had already lost his former grip. One day, Jaren and Yongbak went out to drink together because the older one was depressed. Jaren then asked why the man didn't just change jobs, since it wasn't necessary to work in Daegu. Yongbak replied that he couldn't leave because manager Song, whom he brought to Taylor, didn't even have an official place of residence. If the manager leaves his position, it will be very difficult for manager Song and manager Hongju. He could not take on such a burden since it was he who offered them such work. Jaren thought back to that moment and realized that he and Yongbak never had the chance to become friends. In the end, they both ended up with nothing. This time, Yongbak and Jaren's relationship was going very well, and the manager even wanted to buy the guy 2 pairs of shoes. After hearing the price at the checkout, Jaren tried to take the card from the manager, saying that he didn't need the shoes. Yongbak waved it off and handed the card to the cashier, saying that the guy had been wearing the same shoes and they were now too worn out. The manager said that if the guy continued wearing them, at this rate his fingers would start sticking out. Yongbak said that the appearance of a manager at an imported car dealership is very important, as it is their appearance that creates the brand's image. Once the purchase was made, the girl packed the shoes into bags and Yongbak handed them to Jaren with a smile. The younger one thanked him, but the manager took the bags again and said that the boy should first take off his old shoes. Yongbak said that they would leave the old shoes to be repaired and Jaren would go in the new pair. The manager pulled out a new pair of shoes and crouched down in front of Jaren again to help him put them on. The boy stopped for a few moments and asked why Yongbak was so kind to him. The manager replied that he could clearly see the guy's efforts, but Jaren didn't understand what exactly he was talking about. Yongbak said he constantly sees the rookie running around like a madman. That's why his shoes became so worn out in a short period of time. The manager also noticed that the guy had already received his first salary, but still hadn't bought new shoes, and there was probably a reason for that. That's why Jungbak wanted to take care of the guy, and as a manager, he has to spend money on a junior worker. The manager patted the guy on the shoulder and said that there was nothing strange about it. Yongbak asked if Jaren understood him, and he answered in the affirmative. with a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. Before the younger man could react, the manager grabbed the old shoes and ran to the workshop to have them repaired. Jaren looked at the buildings of the shopping center and thought that his previous life was like hell. More than anything, the boy didn't want to go back to those terrible times. Now Jaren is 29 years old again. After everything he had been through, the guy began to slowly recover. However, not everyone did as well as expected. The next day, Hongchul had to report to his supervisor Minho. The boy apologized to his elder, and the elder asked what exactly he was asking for forgiveness for. Hongchul knew he was losing to Jaren and said he was willing to take responsibility for it. Minho asked how the guy was going to do this and whether he would give him another promise that was not backed up by action. Hongchul tried to shift the blame onto the manager and said that the man was the one who started sorting things out with Jaren. Minho slammed his fist on the table and said that Hongchul couldn't answer for his words and was now asking him for help. The manager reminded that it was he who pushed the guy into this position, so he should win this argument. Minho was angry because he helped Hongchul, but now he is unable to sign a single contract. The manager asked how he was supposed to trust him now if he didn't know what to expect from him. Minho said that Hongchul has no choice but to work harder. When the conversation was over, Hongchul left the office and thought about the leader's words. He didn't understand what to do next, because it was Minho who suggested this whole idea to him. A leader should take care of his subordinates, but Minho quickly changed his attitude towards the guy. Hongchul wondered if he had really made a mistake. While the guy was thinking about what happened, he saw Jaren and Vanjin. Jaren immediately noticed the guy and looked in his direction. Hongchul's expression changed dramatically as he blamed the newcomer for all his failures. The upcoming verbal altercation was stopped by branch manager Sanshik, who ran out of the office and shouted for everyone to pay attention to him. Sangshik said that the boss is going to come to Seoul the day after tomorrow, so everyone should adjust their schedule for the next day. The staff began to panic and say that this was the end for them all. Sanshik asked why they were so upset, because this time things were going very well for them. Watching all this happen, Jaren was reminded of the real President Taylor. The man's name was Hong Seong-hak, and he was a key figure in Taylor's company in Daegu. Seong-hak is a tycoon with 7 showrooms with the largest number of cars among the Taylor brand. The man is the general director of the company Hinshin Motors. He is also the youngest grandson of Hong Hong-sin, the owner of Hong-sin Enterprise, which is the largest company in Korea. In addition, Seong-hak is a staunch supporter of the superiority of the strongest and richest, considering himself the chosen one. Jaren sighed heavily, realizing what awaited him in the near future. A couple of days later, it was time for a corporate dinner, which the director was supposed to attend. The atmosphere, unlike the previous dinner, was subdued. One of the senior staff members asked why Minho wasn't with them. Manager Lim replied that the supervisor was delayed due to delivery. At this time, Chonbek had already gone to meet the branch director and the company president, as they were supposed to arrive soon. Each of the employees felt the pressure, and some began to feel sick from nerves. Jaren was worried in advance that everyone would be nervous, so he bought a tonic drink. The newcomer handed out a bottle to everyone present, which touched the elders with his concern. Manager Lim asked if Jaren knew the boss since he had managed to prepare for his arrival so quickly. Jaren replied that he had seen his performance the other day and decided to be prepared just in case. The staff thanked the newcomer for the small gift and drank some drinks. A couple of minutes later, the door opened and a man walked into a separate room where the employees were sitting waiting for dinner. For a few moments, the room was plunged into oppressive silence. The middle-aged man, who was Seong-hak, said that he was very happy to see them all today. All the employees stood up from their seats and bowed to the man in greeting. The man said that they had not seen each other for a long time and advised everyone to finish all the food they had ordered for themselves and walk to the other end of the room to sit in the center. Sanshik helped the man take off his outerwear, and the president asked how the boys were doing. Despite the boss's seemingly good mood, all employees preferred to remain silent. Seong-hak waved his hand and told the staff to start pouring alcohol. Yongbak and Sanshik immediately placed the glasses in a row. Seong-hak picked up the bottle of soju and said that they should move on to alcohol right away. The senior staff masterfully mixed alcoholic drinks, making cocktails for everyone. This event was the basis of the corporate dinner. The president suggested first of all to drink to health. No one had the right to refuse the elder, so everyone joined in. The first portion of cocktails had to be drunk in one gulp. Following the president's example, no one dared to do anything differently. Seong-hak drank the first drink and shook the empty glass with a smile on his face. The man immediately began pouring more, offering to drink another one. No one dared to refuse the man, so without a break, the glasses clinked again. After some time, the employees could no longer drink so much without a break, so they were forced to refuse. At that moment, Minho entered the room and bowed, apologizing for being late. Sonyak was glad to see him and said that their pro was busy until the last working day. Minho bowed to the elder, accepting the praise, and sat down on the right side of the president. Jaren thought about how Minho had only sold one car and he wasn't the type to be late. The manager's appearance gives the impression of being the hardest working person in the Daegu company. Sonyak handed the guy a glass of alcohol. Pouring soju into the beer, the man said that they had already managed to drink 2 glasses each, so the guy should catch up with them faster. Sunhak thought that the guy was working even on his days off, so he asked if he was being too hard. The president poured more alcohol and said that the guy should take care of his health. Minho handed the glass to Seunghak and said that he was doing it, but it wasn't enough yet. The president said that it is useful to take a little rest, for example as a deputy leader, because he also works a lot. Minho felt that this sounded like a reproach, so he said that he would work even harder from next month. Sonhak most likely did not want to offend his employee and said that the guy should not put so much pressure on himself. The president raised his glass and said that since their star had already joined them, it was time for another drink. The man held out his glass and said that they would only drink if they wanted to. Jaren, in turn, wondered if there was any sense in these words at all. After a long silence, Sonhak turned his attention to Jaren's new employee. The man said that he was glad to meet him and hoped for fruitful cooperation. Jaren thanked the president for his kind words and recalled their meeting in a past life. That time, the first thing the man asked was his name, but this happened only after 3 years of working at the car dealership. Sonyak was a fierce man who was only focused on results and considered himself the chosen one. Now the president offered Jaren a drink separately, and the guy happily accepted his offer. Contrary to expectations, the newcomer, held out a shot glass. Sonyak noticed that Jaren hadn't had a drink yet, so he offered to pour him a glass. The newcomer calmly replied that the man could pour him some into a soju shot glass. Jaren had already noticed that only 30 minutes had passed since the start of dinner, but everyone was already drunk. Sonyak assumed that it was the guy's nature to do as he was told. The president laughed loudly and said that he found it amusing that the guy had already sold 5 cars in just 2 months of working for them. Sonyak mixed a cocktail for Jaren and invited him to drink it with the president. The guy looked at the outstretched glass and realized that the man had poured a lot of soju into it. Jaren decided to play by his rules and said that as a thank you, he would also prepare a special cocktail. The man held out his glass and the newcomer mixed the alcohol. The cocktail he made for the president looked much paler than his, indicating that it contained more soju than beer. However, Sonhak had no intention of showing his confusion and drank the drink in one gulp. Jaren couldn't help but follow his example and did the same. Both glasses were dropped onto the table with a loud bang. Sonhak asked Jaren if this was his first time working in sales. The guy replied with a smile that the man had guessed correctly, and he said that he was good at it. The president asked how quickly the boy had gotten used to the job, but Yongbek answered first, saying that the boy still had a lot to learn. Yongbek said that it had only been 2 months, and according to the rules, Jaren would only become an official employee after 3 months of work. Sonhak suggested to Sanshik to take the newcomer on as an official employee starting next month, and the manager replied that it could be arranged. The president was pleased with this and poured Jaren another cocktail. Sonhak assumed that the boy's father owned a business since he had so much experience in sales. Jaren replied that it was his first time in Daegu and he was probably just lucky. Sonhyak's mood changed a little, and he asked the guy if sales seemed difficult since he was just starting out in his career. Jaren remembered thinking exactly that way before. Both in the past life and in this one, things are really hard. Jaren accepted another cocktail from the president and drank it down in one gulp. The newbie said that it was marketing, and in a broader sense, business. Jaren admitted that he lacks experience, but he believes that the business is his, so he works hard to improve himself. The boy said that there was no hard work for him, and noticed that Sonhak had already begun to give in under the influence of alcohol. Jaren decided to act while he still had the chance. The guy suggested that Sonhak make another cocktail. Only now did the man begin to understand who exactly he was dealing with. Everyone understood perfectly well that the fight had begun for Jaren, who had ambitions on his side. They were opposed by Sonhak, who had power on his side. The president did not refuse Jaren's offer, and they drank another glass. The rest of the staff watched all this from the side. Right after Sonhak and Jaren drank, the president offered to pour more. The newbie agreed and said he wouldn't mind another try. At first, one offered to pour, and they drank. Then they would switch places, and Jaren would offer to pour, and Sonhak would agree. Time after time, they drank more and more. In this way, they tried to check who would be stronger. The other staff watched in horror as Jaren and Sonhak continued drinking. barely stopping to eat. Minho, who usually keeps his cool, also broke out of character. Yongbak watched in surprise as Jaren gave the president no quarter. Sanshik preferred to watch silently, but hoped that it would not end badly. Behind the cover of drinking alcohol was hidden a crazy fight with sabers. This is where Hong Seung-hak's essence manifested itself. In his past life, Jaren had a very difficult time meeting the president's demands. This madman fired countless employees. Jaren believes that as a rookie, he does a great job. By drinking alcohol, Seung-hak tries to decide whether to accept the newcomer as one of his own or not. Jaren sees doubt in the president's eyes, but this time it's all in his hands. The guy took his glass and poured more soju into it. Now it is he who makes the decision. Jaren can decide whether to sink this third-generation rich man or let him float. Jaren drank the contents of the glass and turned it upside down, as if asking Seung-hak what he should do next. After some time, dinner was already over, and Seung-hak found himself at the hotel. The man did not understand how he ended up in this place and looked at himself and his appearance. The last thing he remembers is drinking his second shot of liquor. Straining his brain, Seung-hak remembers that Jaren took charge of the president after the evening ended. The president was surprised that it was the newcomer who brought him to the hotel. The man finds this situation absurd, since he can count on the fingers of one hand all the times he got so drunk. Seung-hak found himself following the newcomer's example and drinking as if he were 20 years old. Looking at the city through a large panoramic window, the man noted that it was fun. However, all patience comes to an end sooner or later. The man believed that the guy behaved this way in order to avoid becoming another piece of trash under his feet. So the guy drank with him actively and squirmed as best he could. In a world where there are many different unpromising people, Seung-hak feels like he has found himself a fun toy. The man chuckled and reminded himself that he was the boss. 4 hours earlier, Seung-hak and Jaren's conversation had moved to another place where there were no other company employees. The man asked how long the guy had known him, and the answer was negative. Seung-hak said that the guy has no information on him in this case, but he continues to behave strangely. Jaren replied that he felt that the president liked to drink, so he decided to support him in this matter. Seung-hak didn't believe him and told him to tell him everything the guy wanted to tell him. Jaren said he drank alcohol not because he liked it, but because it was a special evening. Seung-hak assumed that the boy was drinking with him out of respect and asked why this evening was special. Jaren said that if you time it right, you can get answers to all your questions. Seung-hak didn't understand the real reason for the guy's behavior, and he also didn't understand why he liked all this. Jaren said that there is a special time when everyone is free to speak up, but when no one else can, it is his turn. Seung-hak picked up a cloth napkin from the table and asked if no one really wanted to talk. The man asked if he could speak or if it was his time to remain silent. Jaren reminded that Seung-hak had paid for this entire expensive banquet. That's why a man can't just leave without having a heart-to-heart talk. Seung-hak put a napkin on his face and said that he really should have said something. Usually the man says something nonsensical and asks employees to save money, but now he feels awkward saying such things. Seung-hak turns to Sanshik and says that starting from the next corporate event, all meetings will be held in a dinner format, without alcohol. The president looked at Jaren and said that it didn't apply to him since the guy was now his drinking buddy and asked if the guy thought about the consequences when he spoke to him. Jaren replied that perhaps that was the case, and then Seung-hak said that the guy, although a newbie, thought like a seasoned professional. At that moment, Jaren said something the man never expected to hear. Seung-hak's eyes widened in horror. Jaren said he acts this way because the newbies are the most desperate. Now the man is standing in the hotel and understands what the guy was talking about. When Seung-hak was just born, he was already that youngest. His grandfather was Hong Heung-sin, who was also the founder and leader of one of the 8 largest companies in Korea. In 1973, the company acquired Hansa Life and rapidly expanded its business into finance. The company also bought out a transport and logistics company and acquired an internal transport network and an insurance agency. A stable company with a constant cash flow began investing in 1980. Once the International Monetary Fund got involved, it banned the Hungshin merchant fleet to minimize damage. In the early 2000s, the company acquired J-Card and became a sales leader. And today, the company has achieved tremendous success. Hungshin has become one of the largest conglomerates in Korea. The entire history of the company is reflected in the phrase, "The winners take all." Hong Seung-hak's father dominated this Hungshin race, surpassing his older brother. As a result, the defeated eldest son was expelled from the family. Seung-hak's uncle was excluded from the fierce battle for the throne. However, Seung-hak himself was forced to participate in it already at birth. His family's rule was, if you want to survive, you have to win. Success had to be achieved by any means necessary, since income was the main position. All this weighed on Sonhak's shoulders from birth, throughout his childhood, and still doesn't let go. Now the man sat in a dark room in one of the hotels in Daegu and understood all this perfectly. Sonhak looked at the flame of the lighter and thought. Having extinguished the flame, the man realized that he wanted to die. But he understood perfectly well that it would be too useless and he could not do it. Sonhak can't give in to his weakness. The next day, the car dealership continued to operate. Jaron went outside early in the morning to sweep the entrance area. The guy remembered very well how the race for power in the Hanshin family ended. In this battle, the eldest son of the family, Hong Seong-gil, won, and Sonhak went to extreme measures. The bloody purge was repeated for 2 generations, and Sonhak was found dead early in the morning. This bloody purge will definitely go down in car sales history, and in Jaron's memory for sure. Sonhak was not a good person. For him, employees were just numbers, but he was a good boss. After the Hanshin Motors Company was handed over to the eldest son, the incentive system was replaced by a discount system, which drove out employees. At that time, Jaron had already moved to the office in Seoul, so it didn't affect him. However, all his acquaintances who remained in Taylor in Daegu must have suffered from the new order. Jaron is confident that he can introduce a new system where everyone can improve, and the guy has to do it. Jaron was the first one to arrive at work, despite the fact that he drank more than anyone else. After some time, Vangan came and greeted the guy. Jaron was polishing his car at the time, but he responded to his friend's greeting. Vangan walked into the salon and left his things aside. The guy immediately noticed that Jaron had new shoes, so he hurried over and took a closer look at them. Jaron held his leg out so Vangan could get a better look at the shoe, and his friend said it looked great on him. While the guys were talking, another employee tried to quietly go deeper into the salon, but the newbie noticed him. Jaron greeted Hongchol and said that the time was 7 o'clock, 40 minutes. Hongchol asked the guy what difference it made, and then corrected himself by addressing him formally. Jaron said he was coming at 7:20 minutes, so Manager Che wouldn't be able to come earlier. Hongchul took on a disrespectful tone again, and Jaron put him in his place. The guy said that if he surpasses Hongchul this month, then Manager Chai will have to tone down his ardor. Hongchul realized that he was not in the best position, so he hurried to hide on the second floor. Vangan looked at the guy leaving and asked if the guys had really agreed to come early in the morning. Jaron said that they talked with Hongchul after the company dinner. Wangan was surprised that Manager Chai was actually going to fulfill his promise. Jaron remembered that he and Vangan had argued about something earlier. The guy with glasses sat down next to the car and began to help wipe the wheels and said that he remembered everything. Jaron asked if the guy had done what he had asked him to do. Vangan was shaken, but he replied that he did everything as his friend told him. Jaron opened the car door and got inside to continue cleaning the inside. The guy asked what Vangan was thinking about when he went to work early in the morning. Vangan replied that he wanted to go home and decided that when his colleagues arrived, he would not talk to them, would quickly finish preparing the hall and sit down at his desk. Jaron thanked him for his honesty and asked if the guy didn't have a single positive thought. Vangan smiled and said that he had one good idea. The guy said that the most fun thing today was cleaning, but Jaron didn't understand why he decided that. Vangan said it was sunny this morning, and when he wipes the hoods, they shine so beautifully and he really likes it. The moment the guy wipes the dust off these beautiful hoods, it's as if he starts to hear the cars. Jaron was surprised because he thought the boys were close because they lived together for a while. However, the guy had never seen Vangan in such a state. Vangan assumed that Jaron also loved cars, as he saw the boys stroking the car and smiling. Jaron himself didn't expect this from himself, despite the fact that this had happened to him before. After thinking for a bit, the guy suggested that Vangan conduct a diagnostic together. The guy was a little embarrassed and asked if it was necessary to do this right now. Jaron replied that he definitely would, as he wanted to check something before starting work. The guys immediately began to inspect the engine, opening the hood of the car. Jaron and Vangan decided to role-play to practice on the model. Jaron asked why there was no engine cover, and Vangan replied that it was an advantage of American cars. Jaron said it was more of a simple economy thing as the engine would be loud. Vangan interrupted him and said that the engine sounded amazing. The guy said that you only need to start the car to understand that it is not a noise but a heartbeat. Vangan started chattering and praising the car and the build, and began to look like a fanatic, not a consultant. Jaron was so shocked that at one point he asked Manager Shin to calm down. Wangan fell silent the moment he heard Hongchul's voice calling out to them. Manager Che ordered them to finish cleaning quickly before they opened. Vangan took the chance to continue cleaning and escape. However, Jaron caught him by the shoulder and said that they would meet again during lunch break. When it was time for lunch, the boys went to their favorite place again. Jaron asked if Vangan had ever spoken about revolutionary beauty to clients. The guy admitted that when he was on duty for the first time, he was truly delighted. Wangan overdid it and scared the client a little, but Hongchul and Changsu pulled him aside. The boys were very angry with him that day. Vangan didn't know how to behave in business, so he disgraced himself while on duty. Jaron said it happened because the guy was trying to control his impulse. Vangan admitted that he had never talked about cars before, so he was out of his mind. Jaron noted that the guy did well when they ran the diagnostics. Vangan said that when he plays a client, there are no problems. But when he starts thinking about the car, suddenly something bursts out of him. Vangan's problem is that he is too hasty when speaking and does not notice the client's wishes. The boy liked cars since childhood, so he thought that this job would suit him best. However, Vangan did not think about the fact that in this job it would be important for him to be able to talk to people. So lately, he has been thinking about quitting. Jaron said that the guy shouldn't quit. He needs to learn how to talk to people properly, because he has a huge amount of knowledge that he is ready to share. Jaron understands that Vangan has enough skill and tenacity, and what matters is the direction they are moving in. The guy said that clients don't need all the information at once. It needs to be given gradually, as needed. Jaron said he would teach the guy everything during a 15-minute diagnostic in the morning. Vangan was grateful for the offered help, but he was embarrassed by the fact that it was he who should be training the boy, and not the other way around. Jaron considered the correctness of his words. Vangan has actually been with the company longer than he has in this life. However, the guy helped him a lot in the past, so he wants to pay off this debt. Jaron suggested calling it recruit training, and Vangan agreed. The whole day passed in this mood, and the working day was already coming to an end. The staff had already begun to head home, but Jaron continued to talk with Wangan. Hongchul was about to go home when he noticed the guys sitting together. The guy was clearly unhappy that they had become so close. Changsu approached Hongchul from behind and called him, but noticing that he was looking at something, he asked what was the matter. Hongchul asked what Jaron and Wangan were doing, and Changsu replied that they were studying. The guy didn't quite understand what was being discussed. Changsu started to go down to the first floor and said that the guys were very funny. He heard them talking about studying together so that they could know a lot. Changsu looked towards Hongchul, who was standing there, and asked if he wanted to join them. Hongchul asked why he needed it, and Changsu said that he was right, because the newbies were inexperienced, and the guy was on a completely different level. The boy agreed with the elder and followed him. At the bottom of the stairs, Changsu slowed down and said that Hongchul had been quite respectful towards the new guy lately. Hongchul flared up and said that all this happened not because of him. Chance didn't like the guy's tone and said that it was wrong to break existing boundaries and get out of control. His words brought Hongchul down to earth and he apologized, switching to a more respectful style of speech. Changsu and Hongchul went home, leaving Wangan and Jaron in the office to continue studying. A whole month passed at this pace. Several employees gathered in the break area for a break and marveled at how quickly April had passed. Yongbak was calm and said that there was nothing strange about 1 month replacing another. The manager said that their junior had only recently started working officially. The staff didn't understand why Jaron was so lucky. The guy just started going out on shifts from 4 groups, but there is no result. Yongbak is confident that at least one of them should work well. One of the German brand's executives said that they sprinkle salt on both sides of the entrance to the showroom, protecting it from negative energy. Manager Song asked if his colleagues knew that manager Im Jun Sub only wore red underwear to work. Yongbak froze for a moment and imagined it in his head. After that, he looked depressed and asked if he really needed to know that. Jaron thought that there are no specific standards for good sales, hence the madness with superstitions and evil eyes. Team leader Yongbak also wears the tie he wore during his previous victory over Minho, and he doesn't take it off day or night. In her past life, Jaron also had a lucky tie, and it is by such things that you can recognize a salesman whose business is going badly. Chonbak ordered to stop panicking and look at the new guy. The other employees don't understand how Jaron has managed to sell 5 cars already, and Yongbak says that the guy should take a rest. Jaron remembered that there were typically about 5 shifts per employee per month, but the situation varied from brand to brand. In Taylor's case, 12 salespeople work twice in the showroom. In fact, they don't have much work to do. Jaron has worked 4 times in the showroom this month, and now he fears that his newbie status might upset the others if he continues to take such initiative. Jaron said he wasn't very good the first 4 times, but he's gotten better now, so he thinks he's just lucky. Yongbak said that sometimes there comes a time when it is good to take a break. The manager started waving his hands and said that there are successes and failures. He said that in bad times, you need to gather strength to catch luck by the tail next time, and then everything will work out. The colleagues started laughing, which put Young Baek in an awkward situation. A few moments later, no one could hold back their laughter any longer and burst out laughing. When the break was over, Jaren went down to the first floor where he accidentally ran into Vangan. The guy didn't notice his friend approaching and was breathing heavily. Jaren asked the guy what he was doing, and he replied that he was very worried. Jaren realized that today was the guy's first time working in the showroom. Vangan confirmed that he had no previous practice, so today would be his first time speaking with a client since his training. Jaren remembered giving the boy advice, like tugging on a rubber band on his hand when he was stressed to distract himself. The guy also advised recording lines in advance so as not to make them up on the fly. Jaren recalled all this while Vangan prepared himself for work. The guy said he was sure Vangan would do a great job, but he kept shaking. Jaren knew the guy needed something to help him calm down, so he started to take off his tie. The guy handed it to his friend and said that if he wanted, he could take the tie, which had already sold 5 times. Jaren handed it to Vangan and said he would look forward to victories. The guy was so distracted by the tie that he even stopped shaking and thanked his friend. The guys quickly swapped ties as Vangan gave the guy his. Jaren was well aware that the tie was a kind of superstition, but it gave him a certain confidence. This is exactly what Vangan needs most now. When the guys finished preparing, a visitor entered the car dealership. Jaren gestured to Vangan that everything would be fine, and the boy went to work. Vangan quickly approached the middle-aged man and introduced himself. Watching his friend from the side, Jaren understood that today he was capable of anything. After some time, Manager Lim began to praise Wangan, who had the first consultation. The man said that when the guest came into the room, the report would begin, and Vangan would have 20 minutes to conclude the contract. The guy was a little embarrassed, but said that he would try to do everything in his power. Manager Lim interrupted Wangan and asked where his confidence was, since everyone else believed in him. Everyone congratulated the guy on the fact that he finally started working officially. Jaren didn't get too close so that Vangan could feel the good atmosphere around his other colleagues. For the first time in a long time, Wangan looked genuinely happy. The next day, Manager Shin came to work very early. The guy waited for Jaren to arrive and waited for him outside. Jaren was very surprised and asked why the guy came so early since their training had already ended. Besides, today was Vangan's day off, but the guy came to thank his friend. The guy took 3 different new ties out of his bag and handed them to Jaren. Vangan remembered that the guy was on duty today, so he thought they would come in handy. Vangan thanked Jaren for his assistance. Yesterday, the guy signed his first contract, so he was too excited and couldn't sleep. Jaren looked at the ties, and Vangan said that his uncle had sent them to him to encourage him to work hard. Jaren didn't understand why his friend was giving him 3 new ties. Vangan apologized that they weren't charged with luck like the one the guy gave him yesterday. The guy thought he should give Jaren something valuable as a thank you, so he brought ties from his loved one. Vangan bowed and said that if the guy needed more, he would buy them for him. Jaren declined the offer and said that these were enough for him. The guy took a blue tie with white polka dots out of the package and put it on, thanking his friend. Vangan gave a thumbs up and said that Jaren would definitely handle everything today. After this, Vangan ran towards the exit since today was his legal day off. Jaren watched his friend run away and listened to his feelings. He was confident that this day would be a lucky one for him. After some time, a middle-aged man entered the exhibition hall with bags in his hands. Jaren walked up to him and greeted him and was about to introduce himself. The man was apparently in a hurry, so he interrupted the guy's speech and said that it was his first time in Daegu. The client started looking around and said that he needed a person with experience in sales in the car market. Jaren was a little taken aback by this presentation and request. The man said that he was in a hurry and needed a car this month, and he would also like to get a discount. Based on this, the client would like to immediately start talking with a knowledgeable manager. Jaren smiled at him and thought that his luck had come. After a while, the man was already smiling and holding a signed contract in his hands. Jaren congratulated the man on his purchase and said that the car would be delivered in the middle of the month, for which the customer thanked him and left. When Jaren returned to the exhibition hall in a good mood, he was met by an angry Chang-Soo. The man asked Jaren what he had done, but the boy did not understand what he was talking about. Chang-Soo called the guy names and said that he shouldn't do that. No matter how urgently a client needs a car, it is important to understand that it cannot be done that quickly. Chang-Soo threw the papers in Jaren's face and told him he was crazy. The guy's mood was good just a minute ago, but the behavior of manager Chang-Soo completely ruined it. Jaren tried to remain calm and asked permission to explain his actions. Chang-Soo was outraged that the guy, being a newbie, was selling cars at a discount. Jaren, in turn, thought that the system of discounts has been practiced for a long time for the sale of imported cars. This method existed back in 2005 when competition for car discounts was not so fierce. Discounts were applied to new series cars in order to attract buyers' attention to the desired cars. Due to the high inventory value of cars, discounts have been around for a long time. However, there is a difference between I sold a car and had money left over, or I sold several cars and made a lot of money. The latter option is currently valued much more. Chansu said that all of Jaren's efforts were meaningless if he was giving discounts on cars without permission. The manager asked the guy if he really thought anyone could be in business. Jaren picked up the documents from the floor and asked if Chansu knew how much of a discount he had given. The manager replied that it didn't make sense, since it was the guy himself who had given the customer the offer to buy at a discount. Changsu shouted that it was the company that was setting discounts, and because of Jaren, they lost 1 million won in revenue. The manager asked if the newcomer was now going to give discounts to every client within his radius of action without a reason. Jaren said he didn't know what the manager had heard, but he had no intention of getting a discount from the company. The guy said that everything was sent under official conditions. Chansu pointed his finger at Jaren's face and asked if the boy was going to pay the 1 million won discount from his salary. The manager said that at first glance he understood everything about the newcomer, that he only pretends to be smart, and then gets into bad situations and ruins the company. In the company, everyone works for their own benefit, and because of this custom, the mood of the workers was very bad. Jaren didn't think that looking out for his own good was bad. Although there were many such sellers at that time, Park Chang-soo was a third-rate seller. The man did not make any special effort to satisfy the client. His goal has always been solely growth in the market. It is these qualities and goals that make Chang-soo a third-rate salesman. However, Jaren was a salesman with a lot of experience, so he found a loophole through which a discount was made. The guy asked if Chang-soo knew that if a person has 3 or more children under the age of 18, there is a benefit for registering a car. Manager Pak replied that the engine of this car was more than 3,000 cubic centimeters, so the discount could not be applied. Jaren replies that according to this rule, there really shouldn't be a discount, but there is an exception. For SUVs, a 50% discount is provided regardless of engine size. Many sellers are not aware of this rule, which is why customers cannot get such a discount. After Jaren puts Chang-soo in his place, he needs to be very careful to avoid making mistakes. Manager Pak felt so ashamed that he froze in place and did not know what to say next. Jaren should have taken advantage of this situation and informed the manager of all the nuances. The guy said that in Seoul, a customer received a discount that was 90,000 won more than the official conditions. Taylor can afford such a discount since discounts on this model are currently 30%. The client's hands were full of baby supplies and his eyes were worried. Jaren guessed the man was between 30 and 40 years old and was looking for a large SUV, which would indicate he had several children. The guy recalls that after 2010, the benefits will change, and cars with 7 or more seats and an engine with a volume of 3,000 cc or less will receive a full reduction in the registration tax. However, at present, there are no conditions for a full reduction, so only a 50% discount can be applied, since the displacement of this machine is large. But at this time, there is no limit on this measurement. Chansu was shocked that Jaren, a newbie, dared to teach him. Jaren said that this client was expecting his 3rd child in 2 weeks and wanted to change cars before then so that the whole family could travel. The guy said that if he had sold the car immediately, the benefits for large families would not have applied. However, when applying for the birth of a 3rd child, the client will receive a 50% discount on the registration fee, and the amount will be just over 1.8 million won. Chansu interrupted the guy's explanation and pointed his finger at him. Manager Pak said that this is not a discount, but a scam. Jaren said no discount was given. He just informed the customer of the benefits. This customer went to other car dealerships to buy a car at a lower price, but no one told him about these benefits. The man was very happy even before the birth of his 3rd child. When Jaren looked at the smiling customer, he thought that he had done a good deed. The guy said that it's good to sell a lot of cars, but it's even better to sell them well. His words made Chansu even more angry, but he couldn't say anything against it. Jaren put the contract in order and went to the 2nd floor, leaving Manager Pak alone. As Jaren approached his workstation, he thought that he had been too harsh. The guy wanted to help someone fill out paperwork at least once, and since he was the only one on duty today, he took this as an opportunity. While Jaren was wondering if he had done the right thing, his phone started ringing. The guy noticed the incoming call and was a little surprised. Now he received a call from a lady in white gloves, to whom he had recently sold a car. Jaren took the call and greeted her and asked how she was doing. The lady said that she would like to visit the salon with her friend if the guy has free time. Jaron said they could come and he would wait for them, after which the phone conversation ended. The guy smiled and thought that this was a good sign. After some time, the women drove up to the salon in their new white car. Jaron realized from the start that the lady in white gloves was a caring type of customer. So visiting the salon with her friend means that she wants to provide the guy with a new client. In such a difficult time, Jaron was glad to meet a good person. While the guy was giving a tour to the ladies, his gaze caught on Chang-Soo, who was also giving a consultation. Jaron didn't stop and asked the ladies if they wanted to look at and relax in their car showroom, or if they wanted to buy a car. The guy decided to ask this question first in order to correctly build a further dialogue with the client. Things weren't going well for Chang-Soo at the time, and his client said he would come next time. Manager Park asked the man to leave his contact information so that he could contact him later. The client didn't know how to respond to this because he didn't like Chang-Soo's approach to the consultation. Without answering anything, the man left the car dealership without leaving his information. Chang-Soo was very angry, but what made him even angrier was that Jaron had clients coming to him again, and their conversation was going well. While Manager Park was eavesdropping on the newcomer's consultation, a man he knew entered the salon. Minho came in and asked Chang-Soo if he could test drive the 1000 car now. Manager Park bowed to the elder and said that he could arrange it. Minho said he needed the car in 30 minutes and asked to make an appointment for an hour. Chang-Soo looked very upset, but said that he would do everything now. While the manager went behind the reception desk, Minho's attention was drawn to Jaron talking to two ladies. The conversation was quite lively, but in contrast to this, Chang-Soo looked sad. Minho walked closer to his subordinate and asked what happened. Time passed, and Jaron's consultation with the two ladies came to an end. When they finished, the guy walked the women to their car. Jaron returned to the dealership and thought that today was a really good shift for him, as he had already seen 2 customers. The only thing that upset the guy was that one of the sales would take place next month. As Jaron approached his seat, a man entered the exhibition hall. The guy immediately ran up to him and greeted him. The man said that the boy looked very good and asked how old he was. Jaron was a little confused, but replied that he would be 27 years old this year. The client said he would like to see a sports car and that it had an opening roof. Jaron assumed the man meant the Mustang and invited him to follow him. The guy showed off several models of red cars. Jaron also showed the 5th generation model, which is the leader among American sports cars. The man was very happy and offered to check which of these models suited him best. The client walked up to one of the cars and posed for a photo. After a few moments, the man changed his position and asked how it looked from the outside. The client then squatted down next to the darker car. Jaron said the second one looked better, and the man didn't argue with him, relying on the opinion of a young, handsome guy. The client threw up his hands and said he needed 2 of these cars because he wanted to drive a couple of cars with his girlfriend. Even though Jaron was an experienced salesman, he was still surprised by such a quick purchase. However, the guy did not object and immediately brought the contract so that the man could read it and sign it. Immediately after this, the client left, asking for the cars to be delivered as quickly as possible. Jaron didn't even have time to understand what happened, and Youngbak, who had managed to arrive at work at that time, thought the same. The manager laughed and asked the guy what just happened. Chonbak praised the guy and said that it was a great result to sell 2 cars in one day. Jaron corrected him and said that he had already signed 4 contracts for this shift. After his words, Youngbak froze in place. The manager even dropped his can of drink when he heard the news. Jaron calculated that 9 cars had been sold in the last 3 months, with a total profit of just over $4,000. The guy understands that imported cars are becoming more and more popular. If Jaron takes advantage of the surge in demand, he will be able to pay off his $2 billion debt. In his past life, after becoming the king of sales, the guy spent 80% of his profits on paying off debt. 10% was spent on clients and the remaining 10% on the guy and his family. But this time, he wants to invest the money in something more interesting. In this life, the guy will give 70% to pay off the debt, 10% to the client, 10% to the family. The guy plans to spend the remaining 10% on lottery tickets and entertainment. Due to the results obtained in the following month, Sanshik was very pleased. The branch manager said that spring had finally come to their salon. Sanshik said the performance board was bright with colors, with the second team doing especially well. The branch manager said that over the weekend, the team leader sold 1 car and Jaron sold 4 without any problems. Chonbak confirmed the information and said that one of the cars will be included in next month's reporting, as it will be delivered in early May. Minho interrupted everyone's joy and said that he was thinking about the newcomer all the time. The man asked if Youngbak should be teaching him. The manager did not understand the accusation against him and asked what it all meant. Minho said that he personally saw many people go astray, so he worries about the guy. Jaren is a new employee, but he is very smart since he decided to postpone one of the sales to the next month. But Minho was worried that he was taking on too much. Jaren remembers that the sales bonus system is designed so that the coefficients increase for 1, 3, 5, and 7 contracts. If you sell 1 car, you can get 1.5%. If 3, you get 1.8%. For 5 cars, you get 2.3%, and for 7 or more, you get 2.9%. The second type of incentive provides a bonus of 1 million won and is given for exceeding the plan for each past month. While the bonuses are carefully designed, the incentive structure works very well for Jaren. However, Minho took this as inappropriate behavior from a newbie because the 4th car was due to be sold this month. Minho also reminded about another contract that was signed with a successful guest. The man said that there might be problems with delivery, which would lead to the termination of the contract, so it was worth sending the car that was postponed until next month right now. Yongbak was furious because the client just fell out of the sky, so they were just lucky. Common sense says that it would be more profitable to deliver the car next month. But Minho still insists on completing the order this month. The risk of cancellation is indeed high, but Yongbak is confident that everything will go well. The manager indicated that the car could not be delivered earlier due to the allowance for large families, since the client's 3rd child had not yet been born. Yongbak said that if this discount is not given, they will lose their advantage over other competitors, and the baby's birth is not expected until May 10th. The manager asked innocently if they should refuse the customer a discount in that case, and after his question, Minho looked at Chang-Soo angrily. The guy realized that his fault was that he had not notified his manager about this in advance, which had put him in an awkward position, so he turned his head away. Yongbak suggested that Minho try to personally induce labor this month so that he could hand over the car in April, but Sang-shik put a stop to the idea. The branch manager asked what they had done in front of him and asked Minho if he was the boss here to act like that. Sang-shik pointed out that the team leader sets the departure dates, so Minho has no right to interfere in this matter. The man also pointed out that Minho was demanding not only that the delivery date be rescheduled, but also that the location be changed, which was unacceptable. Sang-shik was very angry that the man was exceeding his authority with his demands and asked if he should continue, to which Minho responded with an apology. That day, it wasn't just Minho who got into trouble. Yongbak also received a reprimand from the branch manager, but in his office, not in front of all the employees. After this meeting, which started well but ended in a scandal, the atmosphere in the office became tense. Manager Song could barely hear the screams coming from Sang-shik's office and was a little sad. The office became noticeably colder from this atmosphere, and the man became bored. Manager Song approached Manager Hongju and asked who turned on the air conditioner since April was not over yet. The next moment, the man sneezed, for which he received a scolding from Hongju's manager. Minho watched Jaren and thought that the guy was very dangerous. The guy, after talking to the client, realized that he had several children, chose a car design that the man would like, and adjusted the delivery. You can tell from Minho's fingers that he is nervous, as he scratches the skin around his nails. The man understands that the newcomer cannot help but cause concern. Jaren's position in the company, his self-esteem, and his profits speak for themselves. Compared to Jaeon Jongbak, Jaren is more dangerous to Minho. We are transported back in time to the funeral of Jaren's father. The guy sat in the hall for a long time, even after his mother and sister had already left. Jaren blamed himself for not having had time to help his father while he was alive. The guy then thought that death had come for him too, since he could not fulfill his promise. Because of the endless stream of regrets from relatives and friends, the position of the mourner is similar to that of the guilty. This feeling was dragging the guy down, but there was one person who didn't talk to Jaren and went straight to the memorial plaque. The man ran past the boy and fell to his knees in front of a photograph of the father of the family. The man scolded Tae-hoon, Jaren's father, for never coming to see him. The stranger said that if he had known how everything would turn out, he would have definitely come first and he had to come. The man blamed himself for not being able to help Tae-hoon and asked how this could have happened. We return to the present day and see the weather forecast for the first weekend in May. The weather promises to be warm, so people must have a lot of plans. The average temperature today is 21 degrees, and Jaren is currently heading out on business. The guy regretted what he couldn't do in his past life, so he came to one specific place. The building that had Salmon's paint job written on it should definitely have been his uncle. Jaren walked into the warehouse and asked if there was anyone inside. A few moments later, the guy's gaze caught on a man standing at another entrance to the warehouse. It was the same man from the memories from the funeral. Jaron walked closer and introduced himself, saying that his father's name was Lee Tae-hun. The man was hesitant at first, but then he recognized the boy as the one he had seen when he was still very little. Uncle said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, as they had completely lost contact, and asked how Tae-hun was doing. Jaron said that his father was doing well, and then the man offered to follow him. The uncle took the boy to a room set aside as an office to talk without being distracted by anything. The man asked if Jaron had come to invite him to his wedding. The guy replied that he didn't come for that reason and began to take a pink briefcase out of his bag. Jaron put the briefcase on the table and pushed it towards the man. The guy said that he came to pay his uncle back for everything. The man's eyes widened because he thought that Jaron would never know about what happened. Uncle suggested that the guy first deal with urgent matters, since he knew about Tae-hun's situation. The man said that the boy could put this matter off and repay the debt little by little whenever it was convenient. Jaron said that even if it wasn't urgent, 100 million was a lot of money. If the boy contributes even a little, his father will feel more at ease, so he insists that his uncle accept them. Jaron said that only after this would his father be able to look his uncle in the eyes. The man smiled resignedly and asked where the guy was working now. Jaron replied that he was developing in sales. The uncle immediately perked up and asked what brand the guy represented, and Jaron replied that he worked at Taylor. The man said that the guy had guessed the time of the visit, because if he had come a week earlier, it would have been annoying. The uncle came up to the table, took a few brochures, and said that he was just looking for a car. Jaron said the man didn't have to do it through him because that's not what the guy came here for. The uncle asked if the boy had seen a white car in front of the building. The man really likes his car because he has been driving it for a long time, but his other half would like to change it because the car is already old. Uncle wanted to exchange her for Zeus, so he was still going to come to Taylor and spend a few $100,000 there. Jaron asked if the man wanted the contract delivered to him soon. The uncle replied that he just needed to find out their account balance and he would immediately make a deposit. Jaron replied that it was all very sudden because he only wanted to see the man smile and talk to him. The guy pointed to the backpack with money and said that there were 15 million won in it. Then Jaron picked up his bag again and found a copy of the contract there. The guy handed it to the man and said that all that was left was for him to sign it. Uncle smiled sadly and looked at the contract. The man asked if Jaron would continue to visit him once he had paid off his debt. The uncle still didn't sign it and told me to put it away and take the money back. The man also said that he didn't need any discounts, which made Jaron sad. The uncle asked if the boy remembered his daughter Sonju. Jaron only remembered that the girl had been very ill as a child and asked if she had recovered. The man answered positively and said that it was very difficult for him during those times. Everyone pretended not to care. But Tae-hun helped with hospital bills, bought diapers, formula, and even clothes and toys. The man brought all this to his uncle and even bought meat for Sonju's mother to eat. Uncle doesn't remember how many tears he shed then. Tae-hun is his friend and his uncle never imagined that he could give him 10 million won. No matter how many times the man said that everything was fine, Tae-hun was always worried and Jaron took after his father in this regard. The uncle said that the guy shouldn't worry and asked him to sell him the car and then he would get the money back. Jaron was not satisfied with this request, as he believed that if he took, he should give back. Besides, Uncle is always trying to make sure that Jaron gets more benefit from the agreement. The guy realized that he couldn't win the argument with the man and suggested they come to an agreement. Jaron works in Daegu, so when Uncle gets his car, he and his father will buy some sea eel and soju and invite him over. The man was very surprised when he heard that Tae-hun now lives in Daegu. The uncle agreed to this proposal and asked to arrange delivery for him as soon as possible. The man filled out and signed the contract and said that he couldn't wait to see Tae-hun. The next day, Jaron had a workday. Sang-shik reported that Jaron, Wangan, and Hong-chul will be training new staff starting next week. Hong-chul will join last, depending on the number of people. Sang-shik said that starting from May 9th, from Monday to Friday, the location, schedule, and details will be sent in a message. The man said the boys should be prepared for this. Jaron remembers training newbies from his past life. Employees from Gyeonggi-do and Seoul have different levels of competitiveness. Jaron looked towards Hong-chul to see his reaction to this information. The guy was very happy, as he was expecting to meet the guys from Seoul. Jaron felt a chill run through him at the thought of this ordeal. Several days passed, and it was time for the employees to go out and train the newcomers. All three guys went in one car and Hong-chul got behind the wheel. The guy was very happy, so he sang along to the radio the whole way, not paying attention to the reaction of the other guys. When they stopped at a traffic light, Hong-chul noticed that Wangan didn't look very well and asked if the boy was sick. Hong-chul reached for the bag in the car door. The guy handed it to Wangan and said that if he felt sick, he should say so, because if he got the car dirty, Hong Chol would personally kill him. Vangan pulled the bag up to his face and said he was just nervous about driving someone else's car. Hong Chol pointed out that the bag contained anti-nausea pills and said that the guy would have to switch to a foreign car anyway because of work, so he should get used to it. Hong Chol asked Jaren if he was afraid to go to training, but the boy did not answer. After a while, the guys arrived at the office and parked in Taylor's practice parking lot. Contrary to Hong Chol's expectations, there were Japanese premium brand cars and German cars in the parking lot. The guy is outraged that the employees of this office were representatives of Taylor, but did not drive their cars. Having left the car in the parking lot, the guys went to the main office. Vangan saw several employees and said that these guys did not look like newcomers. Hong Chol also expected to see something different, but the boys looked pompous. Jaren said that although these employees are new, they likely have some experience. Jaren said that there are many imported brands of cars sold in Seoul, and the market is changing rapidly. So many people are switching to other brands. Vangan was surprised, and Hong Chol already knew about it, but he didn't think that everything would be exactly like this. Usually appearance is not that important, but this is not the case in the sales area. In this job, you constantly have to meet new people, so it is important to take care of your appearance. So all the new employees from Seoul looked very good, and besides that, they arrived in cars of other brands. They say that a customer doubts the reliability of a company if its employees do not drive cars of the brand itself. However, the real reason why these newbies behave this way is because of their vanity. Hong Chol took some snacks from the buffet area arranged for the arriving employees, and when he was leaving, he ran into a guy. Hong Chol looked up to apologize in his usual manner, but was met with the fact that the employee was very handsome. Hong Chol immediately swallowed his apology and shook from the fact that he was several levels below this guy. The stranger let the guy go ahead, but he froze in place. Hong Chol didn't understand what they wanted from him, but the guy took the glass from his hands and asked why he was still holding it. After this, the stranger pushed the guy to the side with his hand so that he would not interfere with the other employees. The handsome guy asked Hong Chol how he heard about the training center. The stranger said that the situation on the used car market had worsened considerably, and that lately, things had not been going well for resellers. Hong Chol didn't know how to act, because the guy mistook him for a dealer and not for a newbie in training. The stranger's friends called out to the boy and told him to mind his own business. Hong Chol blushed from the humiliation he felt, and there was nothing he could do about it. The stranger apologized to him and said that he really didn't know who the guy was. The guy patted Hong Chol on the back and apologized again. However, this whole situation was not an accident. The stranger deliberately started this conversation to humiliate the employee from a small town. At that moment, Jaren and Wangan realized that this stranger was an even bigger scoundrel than Hong Chol. This guy's name is John Hensu, and despite his age, he's still a terrible person. Hyunsu has a good appearance, but his mind is empty and he doesn't fit any of the criteria for a good salesman. In Taylor, Hong Chol was in charge of the first group, and when Jaren joined the company, the guy automatically became his leader. Jaren thought it would be funny to see the two work together, but Hensu is even worse than he expected. Jaren decided to intervene in the conversation and, coming closer, addressed Hong Chol as you and said that he would bring him coffee. Hensu didn't like the guy's interruption, but he didn't lose his feigned friendly expression. Jaren had no intention of talking to him, so he squeezed between the boys using his height advantage. Hong Chol looked so crushed for the first time, so he didn't resist when Jaren pulled him aside. Jaren sat Hong Chol down at the table and asked if he would like some hot coffee, to which the boy nodded his head. Jaren walked past Hensu to get coffee and the guy called out to him. However, Lee ignored him, causing the boy to say that it was insulting to ignore a person when they were being addressed. Jaren remained silent, and after the coffee was ready, he took it to Hong Chul, who was almost crying. A girl who was sitting nearby at a table alone watched all this from the side. The girl did not interfere in this situation, but kept a close eye on everyone. After some time, a lecture began from an office employee for the newly arrived newcomers. The employee said that Taylor was a pioneer in the automobile market, and that Model T cars could only be afforded by the upper class. The man said that Taylor was a leader in popularizing cars, so it was something to be proud of. Even this employee sensed a bad atmosphere in the new team, but he was already used to it. The man said that every person knows exactly what he wants. The instructor said that his friend was looking for a car and he liked the Taylor brand, so he asked to be provided with a consultant he could trust. The man said that it was yesterday, and after his words, all the newcomers perked up. The instructor said that this week, during the training, he would give his friend as a client to the best trainee. He said the trainees would be assessed on 2 criteria, their first-time training and their answers, as well as on the results of a role-playing game that would take place on Friday. The instructor will select one of the newcomers based on these criteria. The man said that they should study hard, and then they would have a chance to sell one car. Hensu did not wait for the meeting to end and raised his hand, attracting the instructor's attention. The guy asked if he could answer the earlier question about why the Model T was important to Taylor. The instructor liked this zeal and allowed Hens to answer. The guy said that this model can be used to draw conclusions about the entire brand as a whole, because thanks to its availability, it can compete with other popular brands. The instructor thanked the guy for his good answer, but the man was a little disappointed with the results of this lecture. The man asked if anyone else could add to Hensu's answer. Hyunsu leaned down so that the back rows couldn't see his actions and pointed at Hongchul. The instructor followed his gesture and asked Hongchul's opinion. However, the guy had not yet fully recovered from his conversation with Hensu, so he could not answer anything. The guy tried to say something about the company's legacy, but his thoughts were confused and he couldn't put them together. Hensu interrupted the guy with their loud laughter, which even scared the instructor. Hyunsu once again called Hongchul a reseller, which made the guy even more angry and humiliated. Jaron deliberately sat next to Hongchul, so he could clearly see his colleague's reaction. Hyunsu's insults and actions are so low that Jaron would simply ignore them. However, now his words affect his colleagues, even if it concerns Hongchul, with whom the guy had conflicts before. Jaron is ashamed of Hensu's behavior, so he can't leave it like that. Jaron raised his hand, drawing the instructor's attention to himself. The man realized that the boy wanted to finish his answer and gave him permission to do so. Jaron said the Model T is the face of the brand, reflecting the direction and future of the company, and there are 3 reasons for this. Taylor is not inferior to other premium brands in terms of technology. This model even won at Le Mans in the 1960s, beating Rossetti. The Model T became the basis for the future policy of the Taylor company, proving that new technologies lacked popularization. The fact that the cars were supplied at reasonable prices was a friendly gesture to customers. Jaron thought that if he left a lasting impression at the right moment and then abruptly cut off his answer, the other person would be shocked. Roughly speaking, sales must directly involve both parties. Jaron operates on the principle that if there is a question, there will be an answer that the person wants to hear. The instructor succumbed to this provocation and asked what direction of development the Taylor company had chosen. Jaron said the custom plan was designed to outperform premium brands by using high-quality technology and materials to build the vehicles. However, the instructor said that using premium assembly, which is made by luxury brands, is extremely unprofitable. Jaron said these limitations can be turned into strengths for the company. The instructor asked the boy why he thought this would give Taylor an advantage over other brands. Jaron responded that not only can't Taylor rise, but luxury brands can't fall either. Such changes can mean a loss of uniqueness, and when a company loses it, customers begin to turn away from the brand. In other words, the profit per unit of goods will be higher for premium brands. However, simpler brands will win in the overall market due to the number of cars sold, not their high price. This is the most important and fundamental key to victory, and this is the direction that Taylor has chosen based on their main product, the most popular car, Model T. The instructor was delighted with such a complete answer and praised Jaron. According to history, the 100-year battle for the automobile market was won by such companies as the Japanese Kubota, the German Volker, Wagen, and the American Taylor. All of them are popular brands among cars. Taylor took over the American premium brand Washington, and also acquired the British SUV brand Riley Rover and another premium brand, Swallow. Considering the rapid volatility of the market, this strategy is not entirely suitable. When the trend for owning a car ends, the next desire of buyers will be their own car, but not the same as everyone else's. Because of this, sales of premium brands will gradually begin to grow, and when electric cars appear, there will be confusion about who should sell them. The other interns were very surprised and said that the guy was a very experienced specialist. The instructor said that Jaron already had 100 points. However, they still had things to discuss, so he asked the guy to finish his speech. Jaron said that compared to premium brands, Taylor's prices are relatively reasonable. However, it is absolutely obvious that the car is an expensive product. If consumer goods have only monetary value, they will eventually disappear into oblivion. Jaron said the company's focus on minimizing risk for customers by reducing capital is especially relevant in an era when machines are so essential. Maintain premium quality while putting customers first. This is exactly what Taylor should strive for in the future. The instructor started clapping and said that Jaron had answered 200 out of 100. The man approached the guy and asked where he worked before he came to them. Jaron replied that Taylor was his first job and he had only been working in Daegu for 4 months. All the interns had shocked looks on their faces and wondered if the guy was lying to them. It was Thursday, and the first half of school was over. It was time to do some role-playing, and the instructor explained the rules in case anyone was unfamiliar with them. The man said that 2 people would take turns playing the role of first the buyer and then the dealer, and they could prepare lines in advance or speak on the spot as in real life. Jaren is already familiar with this task, but there are people who are very excited about the upcoming one. Not because of the test, but because of their partners. Hongchul straightened his tie and said that he wanted to train with a girl named Im Na-yoon. Vangan was amazed at how good the guy looked today and asked if the guy was referring to the beauty who was training with them. Hongchul leaned towards the boy and asked if he doubted that Chai wouldn't be able to handle it. Jaren watched the 2 colleagues bicker and wondered if he should talk to Im Na-yoon. Before the girl could meet his gaze, Jaren turned away and thought that he shouldn't do this. The guy was afraid that even a simple meeting of eyes could become a starting point. When Hongchul dealt with Wangan, the guy finally decided to approach Na-yoon and offered to take the test together. The girl smiled and agreed, after which Hongchul turned towards his colleagues with a satisfied smile. Vangan couldn't believe what the guy had done. After realizing his situation, Vangan began to worry about not knowing who to form a team with. Since he couldn't form a team with Jaren because they were from the same branch, Jaren pointed his finger at a guy with short curly hair named Kim Jae-jin and asked what his colleague thought of him. Jaren noted that Jae-jin was very calm and attentive during training, making him a perfect partner for Wangan. Vangan agreed with his friend's opinion and asked who Jaren himself planned to be on the team with. The guy replied that there was one person he had chosen from the very beginning. Vangan asked who they were talking about and did not notice how John Hensu crept up behind him. When the guy made his presence known, Vangan became very scared and jumped to the side. After some time, the teams were divided and Vangan and his partner had already completed their test. The instructor praised the boys and said that they played very realistically. The man wrote down the grades in his notebook and looked at the next team. Next on the list were Hongchul and Na-yoon, who were already ready to begin. Hyunsu approached Jaren and said that there were no girls like Na-yoon in the village. The guy was delighted with the girl's facial features and told his testing partner sitting next to him all about it. Seeing that Jaren was not reacting to his words, Hyunsu asked if the guy liked the girl's appearance and type. The guy said that if Jaren moved to Seoul, Hyunsu would teach him a lot. But now the guy is very silent, unlike Monday. Hyunsu said that Jaren chose to be a pillar, but that doesn't change the fact that the guy is good at selling and asked how the guy even does sales being so uncommunicative. Everyone was distracted from Hyunsu's interrogation by the beginning of Na-yoon and Hongchul's test. Na-yoon was now acting as a customer and asked why it was so hot and asked for a seat with ventilation. The girl said that the Zeus car does not have seat ventilation, so she does not know if it will be comfortable in such a car in the summer. Hongchul was confused because they hadn't discussed this question initially, but the girl decided to ask it. The guy admitted that in the summer this car might be a little uncomfortable, but it's not that bad. Hongchul said that seat heating is more important, but they will work on it in the future. Everyone was shocked by the mistake the guy made, because you can't respond to a customer's complaints by making a comment, thereby acknowledging the inconvenience of the car. You can't immediately reject what the buyer says, but you can't unconditionally agree either. Hensu asked if there were any seats with ventilation and if everything was okay with the client's head. After a while, the training ended, and the boy and the girl bowed to each other. Na-yoon told Hongchul that she didn't remember what they had prepared, so she had to improvise. Hongchul was exhausted and confused by some of the girl's questions, but said that everything was fine. Jaren understood that Na-yoon was lying and did it on purpose, because only the first place would be given a contract. Therefore, the girl is ready to do anything to achieve her goal. Jaren remembers this from a past life, when he also fell for her tricks. The girl gradually gained Jaren's trust so that he would start to treat her well. She then started asking to have Jaren's sales credited to her name so she could get a bonus, citing that she was a little short of her own sales. Na-yoon played on the guy's feelings to lure him into her net. Jaren didn't even have time to notice how he found himself under the influence of this beautiful girl, who was actually like a snake. The guy recalled that in 2015 he worked at the Horsch company and was just beginning to establish himself as a salesman. That was when Jaren met Im Na-yoon for the first time. Behind the girl's sweet face, there was hidden a wild drive from competition and an inexplicable thirst for money. Without a second thought, Na-yoon would destroy her opponent's strengths, even if it meant going to extremes, even if it was selfish. At the same time, the girl did not think about or realize the true reason for her egoism, which made her a very difficult person. Now we're back to training the trainees, and the instructor says there's one last pair left. The man pointed to Jaren and Hensu and said it was their time to start. The first one was Hensu, who acted as a dealer, and Jaren, in turn, was a customer. Hensu greeted the client and said that he wanted to show him the hottest model at the moment. The guy introduced Jaren to the 1000 model and invited him to come closer to the imaginary car. Jaren calmly walked to the right place. Hyunsu clapped his hands and said that the guy looks like a cover artist and makes a good impression. Hensu said the 1000 is a fairly large car, so some people seem to get lost in its background. But the dealer pointed out that the car was a perfect fit for Jaren. Jaren thought that Hensu was acting very talentedly and relying on consumer passion. A person is controlled by emotions, not reason. So the guy praises the client, inspires and stimulates. Hensu asked if Jaren had a girlfriend or if he was married, but the guy answered negatively to everything. Hensu was amazed that such a handsome young man was single and asked what kind of car the guy had now. Jaren replied that it was a domestic compact car, and Hensu said that was the whole point. The dealer said that the only thing that can solve any of the customer's problems is the 1000 car. Jaren noted that Hyunsu's voice was well-trained and clear, like that of an announcer. The customer asked the tire size for this model, and Hensu replied 18 inches. Jaren leaned over and pretended to point at something, asking what the number was. The client asked what kind of engine the car had, because it is very important to him, as he likes the engine to purr like a kitten. Hensu noticed that the instructor was taking notes and told Jaren that it didn't really matter how many cylinders an engine had. The dealer said that engine fill is a very subjective thing, and the customer will understand this when he tests the car. Jaren was surprised by this phrase and asked what the acceleration time of the car was. As Jaren suspected, Hensu has no idea about the car he is selling, having never dealt with customers who don't like his methods. The guy never studied properly and only worked with those over whom his natural voice and appearance allowed him to dominate. It was precisely the poet that details were never important to Hensu. In RP, the client's role is also assessed, but mainly they look at the dealer's competence. However, how the client can make things more difficult for the opponent is also important. If, like Nayun, you ask an awkward question under the guise of a mistake, that also counts towards your grade. Jaren must act strictly within the framework of his chosen client role and not bombard with questions, not compare with other brands, and not scold the interlocutor if he cannot answer. The type of client that Jaren chose and began to play is a reasonable person. The choice fell on this type because he is the complete opposite of Hens. After 10 minutes, it was time to switch roles, and now Jaren was acting as the dealer. Hensu wanted to take it out on the guy, but no matter what he did, Jaren didn't give in. Soon, the client gave in and accepted the dealer's point of view, shaking with anger. After this, there was applause and congratulations from the instructor. The man was very glad that they had such a talented young man like Jaren among their ranks. The instructor thanked everyone for a job well done and said they would take a 15-minute break. Hongchul, Jaren, and Wangan went out onto the roof to get some fresh air. Hongchul was very happy to see Hyunsu defeated. Wangan thought that he knew this feeling very well. Wangan saw his colleague take out a cigarette, reminded Hongchul that he and Jaren did not smoke, and said that they would wait for him inside. Manager Chai caught Wangan and said that they should be there to show everyone the power of unity in the Daegu branch. Jaren thought that he already had enough guys around him since they ate and slept in the same room all week. Hongchul was cheerful and said that he enjoyed the courses because they became closer to each other. At some point, Jaren gave in to his pressure and smiled. However, a second later, his expression changed. Behind Hongchul, the guy noticed Naeun approaching them. The girl approached the guys and innocently greeted them. Hongchul blushed and perked up, greeting Naeun back. The girl bowed to him and came closer to Jaren. The guy turned away, thinking that he followed everyone into the smoking room because he hoped not to run into Naeun that way. The girl said that the guy played RP very well and she wanted to meet him from the very beginning of her training, but only approached him now. Naeun asked if she could use a friendly form of address for Jaren since she would be 23 this year and everyone here was older than her. Jaren responded that it would be inappropriate in the workplace. Naeun asked how she should address a guy if they crossed paths on the street. She handed her phone to the guy and asked him to give her his number. Jaren remembered that when they first met, they were already in their 30s. It was very strange, since Naeun, whom the guy knew before, could not read minds. However, her younger version does it so easily. Naeun is not interested in Jaren, but in the job, as she hopes that the guy will be useful to her. Jaren said that the girl should address him as a colleague, because there can be nothing else. The guy pushed the girl's phone away from him and said that he would not give her his number and justified this by saying that he had a girlfriend. And with these words, he shocked his colleagues. Naeun realized that she had failed to gain the guy's trust, so she gave in and apologized to him as she left the roof. Jaren thought that if there was no contract at stake, he wouldn't have put on a show and attracted the attention of this girl. The guy hopes that he will be able to keep the girl as far away from him as possible in this life. Soon, Jaren took first place in the training and received the main prize. After receiving the client's data, the guy arrived at the right place. Unlike the previous life, the reward was unexpected, but it was not just a reward. As a result of the analysis of important information and personal data of the client obtained after the training, it turned out that the client is a young woman. She was a person like a star that once shone brighter than all the others. However, this car purchase is simply a disgrace for a celebrity that no one has ever managed to reach. Jaron now has enough free time to come to the outskirts of Gyeonggi-do in person. After some time, an instructor drove up to the place and asked if the guy had arrived safely. Jaron thanked the man for taking the time to come in person. The instructor decided that it would not be a bad idea to come and visit the girl, since they had known each other since childhood, and she was like a little sister to him. The man said that she was a good girl, but sometimes she could be difficult. After a few seconds of silence, the instructor advised Jaron to only speak when she asked a question. The man said it would be better if they signed the contract as quickly as possible and left, so he suggested going into the house. The instructor rang the intercom and the door was immediately opened for him. At the door, they were met by a beautiful girl named Shin Chae-yoon. She was an actress. The instructor walked into the house and asked how the girl was doing, after which he introduced Jaron as a dealer from his company. Jaron stepped forward and greeted the girl, who froze for a moment. Chae-yoon looked down at the floor and looked a little sad. The girl went deeper into the house, saying that the guests could wear the slippers she had prepared. Entering the large room, the instructor saw a lot of things scattered everywhere. The man asked why Chae-yoon didn't clean her apartment, even though she knew the dealer was coming to see her. The girl told them to put aside everything that was bothering them and offered them some delicious tea that her fans had given her. While the instructor was picking up Chae-yoon's things from the floor, he refused and asked if Jaron would like some tea. The guy agreed, and at that very moment a crash was heard from the kitchen. The instructor felt embarrassed by the whole situation and went to take the girl's things to another room. While everyone was busy with their own affairs, Jaron had the opportunity to examine the room he was in. There were paintings of Chae-yoon hanging on the walls. The coffee table was littered with scripts, some of which Jaron recognized. However, the girl has not yet acted in these films. The guy knows them from a past life. After a while, Chae-yoon brought a tray with tea and cookies, offering Jaron to help himself. The guy sat quietly and silently drank tea, following the instructor's advice. A few minutes later, Chae-yoon told the instructor that she didn't want a Taylor car. The man asked the girl why she thought so, and she replied that the brand was not right for her. Chae-yoon said she would like to buy a more premium car, but has not decided yet. The instructor was confused, because earlier the girl said that she wanted Taylor's car, and that was why he brought Jaron with him today. In response to his remark, the girl only rubbed her hands and said with a smile that she felt awkward. Jaron thought that every person who has reached the top has their own aura, and now it is especially strong next to Chae-yoon. After her debut in the film of a famous director, the girl continued to play leading roles in various dramas and films, as well as star in commercials. Because of this, Chae-yoon's face was constantly flashing on various TV channels, but this was until 2003. After a scandal involving a wealthy third-generation chaebol, this young goddess of the 21st century has not been seen for several years. Jaron told the girl that there was nothing wrong with it, and that he was lucky to meet his favorite actress and learn some unexpected things. The guy said that thanks to this, he didn't lose anything from coming here. Chae-yoon asked him if it was a surprise that she wasn't as polite as he thought. Jaron said that he was surprised not by this, but by the fact that the girl smelled of interesting perfume. The guy said that women don't wear this scent because of its heavy woody notes, but it suits Chae-young surprisingly well. The girl took it for granted and asked the guy if he knew the expression, "A scoundrel can wear anything." Jaron replied that that might be the case, but the fact that it was Shin Chae-yoon's own perfume made it even more special. The girl crossed her legs and said that the car was not that important. Chae-yoon asked if the guy meant that it was more important who was driving the car. Jaron smiled as the girl understood his train of thought. After that, everyone laughed and the atmosphere in the room became more relaxed. However, the girl then said that the car still matters, since people are used to judging by their clothes. Chae-yoon asked what they would think of her on set if she came to Taylor and if they would say behind her back that she was a loser. Jaron asked the girl if she thought that if she arrived in a different car, the whispering behind her back would stop. The guy's words hit the mark, causing the girl to get angry. Jaron said that he initially wanted to offer the girl the 1000 model, but after meeting in person, he would recommend her an SUV. The guy thinks that a large and heavy SUV that creates a unique feeling of strength and confidence would suit Chae-young well. Jaron said it doesn't matter where a girl rides, it's how she does it. The guy understands that now the girl is playing a role that is already familiar to her, from which it is already uncomfortable to leave. Jaron knew very well that when they try to break you, you have to show even more strength. The guy suggested that Chae-yun put aside these images of a young goddess and first love. The girl replied that the guy was talking nonsense. Chae-yun said that it was easy for the guy to say all this, but she had no reason to listen to him. Jaron realized that this wouldn't convince her otherwise, so he reached for the stack of scripts. The guy put 2 scenarios in front of the girl, time for 2 and a face. Chae-yun asked what he was doing, and Jaron replied that the girl couldn't decide between the 2 projects. The girl's eyes widened, and she asked if the guy worked in the film industry. Jaron replied in the negative and reminded him that he was a car salesman. The guy said that of all the scripts lying on the table, only these 2 were picked up most often. Jaron picked up one of the scripts and asked if he could look at it. The girl did not stop the guy and gave her consent to this. If Jaron remembers correctly, the scandal with the rich man had died down during the 2-year hiatus, but the ambitious comeback film turned out to be a box office flop. After this incident, the girl became a completely mediocre actress, and this was a film, Time for 2. On the other hand, The Film Face is an unconventional action film that was ahead of its time, grossing $7 million and catapulting its stars to fame. Lee Mi-jin, who played the lead character, was criticized for her performance and found herself at the center of a major scandal a few years later. Jaron offered his humble opinion on the 2 scenarios. Chae-yun listened to him carefully and asked what movie the guy would choose. Jaron replied that the girl would look great in any of these projectors. But there was one thing. The guy said that Chae-yun had the experience of her first pure love, but after the scandal with the chaebol, she returned to this role again. Jaron doesn't think this role will be successful, and rather on the contrary, it will turn people against the girl. The guy said that there is one major car brand that was previously known for making strong and powerful cars, but now they are on the verge of closing down completely. The company ignored design trends that changed in the 90s and lost its original image due to overexpansion and quality issues. Jaron asked the girl if she knew what the fundamental problem was that led to the collapse of this company. The guy answered himself, saying that the company was unable to present itself to customers in a new image. Jaron said that in show business, where image is everything, sooner or later the time comes for a new image and the girl has a chance to make it happen. Jaron said the issue isn't whether it's better or worse, fit or not. Actress Shin Chae-yoon is not the type of first love. Jaron said that the girl is an actress first and foremost. No matter what the box office receipts, the face is the only option the girl has now. Chae-yoon looked at the guy menacingly. Noticing this look, goosebumps ran across the instructor's body. The girl asked if Jaron realized that he was crossing the line. The guy said that he understood that he was meddling in something that was none of his business, but he spoke from the heart, as a true fan of hers. Chae-yun asked if he really thought she didn't have a clear image. Jaron responded that once an image is assembled, it is not so easy to erase it from the public's memory. The guy understood that the truth is not always convenient, but it must be accepted. Jaron told Chae-yun that no matter what it was, if people couldn't delete her image, then she could try to rewrite it. This is a great chance for Chae-yun. Even if she doesn't become a top star, the public will recognize her as a real actress. The girl said that it all sounded very nice, but it was easy for Jaron to say. But she would have to put her career and her life on the line. The guy nodded his head and said that he understood her concerns perfectly well. Chae-yun suggested making a bet because she thinks it would be unfair if she agreed to the movie just because Jaron said so. The girl said that if the movie the guy chose flopped, he would buy her this car at his own expense. Jaron agreed with this proposal. Chae-yun expected the guy to refuse, so she was surprised and asked if Jaron understood that she was not joking. The girl pointed her finger at the guy and asked the instructor if he had heard this promise. Chae-yun was a little upset and didn't understand why she had given in to this provocation so easily. Jaron was confident that the girl would succeed, as her acting was top-notch. After this, the guy added that Chae-yun was very beautiful, which made the girl cover her face with her hand. The girl leaned over, causing her hair to hide her face from her interlocutor's gaze. Chae-yun couldn't stop laughing and told the guy to give her the contract. Jaron handed the girl the papers, and she said that the car should be delivered to her home within a week, since she had a meeting with producers on Friday. Chae-yun said that the manager would contact the guy on Monday because a deposit would need to be made. Jaron said he understood everything and put the signed contract in his bag. Chae-yun went to see the guests off and told the instructor that she wanted to be alone today. The man said that he would call the girl in a few days and walk towards the exit. The girl watched the departing guests and at some point called out to Jaron. Chae-yun wanted to talk about her dating scandal. The girl said that in fact nothing happened, because she came to meet with the advertiser and he turned out to be her fan. Chae-yun said that they only had dinner with that man and that was all. Jaron smiled at the girl and said that he already knew that. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. At this point, the meeting was over, and Jaron was heading to the hotel by bus. The guy remembers this story with Chae-yun from his past life. One day, the news reported that actress Shin Chae-yoon had fallen to her death. The news said it might be murder, so an investigation was opened. The guy who was involved in the Chae-yoon affair scandal gave a speech. The rich man gave a speech live on air in memory of the actress. In her past life, the girl was not destined to live a long and good life. Jaron said he only knows because he saw it on TV and he doesn't know what really happened. But when you have at least one person who believes in you, it's not so bad. After the contract with Chae-yun was concluded, the training was completely completed and the tailor staff from Daegu returned home. Jaron was sitting at work and saw an article about Shin Chae-yoon returning to the screen with a confirmed role in the film Face. The guy started reading the comments to the article and saw a wave of indignation and hate towards the girl. All users remembered the scandal with the chaebol and did not want to see the girl in the action movie. Someone wrote that the scandal had really hurt the girl and now she doesn't know what to do with herself and this will be visible on screen. Although Jaron expected this kind of reaction, he forgot that there was still a comment function for entertainment articles. The guy read the comments and each one was worse than the other. But Jaron thought that by now everything would have calmed down a bit. The guy felt very sorry, but his thoughts were interrupted by Jung-bak, who ran up and hugged the newcomer. The manager said he heard that the guy was the best in training and was very happy to see Jaron again. Jung-bak continued to hug the boy tightly and ask if he would miss him, and Jaron in turn said that the manager was apparently doing well. Jung-bak turned his attention to the computer screen and saw an article about Chae-yun, after which he asked if the girl was really returning to the screens again. After some thought, the manager asked Jaron if he liked Shin Chae-yoon, but the boy didn't understand what that had to do with the article. Manager Lim interrupted Jung-bak's interrogation and said that there is no person in Korea who would not like this actress, but if it weren't for that scandal with the chaebol. The man kissed the phone, which had a photo of Chae-yoon as the wallpaper, and said that 3 years ago his heart was broken by this scandal. But now it is starting to beat again. Jung-bak leaned towards Jaron and said that he also liked the actress, but he was far from being Manager Lim. At that moment, the cell phone on Jaron's desk vibrated. The guy looked at the screen to see who had written to him. As soon as he saw that long-term client Shin Chae-yun was writing to him, the guy immediately grabbed his phone and ran out of the office. Jaron really didn't want the other employees to know that he had made a contract with Shin Chae-yun. The guy locked himself in the toilet, hoping that no one would follow him there. The girl sent a photo of herself with her hair cut into a bob and asked if an SUV would suit her with short hair. Jaron looked at the photo in surprise and thought that this haircut suits the girl very well. The guy wrote to Chae-yun that she looked great and the car would definitely suit her. Jaron was a little shocked that the girl sent him a photo so suddenly. In response to his message, the girl wrote that she was irritated, so he shouldn't answer her. Jaron didn't understand why Chae-yun was in such a mood and didn't know whether he should respond out of politeness, ignoring what the girl wrote. The guy wrote that he answered sincerely. The girl's return will be wonderful and many fans support her. The girl wrote back that she didn't care, and the guy immediately realized that she had guessed that the guy had read the article. Chae-yun says she doesn't care, but Jaron can clearly hear in her words that she can handle it. After a few moments, the guy decided that it was time to rename the girl's contact. After some time, as Jaron and Chae-yun had agreed, the car was delivered. The girl looked into the trunk and saw a chair there, after which she asked what it was. Jaron said it was a gift because his business method is to give all his customers gifts with delivery. Chae-yun understood his idea, but she had no idea why the guy chose a chair. Jaron suggested that he might be needed on set. The girl asked if it was for outdoors and added that in the summer her skin would dry out in the sun. Jaron said he has a set of parasols, and while he's no movie expert, he tried to choose his gift wisely. Until now, the girl has acted in films that focus on emotions and preferred to wait inside. But this is an action movie, so it will be useful for Chae-yun to stay on the set and observe the process. The girl said that from Jaron's words, it could be assumed that he had worked in this field all his life. Chae-yun asked if the guy always pretended to know everything and said something like that with a confident face. Jaron smiled and replied that it was just professional deformation. The girl told the guy to take all these gifts since she had no need for them. Jaron didn't listen to her and closed the trunk of the car. The guy said he couldn't take the gifts. However, it is up to Chae-yun to decide whether she will use them or not. The guy handed the girl the car keys and wished her good travels and success in the upcoming filming. Jaron bowed and wished the girl all the best. After that, the guy turned around and went about his business. At some point, the girl asked him to stop. A few minutes later, Chae-yun handed the guy a glass of cold drink. The girl said that Jaron can decide for himself whether to drink it or not. The guy looked at the glass and thought about how he could communicate with Chaeyoon if she had such a character. That day, Jaron had another delivery to make to a father of a large family, and he showed the best reaction to the unexpected gift. The man was very happy, and Jaron said that he noticed earlier that the man did not yet have a car seat for the baby. The guy said that although such chairs are not so common in Korea, in America they are considered so safe that they are enshrined in law. Jaron offered to help unpack the chair right then, and the man happily agreed. The guy talked about all the conveniences of this model, both for the child and for the parents. The father of the family looked at the gift with joy and said that he had never seen anything like it before, and asked how Jaron, being unmarried, knew all these little things. Jaron based his knowledge on doing a little research on the internet. The guy demonstrated another useful function of the car seat, which should ensure the safety of the child during trips. The man was very happy with such a gift. Before that, he thought that he would have to quickly wean his older child off the car seat, because due to the piled-up troubles, he and his wife did not even think about buying a new seat. Jaron was once the man's reaction, but that was not the whole gift. The guy said that the delivery of a wheelchair compatible with this chair was slightly delayed, so it would be delivered directly to the man's home in the next 3 days. The man said it was the first time he had been so touched by a gift, and said he had never heard of anyone receiving such a gift from a dealer when buying a car. Jaron smiled and said that this gift was for the man personally, as a client. His words went straight to the client's heart. The man grabbed his heart and promised that he would never forget this. He grabbed Jaron's hand and said that he would definitely bring him new clients, as many as he could, and anyone who wanted to buy a car. The man promised that he would recommend Jaron to everyone in the future. The guy said that he was very happy about this and wished the father of a large family all the best. However, Jaron did not expect that the very next day, the man would begin to fulfill his promise. The man brought his university friend Park Seong-soo. Seong-soo said that he had heard a lot about Jaron, and this was the first time he had heard his friend praise the salesman so much. The men walked into the room and Jaron handed out offers of cars, beginning the consultation. Seong-soo looked through all the proposals for a long time, but still didn't say anything specific. The man's face expressed extreme indignation. A friend asked him if everything was okay, and Seong-soo replied that everything was described in great detail. The man has been looking at this car for a long time and sees that everything is indicated correctly, but he does not know if he really needs all this. A friend said that the guy always doubts everything, so he constantly misses good opportunities. And then Seong-soo follows him around and whines that he should have listened to his friend because it would have been a good decision. The man said that he was very meticulous in choosing a car, so Seong-soo should believe him. Seong-soo was scared by his friend's reaction and said that he believed him. The friend said that it was not enough to just believe his words. The man had to sign a contract. Sosnu dodged the guy's blow and said that he would sign everything right now. From the men's behavior, Jaron realized that they were really good friends, since Seong-soo does everything the man tells him to do. A few minutes later, Jaron took the signed contract and said that the car would be delivered at the end of May, and he would definitely contact Seong-soo when the exact date was known. Seong-soo thanked the guy and said that he would look forward to it. Since the consultation was taking place at Seong-soo's place of work, Jaron and his friend went about their business, leaving the man alone. Seong-soo looked at the contract for a while and didn't know whether he should make the purchase and make the payment or not. Jaron told him that since they came through a recommendation, he would give them an additional 2% discount. Seong-soo was convinced that you can't trust anyone 100%, so it's worth making sure that Jaron's words are true. The man found contact information for Taylor's support in Daegu and decided to call. Seong-soo wanted to do this before he made the advance payment to be completely sure. Choi Min-ho picked up the phone and greeted the man. Seong-soo was glad that someone higher in rank than Jaron answered and said that he wanted to know about discounts on towing. Min-ho thanked the man for his request and asked what exactly he was interested in. Seong-soo didn't know how to explain his question exactly, and Min-ho recommended telling him everything from the beginning so that he could have a full understanding of the situation and find the best solution. Seong-soo began to talk about the consultation and the 2% discount provided. Min-ho wrote everything down on a piece of paper and asked if the man had had a consultation in Seoul, since there was a big discount there at the moment. Seong-soo answered negatively and said that the consultation took place in Daegu. Min-ho asked the name of the dealer the man had spoken to see if he could give him an additional discount. Seong-soo said that he worked with Lee Jaron, and Min-ho's face immediately changed. The manager asked if the contract had already been signed, and the man replied that he had signed everything but had not yet made the advance payment. Min-ho suggested that they meet Seong-soo in person now, as he could make the man a better offer. Jaron, in turn, sat at his workplace and waited for a message from Song-soo. Much time had already passed, and the man should have already made the first payment. Jaron thought that he should write to Song-soo and remind him of this as politely as possible. At this point, Youngbak approached the guy and said that he had started the month very well, having already made 6 confirmed trades. The manager said that by the time they get the first payment for the towing, there will already be 7 deals. Jaron remembered that the boom in imported cars only started in 2008. So in 2005, the average number of cars delivered to the Daegu showroom per month was less than 30 units. If we do the calculations based on this data, then 7 cars per seller is a lot. However, at the moment, it is not the numbers that bother Jaron, but the strange atmosphere in the office. Manager Lim kept looking at him strangely, but as soon as he saw him look back, he would start hiding behind the computer screen. Hongchul and Chang-soo were also whispering off to the side, and judging by the looks they were looking at Jaron, they were talking about him. At the moment, everyone's attention was focused on the board with the results of the work. Jaron and Minho now had the same number of contracts and shipments. Everyone has observed the results of a new employee who has been working for less than 6 months, but whose results are comparable to the results of the best employee. Youngbak looked towards the board and said that they had caught up with Team 1. The manager said that if Manager Song and Manager Songju pushed harder, they could even surpass them. It was only after the boy had said these words that he remembered that he was not in a position to say this. Youngbak made fewer sales than Jaron this month. The manager told his subordinates that no matter what, they should not forget who was in charge here. Youngbak told Jaron that this is how the sales department is structured, because the main thing is not to forget about the hierarchy, even if the results are higher. The manager believes that the guy will find his place, and he believes in him. Jaron agreed with his words, reminding him that it was not for nothing that Youngbak called him a 9-tailed fox. The manager patted the guy on the back and said that everything was so, because his little fox was reliable as a clock. Youngbak packed his things and said that he was going to a client after lunch, so if he was delayed, Jaron could go home without waiting for him to return. The guy bowed to the manager and said that he understood everything. Jaron was lost in thought about the situation with the client and didn't notice the man approaching him. Only after they spoke to him did the boy come to his senses. Minho asked why Jaron didn't greet him. The guy couldn't answer that he was talking to another person at that moment, so he simply asked for forgiveness, saying that it was his mistake. Minho asked if the conference room was occupied, and Jaron replied that it was free. Chief Choi told the boy to follow him. Jaron had a bad feeling about things, and it rarely let him down. Minho entered the room first and took off his jacket. The man pulled out his chair and sat down opposite Jaron. Manager Choi asked the boy if the name Park Seong-soo was familiar. Jaron sensed that something was wrong and responded positively, indicating that the man was his client since they had entered into an agreement. Minho didn't like that the guy dared to call Song-soo his client. The manager slammed his fist on the table. The man said that Jaron was too arrogant because he sold a few cars, and if he continued like that, he should quit. Jaron didn't understand the reason for Minho's change of mood and asked if the manager had signed a contract with Sung-soo. The man replied that he had not only signed a contract, but unlike the guy, had already received an advance payment. Jaron realized that Minho had simply stolen his client and argued that the contract only came into effect after the buyer made an advance payment. Chief Choi said that Seong-soo is not Jaron's client, but a client that he missed, and Minho took him for himself. Yesterday, a man talked a customer out of sending an advance payment to Seoul and asked how Jaron could do business like that and send a client with whom he had already signed a contract to another city. The man decided that the newcomer was getting cocky because sales came easy to him. The leader looked at Jaron and asked if he was right in what he said. Minho said that such an arrogant upstart has no place in sales, so Jaron should quit. The manager used the second argument, which was that the client was going to send money to Seoul, allegedly due to Jaron's fault. Jaron thought that usually when people intercept a contract from a colleague, they try to be more careful so as not to get caught. Minho, on the other hand, uses power to justify his actions and mixes it with obvious lies that Jaron, unfortunately, cannot verify. The leader set everything up to strike, and now the guy understands exactly what this man is trying to achieve. Minho wants to get rid of the head of the department, Lee Sang-shik, in order to drive out the department head, Jung Jung-baek, whom he hates. In his past life, he succeeded in this, and in order to continue to bully Jung-baek, Minho did not allow Song Hyun-doo and Park Hong-ju to leave the company, mercilessly exploiting them. Jaron told Chief Choi that he would talk to the client and contact Minho again. The man asked what the guy was going to tell Seong-soo, and if he was going to ask why he made a contract with Jaron, the man would have to pick up the car from Seoul. Minho reminded that the client can sign a contract on the best terms for himself. The manager said Jaron almost lost the client and barely managed to get him back. Therefore, Sang-soo has no reason to answer the guy's call, and therefore does not need to do so. Minho said that Jaron shouldn't get involved in this matter and that he should sit quietly and watch everything from the sidelines. The manager said that this was a great chance for the guy to come to his senses and reflect on his behavior. But Jaron couldn't help but laugh. Minho instantly fell silent and looked at the guy in shock. The man got angry and asked what was funny about the situation and called Jaron crazy. The guy wanted to apologize, but he couldn't because he couldn't stop laughing. If Minho only knew that behind the mask of this 27-year-old Lee Jaron was the #1 salesman in the entire country who was already 40 years old, he would not have dared to act like that. However, now, Manager Choi sees a newcomer in front of him who is mocking him. If Minho had heard even a little about Jaron, he would know his main rule. The guy acted according to the method. Don't covet what's someone else's, but don't give away what's yours either. Jaron moved closer to Minho, taking advantage of his silence. The guy stood right in front of the leader. Jaron asked if Minho knew how Jaron met this client. Manager Choi was stunned as he did not understand what was being discussed. Jaron recalled meeting Seong-soo and his friend, who brought him to the guy. If Minho had known about this, he wouldn't have dared to poach the client. It won't be easy to break this contract because the key figure is not Park Sung-soo. The main figure is his friend, who previously became Jaron's client, Kim Ji-suk. Jaron was calm as Minho's threats didn't work on him. At that moment, Jaron thought that he was very disappointed because he didn't give Minho even the slightest chance. The manager, in turn, decided to resort to such a cheap trick. Jaron thought he had overestimated Minho as an opponent, but that was not the case. In their past lives, they were formidable opponents, so Jaron himself idealized Choi. However, now, looking at Minho, the guy understands how primitive he is. Chief Choi tries to remain calm, but his gestures betray his confusion. The man blinks frequently and twitches his Adam's apple nervously. Minho lifts his glasses and rubs the bridge of his nose, both clear signals of confusion. Just a moment ago, Chief Choi felt he had the upper hand over Jaron, but now the situation had turned against him. Jaron told Minho that it wasn't the client himself that mattered, but the person who brought him. Manager Choi decided to take advantage of the situation and asked if the guy was doing this dating consultation. Jaron knew that Minho was no stranger to insight. To the manager, the guy looked like a newbie who had recently moved to the city, had no experience in car sales, no acquaintances, no connections, and no customer base. Minho said that even if this client came through connections, then the one who brought him should be contacted to sort out the situation. The manager reminded Jaron that even if the recommender found out about this situation, he would still side with Park Seong-soo and not with the rookie salesman. Jaron had no intention of denying that fact. Minho felt like he was winning this conversation and said that he thought Jaron was smart, but it was unfounded. Manager Choi advised the boy to give in because if he persisted, he would put himself in an awkward position. Minho said that he had never seen a customer take the seller's side. Jaron said that if the man viewed clients as a mere source of income, then such an attitude was understandable. At that moment, the phone lying in Jaron's pants vibrated. The guy smiled as he realized who the call was from. Jaron told Minho that he would try to fix this situation no matter what. Manager Choi warned again that the guy would only make things worse for himself. Jaron replied that he shouldn't worry about him so much since they weren't that close. The guy decided that this was the right place to end the conversation and headed towards the exit of the negotiation room. Jaron pulled his phone out of his pants, about to answer the incoming call. Minho followed his example and was about to make a call as well. Jaron accepted the challenge and asked Ji Seok if he received the stroller and if it was in good condition. The man thanked the guy for the gift and said that his wife was over the moon. Ji Seok said that even his father-in-law praised him for his choice of car and said that they would definitely come to Jaron again. Jaron said he was happy for the man and asked if he had some time for an important conversation. Ji Seok agreed to the meeting, and after some time, the men met in a cafe to discuss everything over a cup of coffee. The man listened carefully from Jaron about what happened to his friend. After hearing this, Ji-seok became noticeably sad and began to apologize to the guy for what happened. Jaron began to calm him down and said that this could have happened to anyone, and that it did not mean that the man was to blame for what happened. Ji-seok was angry and said that this could only happen to Seong-soo because he couldn't believe his best friend even when everything was laid out for him. Jaron listened calmly to all the man's lamentations. After his speech, Ji-seok bowed to the guy and asked for forgiveness for this situation. Jaron was a little surprised by the man's reaction. The guy said that he didn't want Jin-seok and Seong-soo's relationship to deteriorate because of him, and said that everything was fine with him. Jaron understood perfectly well that the seller and the buyer always have different goals. The seller must work according to the rules, and the buyer only needs to adhere to his terms. There is a certain morality, however. The wishes of the buyers always come first. The seller may try to put his own interests above moral standards and recommend the car at any cost. However, a bad deal will bring stress, and a good one will only bring money and no long-term cooperation. But Jaron wants sales to become an art in his hands. Jaron's words calmed Ji-seok down a little, but one question kept bothering him. The man asked if the manager really knew that Seong-soo was being advised by another dealer, but still entered into the contract. Jaron chuckled and said that everything pointed to that. After this, Ji-seok became even more angry at Minho. The man stood up from his seat and told Jaron to follow him. The guy asked where they were going, and Ji-seok said that they were going to Seong-soo's office to put him in his place and scold him for what happened. The man grabbed Jaron by the hand and pulled him along, assuring him that he would talk to his friend himself. Despite the fact that the road took quite a while, Ji-seok did not calm down at all, so he burst into his friend's office with a loud scream. At that moment, Seong-soo was talking to the leader Choi, but was distracted by his friend's shout. The man said that he was a little busy right now, but when he saw who Ji-seok came with, he fell silent. Jaron made a miserable face, as if he was ready to cry on the spot. Seeing this, Minho became furious, but did not dare to speak in front of the customers. Ji-seok flew up to Seong-soo and asked when the man would get rid of this bad habit. He asked his friend if he really didn't trust him so much that he started asking questions to everyone. But Seong-soo tried to calm him down. Seong-soo tried to appeal to Minho because the man guaranteed him that there would be no problems. Chief Choi stood up from his seat and tried to pull Jaron aside to talk. Ji-seok immediately turned his attention to them and ordered Minho to leave Jaron alone, as he understood that the man would put pressure on the boy due to the service hierarchy. Ji-seok pointed his finger at them and told Chief Choi to leave his wonderful dealer Jaron alone, and if he had something to say, then let him say it straight out. These words made Minho freeze in place in shock, as customers had never stood up for the salespeople before. Also, Chief Choi didn't understand why Jaron was acting unhappy and looking so strange. Jaron, for his part, did not break character and said that most likely there was a misunderstanding. The boy bowed to the men and said that Mr. Choi could not have done that on purpose. Jaron said there was a mistake in the sales department, but they will sort it out soon. The guy apologized to Ji-seok and Seong-soo for the inconvenience. Minho, in turn, didn't have time to get a word in, but he clearly understood that saying that it wasn't on purpose was equivalent to him making a mistake. Jaron said that they would step away for a minute to talk, but Ji-seok continued to insist that they speak in front of them. Seong-soo quickly stopped his friend and asked Jaron for forgiveness. Jaron nodded to the man, indicating that his apology was accepted. As Minho left the room, he heard Ji-seok telling Seong-soo that Jaron had given his son a stroller. After these words, the director Choi began to put the puzzle together piece by piece, buying an SUV, a client through connections, discounts for families with many children, a stroller. Left alone, Jaron reminded Minho that customers never stood up for salespeople. But later he clarified that this was only based on the experience of the leader Choi himself. It seemed like only now did Minho realize who he was really up against. Jaron came closer and asked what Chief Choi thought about this situation. The guy said that salespeople are considered second-class people. They say that this job requires no education or qualifications, as long as you have arms and legs. Because of this attitude, many sellers become greedy for money and obsessed with appearance. However, Jaron is proud of his work because it is not other people who make them second-rate, but themselves when they behave inappropriately. The guy looked at Minho seriously and said that he didn't consider himself a second-class person. Chief Choi kept his gaze fixed on Jaron. He asked the guy what Jaron thought he should do now. The guy said that the manager should go now and apologize properly, because that's the only way to show that he is not a second-class citizen. Hearing such words from a person who was below him in the hierarchy was too offensive for Minho. The man looked at the boy angrily and said that there would be nothing wrong with being second-rate for once. Jaron understood that in front of him stood a proud man, full of empty boasting, but he let it slide because they could not understand each other. The guy said that so be it, but next time the boss won't get off so easily. Because of his stubbornness, Jaron could file a complaint with the ethics court, in which the company's employees would serve as members of the committee. This court exists to ensure that sales ethics are observed and to resolve disputes between commercial agents. The next day, Jaron had a conversation with Yongbak, and the manager informed the guy about this opportunity. Yongbak said there would be no dismissal or demotion, But for someone like Minho, it would be tantamount to a public execution. Jaron informed the manager that he would not appeal to the ethics committee. Youngbak was very surprised by this statement, but he understood the guy's position. Otherwise, Jaron would have reported his senior colleague to the ethics committee for conflict of interest. The very fact that such a thing happened would be a huge stain on Jaron's own reputation. The ethics committee will side with the guy in any case, since he is a victim of circumstances. However, in this narrow world of imported cars, they will still distort all the details and draw their own conclusions. In front of other people, Jaron will become a rebel who goes against the internal hierarchy. Youngbak said the boy would have had an excuse for his actions. So if something like this happens again, no one can blame Jaron. In the end, Youngbak praised the guy for his work and said that he was doing a good job. Jaron said he was just lucky enough to have developed a good relationship with the client. However, Youngbak did not believe his words and said that the guy could not pretend and tell the truth. Jaron froze in place and then asked what these words meant. Youngbak asked how long the boy planned to stay in Taylor. The manager noted that Jaron is very talented, young, and has a wonderful character. Youngbak said that from any angle, the guy is so perfect that it's even creepy. The manager thought that his words might sound like he wanted to stop Jaron from developing and said that he didn't mean anything bad. Youngbak only said that he himself was planning to prepare something in the near future. Jaron said he has plans for next year, which include moving to Seoul, but he has no plans to change companies. Youngbak said that he understood everything and was glad that he still had time to implement his plan. The leader told Jaron to go down and inform Minhee of the current situation. Youngbak watched Jaron's back as he walked away and realized that at first he was attracted by his unusual behavior. But the more he learned about the guy, the more surprised he became. At first glance, the manager thought that the guy would act tough, trying to get his way at any cost. Youngbak expected Jaron to immediately report the incident to the ethics committee, but that didn't happen. The way the guy behaved from start to finish, the way he decided everything, it was just incredible. Youngbak understood that an ordinary newcomer could not do this, and the leader himself could not do this. Youngbak recalled how, as a trainee, he witnessed a scandal involving his senior classmate Sanhee. During a row with a client, Sanhee was hit, but he continued to remain silent and apologize. Youngbak knew what really happened, but he didn't dare tell everything without talking to his colleague. All he could do was watch from the sidelines, clenching his fists in anger. When the men were alone, Youngbak asked why Sanhee didn't say anything, even though he knew Minho was the one who stole his contract. Sanhee put a cold bottle to his face and replied that there was no point in doing so since the contract had already been broken. Youngbak slammed his fist on the table and said that Minho doesn't even show his face anymore. The guy asked why they even needed an ethics committee if they could turn a blind eye to this so easily. Sanhee replied that everyone was putting on a show of work, but everything would have to return to normal if Sanshik took over as head. Youngbak replied that Sangshik was too quiet and soft, so Minho would never change. Sanhee said with a smile that Minho was good at selling cars, and that was the most important thing in their business. Sanhee admitted that he admires Choi's tenacity in sales. The man said that Minho would soon become a star, and he and Youngbak would start to have a rivalry. But Sangshik knew how to manage people, so he would support them. Youngbak was angered by the words that Sangshik would support not only him, but also Minho, and asked what all this meant. However, after the guy looked at Sanhee, he understood what was being discussed. Youngbak asked if Sanhee was serious about leaving the company. Youngbak promised that if the man did this, he would hit him, but despite his words, he was unable to do so. The manager took out another cigarette and thought that this was his chance. Then he crumpled up the empty cigarette pack and said that this was his last chance. He must use it to get rid of Minho once and for all. Meanwhile, Jaron went down to the office where the rest of the staff were leisurely going about their business. Suddenly, the silence was broken by Manager Lim's shout. He just now saw the news that Shin Chae-yun had cut her hair and was shocked. Manager Chansu came up and said that the matter was even more serious because the girl bought a car from them. Everyone began to look more closely at the new photos to see if the actress had actually bought their car. Jaron walked by and glanced over his colleagues' shoulders at the photographs. In them, the girl was sitting on a chair next to her new car and talking about something with a member of the film crew. Chae-yun looked very serious and did not match her usual image, but she was still beautiful. Jaron was pleased to think that the chair had been useful after all. The employees began to discuss the fact that the photos looked like an advertisement for their company, since the logo on the car was clearly visible. Someone began to assume that the girl had become the face of their company, but they had not yet found out about it. Some people admired Chae-yun's haircut, while others said that long hair suited her better. However, everyone was expecting the release of a new film in which the girl would appear in a completely new image. Jaron turned his gaze to the only person who knew about his meeting with Chae-yun, and that was Yongbak. When Jaron announced the main award during the training in Seoul, the leader was very surprised. Jaron put his fingers to his lips, hinting to Yongbak that he should keep this a secret. The manager repeated his gesture with a smile on his face. At that moment, Minho entered the office and Jaron and Jungbak's attention turned to him. The next second, Yongbak began to try to hold back his laughter and tears. This commotion was interrupted by Vangan, who announced that a delivery car had been brought. All the staff gathered together to look at the new car, hoping that this time everything would go without incident. Jaron caught the falling Yongbak, who was squeezed like a lemon. The guy asked the manager what happened, and he replied that he almost exposed himself. Yongbak tried to hold back his laughter and said that he imagined the expression on Minho's face when he told him everything. Jaron looked at the leader and said that he was just crazy. A few days later, it was time for another corporate dinner. However, this dinner was significantly different from all the previous ones. Previously, Hong Seung-hak always acted regal to maintain his position. However, now the man looked very relaxed and friendly. Vangan was especially grateful to Jaron because there were non-alcoholic drinks available at this corporate event. The guy didn't respond to this and continued cutting the fried meat into pieces. Hong Chul sat across from them and reminded them that the director was going to get Jaron drunk to the point of bursting, so they even stocked up on hangover pills for him. However, at the moment, the director is sitting with Sang-shik, Minho, and Jungbak. Vangan, in turn, did not pay attention to the fact that Jaron quickly shoveled food into himself and said that he really enjoyed eating together. Jaron had a strategy. He needed to eat as much protein as possible to prepare his stomach for the alcohol. The guy understood that the director could call him at any moment, and he was right, because this happened soon after. Sonyak said that he wanted to have a drink, but he had no one to go with, and he invited Jaron to join him. The guy immediately got up from his table and said yes. Seung-hak asked Minho to switch places with Jaron since there wasn't enough room for the five of them at the table. Manager Choi froze at such a request, because this place originally belonged only to him. But he, of all those sitting at the table, was asked to leave. However, Minho quickly came to his senses and agreed with a smile, saying that he hadn't communicated with his subordinates for a long time. The director was pleased with this answer. Jaron sat down in Minho's seat and the principal told him to sit right next to him from now on, since the boy wasn't the type to run away. The boy agreed with Seung-hak and prepared for another battle. Jaron glanced at the rest of the staff and felt that the cheerful atmosphere of the corporate party was gone. Everyone froze as if a bucket of water had been poured on them. Jaron felt many cold gazes on his back. This was caused by a strange and uncharacteristic decision for Seung-hak, as a person who valued results above all else. The director changed at the table, not Director Sanshik, not Jung Jung-baik, but his favorite Choi Minho. Seung-hak handed the bottle of soju to Jaron, inviting him to begin. The guy was already preparing for this and, like last time, handed the director a glass. However, Seung-hak stopped him and suggested that they switch to glasses, as they had an important topic of conversation. Jaron agreed and handed over the stack, and the director praised him for successfully completing the training. The man was pleased to hear about this at the board meeting, and the guy said that he tried. Seung-hak drank his first glass and remembered that Daegu had won first place this month. The director suggested that the results would have been even better if Jaron had not taken a week off due to training. The boy bowed and thanked the man, promising to work even harder in the future. Seung-hak laughed and asked if he had confused Jaron with those words, and he agreed with him. The director understood that the guy was being disingenuous in his answers, but he took it as an interesting game. Jaron also knew that tonight was going to be difficult. Unexpectedly, Seung-hak remembered and loudly announced that Jaron personally sold the car to Shin Chae-yun herself. From the reaction of the employees, the director realized that no one knew about this and asked Jaron if the girl was really harsh in communication. Everyone froze in anticipation of an answer, and the guy said that he had not personally met the actress and had only dealt with her manager. The director just laughed at his answer and said that he already knew everything. Seung-hak said that the only thing they were talking about at the head office was how Jaron sold Shin Chae-yun's car. Jaron preferred not to look back at that moment, as manager Lim was going through all the stages of anger there. The guy closed his eyes and told Seung-hak that he didn't like to talk too much about clients. Seung-hak poured another glass of soju and asked if this secret even concerned him, as the director. Jaron replied that he does not work for the company, but for the benefit of the clients. The guy looked at Seung-hak seriously and said that clients come first for him. The director assumed that Jaron was acting this way because he was not his client. The man asked if he should also buy a car from the guy so that he would try even harder to please him by making sales. However, Jaron said that every client is different and not everyone can be pleased. Jaron and Seung-hak talked like old friends, not hesitating to make some pretty crude jokes, which greatly frightened Sanshik and made Jungbek laugh uncontrollably. Soon, Sonhak said that he couldn't wait any longer and gave Sanshik a card, telling him to pay when everyone had eaten their fill. The director stood up from his seat and stood next to Jaren. The man beckoned the boy to follow him, saying that they would continue their conversation elsewhere. The director answers Jaren in the same place where they drank last time after the corporate party. The man ordered stronger alcohol for himself and his boyfriend. Sonhak asked if it was quiet enough in this place. Jaren took a sip from his glass and said it was almost too quiet in here. Sonyak said that the guy is very strange because he doesn't feel awkward about drinking alone with the director. Jaren noted that the man also seemed much more relaxed compared to last time. Sonyak said that the guy really is not like everyone else, but that is exactly what he likes. The director asked if Jaren had any brothers or sisters. The boy replied that he had a younger sister, and Sonhak assumed that Jaren was the eldest son in the family. The director said that usually the youngest are the most desperate, but the guy acts as if he has known him all his life. Jaren said that he knows that Sonhak is the youngest of 3 brothers in the family, and that their inheritance is passed down on a winner-take-all basis. Sonyak replied that this is exactly how it is, so he is forced to accept these rules and play by them. That is why a man needs anyone who will bring him at least a little more money, and that is why he likes Jaren. The director said he didn't know Shin Chae-yoon's exact intentions, but she had provided Taylor with great publicity. Sonhak suggested that this was due to Jaren's ability to get along with people. The guy replied that it was nothing more than luck. The director said that luck is also a skill and it shows certain results, so he wants to test Jaren again. Sonhak said that there was a proposal at the Taylor Korea board meeting to sponsor films or dramas, and it was all thanks to Chae-yoon, and asked what Jae-young thought about it. The guy asked if the company would approve of his proposal, and Sonhak said that he would personally help with this. Jaren knew that this was not an unfounded confidence, because in the scale of car dealerships, as a rule, not everything is as big as it seems. The thing is that they don't produce but import and sell cars. Often this is done by people with opaque financial situations. Although Sonhak's dealership may be lower than Korea in the car business ecosystem, it has a lot of weight, so it can lead investment marketing projects. Jaren decided that this was an opportunity worth taking advantage of and said that it was worth starting to invest in the Face film. The director asked if it was because Chae-young was in the film, but the guy replied no. Jaren reminded that they had talked about luck earlier, so Sonhak could consider it intuition. The man laughed and offered to make a bet. Jaren said that it shouldn't be called a bet because the stakes aren't that high, and if you're going to invest, you're going to invest big. Sonhak asked again, but this time seriously, whether it was worth sponsoring the film Face. Jaren responded positively, noting that it was an action film, a noir, a directorial debut, and starred an actress returning from a hiatus. The guy said that the higher the risk, the higher the profit, so there is no better investment. Sonyak replied that great hopes would bring great disappointments, but he would give Jaren a chance and show a little consideration, kindness, and courtesy. The guy said it was something like that and thanked the director for the opportunity. Jaren thanked the man for his attention, kindness, courtesy, and something like that, and this made Sonhak laugh. The man said that he liked the guy more and more and advised Jaren to work for him, since with his talent, he couldn't remain a simple salesman in the province. Jaren thanked the director for the offer and praise, but said that he was happy where he was. The atmosphere in the office was tense the next day. It was all because of one car model, Pontio. As soon as Sanshik brought up the topic, all the staff visibly tensed up. Only Jaren, Hongchul, and Wangan didn't understand why everyone was reacting so harshly. But Jaren only pretended not to understand, because Pontio was in a difficult situation. Sanshik asked Wangan what he thought about this car. The man told the boy not to be shy about expressing his opinion as it really is. Wangan was inspired and began by pointing out that the Pontio was a car produced by Taylor's European division, not the American one. Pontio is an ambitious attempt by the American brand Ford to create a world car for the European market. The United States specializes in long-distance driving, so they are equipped with elastic suspensions for a comfortable ride on spacious and smooth roads. This is not suitable for the rapidly developing cities of Europe in the Middle Ages with their narrow passages between buildings. Such cities have many alleys and cobbled roads. Therefore, European cars require a stiffer suspension. Germany was at the forefront of rigid suspension production. In this country, the best services are expensive, which made it possible to fully realize their advantages. However, cars with hard suspensions hit the driver's back when driving over bumps and potholes. Wangan recalls that it was because of this that the lady in white gloves decided to change her car. The guy said that in modern Europe, Paved roads stand side by side with old cobbled streets. That is why an evolutionary model was created, in which the suspension is stiffer than the American one, but softer than the German one. Pontio is this machine that is designed to solve the problem of convenience in different countries. Sanshik was very pleased with this answer, and Vangan was beaming with happiness. However, there was one thing that spoiled Sanshik's mood the most. Pontio was not selling well, and the reason was unknown. Manager Lim reports that with the release of the 1000 model, Pontio sales have fallen even further. In its current state, the Pontio is under 1,000 pounds in weight, smaller in size, and has an engine capacity of 2,000 Siki, which is a step down. Pontio costs 32 million won, and 1000 costs 39 million won. From a consumer perspective, the Pontio is a small car, and considering various discounts, the price difference is about 5 million won. If you know the 1000 model, then when you see the Pontio, you can assume that its price will be around 20 million won. But since they cost about the same, customers wonder whether it is worth paying a little extra and getting a car that is almost twice as big. Manager Lim said this is the main reason for the decline in sales of this model. Sanshik agreed with him and said that this month they should focus on Pontio. The promotion will be the same, but they promised to do a large-scale advertisement for this model. Sanshik also indicated that 2 million won would be given for each car sold. The director once again indicated that this would be in addition to the salary and bonus. After this, Sanshik clapped his hands and told everyone to get to work. Jaron reflected on the fact that he didn't remember such a large-scale action for Pontio in his past life. In all 2 years of working at Taylor & Daegu, the guy only once encountered the sale of this car, and the client was looking for exactly this kind of car. However, years of experience have taught Jaron one thing. For every powerful incentive, there is always an equally powerful punishment. Sanshik said that each branch is now given a target and Daegu needs to sell 10 cars this month. The director also said that the department would not receive a bonus this month for the unfulfilled plan, which meant there would be no general payments or personal incentives. The employees began to resent the fact that the punishment was too harsh compared to the reward. Manager Chansu said that they barely sell 1 car a month, so getting 10 at once is simply not possible. Jaron agreed with this, but he understood that this was life in the company. The boy wondered if Sonhak had a hand in this. However, he then decided that this could not be, because the branch manager would lose the most if they lost their bonuses. Sanshik interrupted Jaron's thoughts and told the guy not to lose heart. The leader told the guy to hang a blue stone on the status board, but Jaron didn't understand what it was for. Sanshik said that the director personally appointed Jaron as a consultant who will help with the selection and purchase of a Pontio car. The branch manager said that Pontio is now the main car in Daegu. Now Jaron realized that this was another test for him from Sonhak. Apparently, the man was still offended by the guy's words that he was not going to communicate with him as politely as with a client. So he decided to play on Jaron's nerves in this way. Director Hong Seung-hak's office is on the top floor of the Sinsa branch, so when he buys a car, it is usually registered in the name of the salesperson at that branch. However, this was not a simple exception. Even Chang-soo realized that this was pure favoritism. The man asked Sanshik how it was possible to so openly promote a newcomer who had only started selling cars a couple of days ago. Jaron realizes that Seung-hak deliberately put the guy in this situation, even knowing that the guy cares about his relationships with his colleagues. The man did this even though he understood that increased attention from his superiors would inevitably lead to envy and jealousy. Sanshik listened to Chansu's complaints and approached the man. The branch manager handed him the phone and dialed the director's number. Sanshik ordered to press the call button and tell Sonhak about the injustice. Changsu hesitated to do so, and then the branch manager asked him what the man thought he should do. Sanshik asked if he should call Seung-hak and complain, asking him to show sympathy for the frail old man. Chansu did not answer the manager's questions. Sanshik suggested looking at it differently because thanks to Jaron, they now don't have to drink at corporate events. And thanks to this car registered to Jaron, the plan was reduced from 10 to 9 cars, so we can make allowances for that. Jaron knew that this situation could cause discontent among his colleagues. So the guy was grateful to Sanshiku for his intervention, but he could handle this situation himself. After everyone had left, Sanshik suggested that Jaron call Seung-hak himself. The branch manager asked if the guy understood what was required of him. Jaron nodded his head and replied that he understood everything. In order not to embarrass his colleagues, who were already on edge, the guy decided to go outside to make a call. Sonhak picked up the phone and asked if Jaron liked his gift, and the guy responded with gratitude. However, the director caught the guy's mood and said that you couldn't tell from his voice that he was grateful. Sonhak decided to change the subject and said that he had bet on the film face. With this in mind, the man had another gift for Jaren and asked what the boy thought of it. Jaren asked if it was Sonhak's idea to plan for 10 Pontios and forfeit all bonuses if they failed to complete it. The director confirmed his suspicions and said that he would have to wait a long time for the results of the advertisement, since the filming of the movie had just begun, and he already wanted to know more about Jaren. The guy reminded that it was Sonhak who valued profit above all else, and asked if there was anything else besides these anti-bonuses. The director said that he never does anything at a loss, so he will share a secret with Jaren. Sonhak said that senior management never interferes with his bonus policy, so he has a mutually beneficial relationship with them. The director said that thanks to this system, the head office sells Pontio to other dealerships with fines, and Sonhak in turn receives all the bonuses for the cars that he couldn't sell. The director asked if Jaren thought this might be unfair. Sonhak said it was his deal and Jaren just had to do his job. The director pointed out that the guy should do the job of a salesman as he wanted. Jaren replied that he understood everything. Sonhak said that all these Pontios he bought will go to the guy's account and bonuses. The director said that this was how he expressed his attention, kindness, politeness, and something like that. And now it was time for him to go since he had things to do. At this point, the conversation stopped, and Jaren realized that this was going to be very difficult for him. In this situation, the seller will suffer the most and will also incur the greatest losses. Still, Jaren needs to figure out how to sell the idea to the director professionally and impress him. At that moment, a message came from Vangan from the second team. The guy offered to meet Jaren and chat over coffee if he had time. Hongchul joined the boys and began asking Jaren about his conversation with director Sonhak. All employees understood perfectly well that they were faced with unrealistic conditions. Vangan suggested that this was done so that the employees would not cope and then they would not have to pay. Hongchul secretly told the boys that Chansu and Hyunjin decided to take a vacation this month. With such conditions from the management, they still had no chance of earning anything, so they decided not to even try. Chansu believes that conditions will be much better in July and advises not to sell anything now. The employees decided to hold on to the customers in order to make a deal and send the order later to ensure they would receive bonuses from them. Jaren thought about what experienced salesmen say about the Pontio, which is a complicated car, but not hopeless. The main problem is that 10 of these cars need to be sold per month. Jaren understands that he cannot cope with this problem alone. The guy understands that he must guide these inexperienced guys on the right path and give them a bright future, so he needs to shake them up a little. Hongchul looked up from his conversation with Wangan and asked what Jaren thought about all this. Hongchul asked, as the person in charge of sales, what they should do next. Jaren was more serious than ever, so he decided to assign the boys another task. He said that Hongchul and Wangan should look for other jobs. Jaren made the point that they shouldn't be so focused on sales. Hongchul didn't like his answer and asked if the guy was going too far. The guy voiced his assumptions that Jaren relaxed because his boss adored him. Jaren replied that there was one question that bothered him the most. He asked why Hongchul and Wangan chose sales, although there are many different professions. Hongchul got angry, but Vangan interrupted him and said that he chose sales because he liked helping people choose cars. Vangan knows he is too timid and doesn't always cope with company work, but he has decided that of all his skills, sales will bring the most benefit. Jaren asked Hongchul, and the guy replied that he came into sales to make money like everyone else. Jaren confirmed his words and said that he came into this business for the same reason. However, if they only sell cars that sell easily, then what is the point of their work? Hongchul was angered by Jaren pretending to be the smart one. The boy asked what right he had to teach them if he came later than everyone else. Jaren couldn't help but smile at these words, as Hongchul didn't understand his true nature. The guy tried to hide his smile with his hand, but Hongchul had already noticed it, which made him even angrier. Jaren apologized to him and said that the guy's careers in sales were not their dream or goal in life. Hongchul could no longer contain his anger and was about to attack Jaren with his fists. However, Vangan grabbed his arm and held him in place, offering to listen to Jaren because there would always be time to beat him up. Jaren was grateful to Vangan for his understanding. After that, Wangan reminded Hongchul that the guy himself asked him to invite Jaren for coffee, as he wanted to be friends with him. Hongchul started to deny it, but it was too late. Jaren watched them and realized that these guys were blank slates, and all new salespeople were like that. However, the opportunity to fall under the wing of a good mentor and truly master the profession is extremely rare. Usually newbies are taught easy ways. They are told how to take money from a client, how to manipulate newbies so that they work for them. They become immersed in consumerism, blinded by easy money, and begin to mock the values of others. Because of this, the clean slate becomes dirty and covered with stains. Jaren said that the number of people working in sales exceeds 2 million. But is there a single one of them who dreamed of becoming a salesman since childhood? The guys thought about it because Hongchul dreamed of becoming a pilot and Wangen a truck. When Wangen voiced his childhood dreams, Hongchul looked at him as if he was crazy. Jaren said that being a salesperson is not a profession that kids dream about, but it can still have its charm. Instead of blindly following the methods of your predecessors, it would be much cooler and more interesting to try to find your own approach to sales. Jaren said that Pontio was an opportunity for professional growth, but Hongchul disagreed, as even the senior staff had given up. Jaren told him that selling cars to just anyone wasn't cool. Wangen's eyes lit up with the realization of his friend's plan. For the next few minutes, Jaren explained the next plan of action. After a while, we find ourselves in Taylor's office in Daegu. Chansu sorted through the papers and shredded unnecessary ones in order to at least keep himself busy. However, soon the shredder became clogged, and he shouted to Wangen to clean it. Hearing no response from the guy, Chansu shouted louder and asked the other employees where he had gone. One of the employees reported that the junior employees had been on field sales for 2 weeks already, and it seemed they had taken the Pontio for a test drive. Chansu was horrified because all the newcomers he had previously manipulated as he wanted were now out of his reach, so he couldn't entrust them with unpleasant tasks. Meanwhile, Chief Choi also took no action and simply watched everything from the sidelines. The man twirled a pen in his hands and wondered whether Jaren was going to go around industrial zones again and hand out leaflets. Minho believed that such a trick would not work with Pontio as it did with Thousand. The man thought that perhaps Jaren was not capable of more subtle methods, and that in sales you need to think strategically and take your time. Minho realizes that this month will pass and the next one will come, and because of Pontio they may lose their customer base and it will be a small victory with a big loss. This will lead to long-term negative consequences. But perhaps Lee Jaren has some kind of plan of his own that even Minho doesn't know about. Leader Choi thought about how he could find out the necessary information. The man picked up the phone and looked at it for a while. However, Minho still didn't dare call. Chief Choi put the phone back on the table. He decided that he shouldn't meddle in other people's business. All he could do was observe the process and the results. Jaren understood the basic rules of selling a Pontio car. Firstly, to sell a Pontio, you had to sell a European car. Salespeople who have been taught that American brands are famous for their spacious interiors and soft suspension cannot convince themselves, and therefore others, of the advantages of the Pontio. They themselves did not understand the advantage of a small interior and rigid suspension. The second rule of successful sales is not to hold a Pontio presentation in the showroom. Comparison with the 1000 model will be the key reason for the client to abandon Pontio. The third rule is that the target audience is employees of insurance companies and auto repair shops. But it is not they themselves who will become clients, but their clients. The most important thing is to be persistent and even a little intrusive, so as not to lose sight of anyone. This was the tactic that Jaren decided to use and attract the most pliable employees to it. Hongchul had already finished talking to another representative of the insurance company. A few moments later, Wangen joined him. As soon as the next customer left, Hongchul squatted down and said that it was very hot today. Wangen looked around and, noticing a small shop, suggested that they go in and get something cold. Hongchul didn't refuse, and a few minutes later they were already sitting on a bench with ice cream. Hongchul applied the ice cream to his neck to cool himself down a bit. Wangen unwrapped his ice cream and asked if he could ask the guy a question. Wangen asked why Hongchul decided to help Jaren with his plan. At first the guy didn't understand what was being discussed, but Wangen clarified. After that, Hongchul was silent for a while, as if trying to understand why exactly he decided to do this. Hongchul replied that it made him angry to see Jaren working. If the guy was just bragging about being 2 years older, he wouldn't be so angry. Hongchul is also irritated by how politely Jaren sometimes communicates, because ordinary newbies do not behave like that. All newcomers grow gradually as they learn. So Hongchul was glad when Wangen joined the company. Hongchul admitted that when Jaren came to them, he thought that he was developing faster than him. The guy asked if Wangen understood that feeling when a new guy comes in and you seem more experienced and brighter compared to him. But Jaren was very arrogant from the very beginning, and this was reinforced by the guy's professional skills and the fact that he never crosses the line. Hongchul was irritated by the fact that Jaren never made mistakes. Wangen laughed and said that Jaren was truly a unique individual. Hongchul said that he was very happy that he was transferred to the first team under Minho because the man is the best in their branch. The guy wanted to learn a lot from him, but everything was very different from his expectations. Hongchul said that Choi Minho is a complete idiot who always acts like he's an elitist. But Wangen can't quite understand what this is all about, because he never had any clients in common with Minho. Hongchul said that once something touches his interests, he can't stop, and that's why he likes to boss people around. At first, Hongchul thought that he was learning from the leader, but it turned out that during all this time, he had only learned what to bring and serve and when to step away and not interfere. Everyone carries out Minho's orders flawlessly, only because they are afraid of him. However, with Jaren, things are completely different. Hongchul admits that Jaren is better than Minho, and it's so obvious that it's not even angry enough. The guy doesn't fawn over anyone, isn't shy, says everything he thinks, and Haknal understands why he fawns over Director Sonhak so much. What irritates Hongchul the most is that Choi Minho is clearly very jealous of Lee Jae-yong. Hongchul doesn't like that Minho uses him like a kitchen rag and only remembers about him when he needs something. Hongchul understands that it is worth learning from the best, and then, even if you are not the first, you will still achieve success, so he does all this. The guy thought that if things had turned out a little differently, he would have respected Jaren as an older brother. Vangan thought that the guy would start a scandal if he advised telling all this to Jaren personally. The guys were distracted from their conversation by a phone call. Hongchul accepted the call from Mr. Yoon, the director of the Sunshine Car Service, and after a short conversation, he said that he would be there soon. A few moments later, the conversation was over and the boys looked at Hongchul's phone in disbelief. Hongchul told Wangan that it was the client that Jaren had told them about earlier, the same owner of the German car who had been in an accident. The guys couldn't miss this opportunity and immediately ran to the car to bring it for a test drive and urgently called Jaren. After some time, Hongchul talked to the client and said that his car was hit from the side. The guy explained that such damage to the car is due to the fact that the central pillar does not hold the car firmly. Hongchul said that Taylor's cars have this part reinforced with a special boron alloy, which makes the car much more resistant to side impacts. The guy understood that Jaren had a point when he said that it was worth taking clients red-handed. After an accident, when the car is completely damaged, the insurance is ruined, and the client has to buy a new one, he becomes extremely sensitive to reliability. It is at this moment that the owner of the car service and the insurance claims specialist can get as close to him as possible. For the past 2 weeks, they've been on the hunt for clients to impress, along with 3 new Taylors. The customer asked if the Taylor would really be more reliable than this German car. Hongchul answered positively and asked what brand of car comes to mind when the man thinks of reliability. The customer said he liked the Swedish Sub and had even looked at it, but the design of these cars was not to his taste. Hongchul was pleased with this conclusion and thought that the sale was going exactly as Jaren said. Soubs is synonymous with reliability, and they are now under Taylor's management. It was this company that invented the 3-point seatbelt. Thanks to this, even in a head-on collision with a truck, the driver remains safe and sound. Hongchul said that the boron alloy mentioned earlier, which has inherited the DNA of safety, is used by only 2 brands in the world, Sub and Taylor. The client thought about the guy's words, but said that American cars often have shaky suspension. Hongchul said that this is true, because if we talk about optimizing the engine and the characteristics of the car, then it is impossible to refuse a rigid suspension. The guy understands that he won't be able to give up the soft feeling of riding after trying it at least once. Hongchul also said that Pontio is an American brand, but in essence it comes from a Belgian plant and is therefore a truly European car. Hongchul said that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times, so it is worth taking the Pontio for a test drive and understanding everything in practice. Jaren and Vangan observed the consultation and test drive from the sidelines so as not to disturb the client with too many people. The guys were able to see the client's expression and assumed that everything was going well. Vangan clasped his hands and said that Hongchul would definitely succeed. Jaren confirmed his words and said that they had put a lot of effort into sowing the seeds and it would soon be time to harvest. While Hongchul was out on a test drive, Jaren and Wangan went into a cafe to have a cup of coffee. Soon, Hongchul finished his work and ended the conversation with the client. The boy bowed to the man in farewell, waiting for the moment when he could leave calmly. As soon as the client was out of sight, Jaren and Vangan jumped up. The next second, Hongchul took off and started to run towards his colleagues. The guy ran and held out the documents, saying that he had signed the contract. Hongchul and Wangan began to jump happily, holding hands, while Jaren watched them from the side. The boys looked very happy as their work began to bear fruit. Meanwhile, things weren't going so well at the auto repair shop in Daegu. Yongbak decided to go into Sanshik's office, but upon entering the room, he began to cough. The branch manager smoked so many cigarettes that the office looked more like a gas chamber. Yongbak said that they needed to air out the room, but Sanshik ignored him and asked what he should do since it had already been half a month. The director didn't understand how they could sell 10 Pontios, but Chonbaek said that the panic was not only in their branch, but in the others as well. Yongbak opened the window and checked the message that had arrived on his phone. The manager asked Sanshik if he knew that Hongchol had sold one to Pantio. The branch manager's eyes widened and he asked again. Yongbak was distracted by another message and said that Jaren had sold another car. Sanshik snatched the phone and finished reading the message. The man said that Vangan also sold Pantio. The director's eyes sparkled with tears of joy and he said that they had now sold 4 cars. At the end of July, it was time for another corporate party. Sanshik was very happy because everyone had worked well this month. Jaren has sold 2 Pontios this month, plus the CEO's Pontio and 4 other cars. Vangan, in turn, sold 2 Pontios. Hongchol looked very pleased as he sold 3 Pontio cars. Chonbak sold 1 Pontio and 4 other cars, and Manager Song sold 1 Pontio and 1 other car. Thanks to this, they were able to achieve the desired results and sell 10 Pontio cars in just 10 days. Jongbak named Hongchul the #1 salesman this month and invited him to give a toast. The guy was very surprised, but did not deny his contribution. Hongchul admitted that this is the first time he feels like a real sales agent. The guy burst into tears and said that for the first time since joining the company, he felt proud. Manager Song began to make fun of the boy's sensitivity, and he began to hide his face, denying tears. However, it was Vangan who cried the most, which even embarrassed Sun's manager a little. Chonbek patted Wangan on the head and asked why they started crying. Other employees said they should be crying because their numbers are at their lowest this month. Manager Lim said that the boys had been trying hard all month, and as the eldest, he was even ashamed of his results, but he was grateful to them. Manager Lim tried to shake the boys up and said they did a great job. Sanchik raised his glass of beer and said that the newcomers had done a great job with this risky promotion. The director promised that next time, if a similar action occurs again, senior colleagues will take the initiative and show what they are capable of. Wangan, Hongchol, and Jaren were especially happy that evening because their efforts paid off. At this time, the mood at Taylor's headquarters was quite different. Sonhak wrote Jaren a humble message of praise. However, the man was not happy with the situation. Sonhak decided not to send the message and put his phone aside. He understood that such behavior was not in his rules. This task was doomed to failure from the start, and in fact, only one Taylor branch in the entire country managed to complete it, and that was Jaren's branch. The original plan was that by this point, Sonhak would come down to them and tell them that even though they hadn't achieved their goal, he would pay their bonuses out of his own pocket. In this way, Sonhak would show his generosity, kindness, and care, which is only available to the powerful. In this way, he wanted to suppress Lee Jaren and put him in his place. Thanks to this, Jaren would become attached to him and become obedient and docile. But instead, the guy not only completed his task, but also punched the director in the nose. However, sitting in his office now and realizing that his plan has failed, Sonhak experiences conflicting feelings. His plan failed, but he only enjoyed it more. From the very birth, people were divided for him into only 2 categories. There were only superiors and inferiors, and no one could change their position. Anyone who tried to climb higher than Sonhak was immediately eliminated by him. Everyone tried to use the man for their own interests, so Jaren was worth fearing, but this guy was different. Jaren was neither above nor below. He was somewhere in the middle and out of reach. Now comes the most difficult period in Sonhak's life. His grandfather's life is already coming to an end, and the struggle for the inheritance has reached its climax. The situation is getting dangerous, but Lee Jaren is an unknown figure to Sonhak. A new month has arrived, and as per tradition, it began with a general gathering at the car dealership. Sanchik said there will be a skills competition in Taylor next month. The full name of this event is the Taylor World Skills Championship. Jaren's eyes lit up at the news. Sanchik said that the competition has been held every 2 years since 2001, and they need to choose representatives from their country. As the name suggests, this competition is primarily attended by service technicians. However, for the sales department employees, there is also a place on the team, and participation in itself is valuable. Sanchik said that if he won, he could become #1 in Korea and asked if there were any people willing to participate. Jaren understood that as sales consultants, they didn't need to have in-depth knowledge of the locations of parts that were only visible when the hood was opened. But this knowledge expands the concept of after-sales service. This is an opportunity to improve customer satisfaction with after-sales service during the warranty period. Thanks to this, you can significantly increase sales through repeat purchases, because if problems arise, they will turn to you again. Because of such knowledge, an ordinary seller has the opportunity to increase brand loyalty. The skill competition was created with this in mind. In his past life, Jaren was never part of a national team, as not all brands participate in such competitions. When Jaron was still working at Taylor, he was not yet competent enough in this matter, and Minho was always the representative of Daegu. Jaron doesn't understand what exactly this is about, but he would like to try to participate in it. Sanshik said that 3 people can participate from each salon, and in Daegu, this place is currently reserved only for Lee Jaron. The director said that as soon as everyone decided on their desire to participate, they could let him know. All the employees were shocked by this statement, because they did not understand why Jaron was singled out again. Minho had always participated in this competition before and was now confused by the director's choice. Jaron was also surprised, because such a choice was not typical for Sanshik, who values harmony in the team above all else. The boy thought that Sonhak might have had a hand in this, but then dismissed the thought. Jaron looked around and his gaze caught on Young-baek. The manager turned towards the guy with a serious expression on his face. Jaron looked closely at the man and his behavior. After this, Young-baek broke into a smile, making it clear that he personally had a hand in this. After some time, the atmosphere in the team smoothed out a little. Once everyone had calmed down, Minho decided to go into Sanshik's office to talk. When the branch manager saw Chief Choi, he invited him to come inside. Sanshik said that the man had not visited him for a long time. The branch manager invited Minho to sit down and have a cup of coffee. Chief Choi followed his suggestion, remaining silent. When Sanshik brought the coffee and sat down next to him, Minho started talking about the Professional Skills Championship. Leader Choi asked if Sanshik was sure he had the order correct. The director asked if the man was upset that he didn't mention Minho's name first and said that he just wanted to spare him since he had a lot of work. Sanshik said that if Chief Choi wants to participate, he will be only glad. Minho said that the director should have asked his opinion about it first. Sanshik reminded Manager Choi that he was the branch manager and personnel matters were his prerogative. Therefore, Sanshik does not have to report his decisions to anyone, especially not to Minho. The director changed his positive attitude and asked if Minho's bad mood was due to him standing on the wrong side. Chief Choi asked if Sanshik was going to get rid of him like a dog after a hunt since Lee Jaron was now the best. The director said that Minho misunderstood his intentions. Sanshik asked when Minho was his dog and if he ever brought him rabbits. The director said that he was not saying this out of dislike towards him. Sanshik said that he really likes Minho and that no one is anyone's master or dog. The director reminded that they are the head of the branch and the senior sales manager and nothing more. Sanshik said that he has always respected the man's personal boundaries, so he demands the same from him in return. Minho asked if the man still cared that the decision upset him. Sanshik said that he regretted that everything turned out this way because he knew that feeling too. The branch manager said that he didn't want to offend Minho in any way. Sanshik, in turn, recalled whether Minho ever came when he was invited to conversations that did not interest him. The man left each time, citing his busy schedule, and asked to pass on the information through Manager Lim. Minho understood that Sanshik had accumulated a lot of grievances against him, but he thought that the director also received bonuses from his work. Manager Choi said that these words only upset him more, so he asked to include his name on the list of participants. After this, Minho stood up and said that if the working relationship was broken, then he would just continue doing his job. Chief Choi said everything he had thought about and left Sanshik's office. After he left, the director grabbed his head as if it was splitting. Sanshik didn't understand what he should do with Minho because he didn't want to hurt anyone. Meanwhile, we returned to Jaron. A few days ago, he took his father to a salon where he got a haircut. For the first time in a long time, his father wore a suit again. Meanwhile, the bearded uncle came to Daegu for his new car. Jaron hadn't told his father anything about it beforehand, so this meeting came as a surprise to them. Jaron's father finally met his old friend, whom he had been afraid to meet for the past few years. At this moment, the men looked truly happy. After a long break, the friends talked about life and relieved the tension. That day, Jaron's father noticeably brightened, as if some of the sorrow had left his soul. Before leaving, the uncle gave his friend the keys to Stella. Soon, the whole family was riding in this car, like in the good old days. The mother of the family was very happy and remembered the happy moments associated with this car. The father had a smile on his face and turned to the back seat to his children and asked if they were all buckled up. The car was already very old, but it started without any problems. Jackin turned to her brother and asked what year the car was, and he replied, 90. The girl was surprised and a little scared, so she asked if she would fall apart on the way. Jaron smiled and said that if she broke down, they would push her home together. Father joked that in that case, it would not be a car, but a rickshaw. However, only Mom understood and appreciated this joke and laughed out loud. Jaron was happy with how things were turning out. In his past life, this never happened again after the tragedy. But now he is back together in his old car and happy. The family decided to spend this weekend together and went to the park. The mother sat down on a bench, waiting for her loved ones and watching her husband and daughter walking nearby. She was soon joined by Jaren, who brought her coffee. The woman asked why they didn't go up the mountain to look at the maples from above. From the sidelines, they watched as the father and daughter built a tower of stones. Mom said that Jaren and Jahan would definitely get up quickly and asked if the guy had been to Ketpavi Rock. The woman said that if you wish for something good while walking along the stone steps, Paisha Jagaru will definitely fulfill your cherished wish. Jaren replied that his cherished wish had already come true, so he had nothing more to wish for. Mom asked what the guy wanted, and he replied that he would like to sit here with her and drink coffee. The woman laughed and asked what his cherished wish was, and Jaren said it was the most real one. Jaren said that he was going to Daejeon next week, and if he was lucky, he would go to Seoul again next month. Mom remembered that the guy had already gone to Seoul for work, and the guy said that now their company was holding a competition and he wanted to take first place. The woman asked Jaren if he liked it, and he said yes. Jaren changed the subject and said that next year they could move back to Seoul and then his mother could quit her job as a bathhouse cleaner. The woman was very surprised and asked how the guy knew about this. Jaren replied that his mother always leaves for work when he comes home. The woman's knees and ankles hurt, and he saw her stop to rest several times as she climbed the stairs. Jaren said that if something happened to her knee, she would suffer for a long time, so he would work even harder. The guy said he didn't want his mom to work so hard, but she told Jaren not to overdo it either. The woman said that it is good when a guy has a favorite thing to do, but in the family, each of them has their own share. Mom touched Jaren's hand and told him that he shouldn't pull them all and should take care of himself. Otherwise, she would worry about him. The boy looked at his mother and asked why she was so worried about him. The woman replied that her husband always kept his word, and when he proposed to her, she thought he was just joking when he said he would not allow a drop of water to touch her hand. But in reality, he really didn't let her wash the dishes while Jaren and Jahyun were growing up. Mom said that was just the kind of person their father was, and she thought it was normal. However, she felt so sorry when he began to fall off his feet from fatigue. She could not even imagine that all this time he kept everything to himself and did not show his suffering to anyone. So Mom is worried that Jaren is like his father, so she can't hear him say that he can handle everything on his own. The woman said that they were a family and there were 4 people in it. They are all one, so they can do anything. Jaren looked at his mother and remembered that on the day he died, his mother remained alive. They were returning home after Mom's knee surgery, which she had put off for too long. Until they pay off all their debts, he will not be able to be with his family, but whose desire brought him here, because he thinks with a heavy heart about his mother, whom he left behind in the future. The next day, Hongchul learned from Jaren that Minho was also going to the competition. Vangan realized that the guy was speaking too loudly, so he covered his mouth with his hand. Wangan suggested that this was not a final decision, but Hongchul had already lost his desire to participate in the event. Jaren assumed that Chief Choi would go in his own car, so there would be 3 of them in total: Minho, Jaren, and Wangan. The guy said that Hongchul would have to wait until next time, and the guy started to complain about how he was always ignored. Jaren said the test would be multiple choice, but he'd have to study a section on evaluating car sales and repairs, which isn't something you can learn at the last minute. The guy said that there was a week before the start of the competition. On the first day, there would be testing, and 2 days were allocated for the second stage. Jaren said that such a schedule could disrupt Hongchul's sales schedule, and the boy agreed with him. However, the guy asked why the same arguments did not apply to Vangan, but the guy replied that he had studied this topic earlier. Vangan was planning to go into repairs if sales didn't work out. Jaren helped Vangan with RP, so the guy decided not to give up, but he still has a long way to go to match Hongchul's performance. Hongchul was flattered by these words and patted his colleague on the shoulder. Vangan offered to go to the competition with Jaren in his personal car. Jaren saw no point in refusing since he still hadn't managed to buy his own car. The next day, Vangan no longer looked as happy as he had the day before. Jaren looked at his friend and asked if he had slept that night. Vangan admitted that he was so nervous that he could not sleep. Jaren asked the boy if he was sure he could drive in his condition. Vangan hastened to calm him down and took out an energy drink, which he bought not only for himself but also for Jaren. Jaren looked at his friend doubtfully, but did not insist. After a while, the guys were ready to hit the road and got into the car. The first day was supposed to be a test. The guys managed to arrive on time and began passing the first test. Along with them, many Taylor employees from different cities in Korea were tested. Jaren realized that the questions and tasks were not the easiest. The test was very extensive, but this did not frighten the guy. Jaron realized with a smile that it was not an easy task to overcome. Imnan and Cho Hyun-soo from another office came with him to the test. They were both still newbies, so things weren't easy for them. Jaron turned his attention to Vangan and realized that the guy was doing a great job. This is Choi Min-ho's second time participating in this competition, so the testing portion shouldn't be a problem for him. One of the questions in the test required that you provide a photograph of a McPherson suspension. This suspension is one of the products of the fierce struggle between two titans of the American auto industry, General Motors and Taylor. It is an independent suspension designed by automotive engineer Earl McPherson. This man worked at General Motors when he created this technology, but he encountered terrible treatment of engineers from the company and passed the development on to Taylor. However, how many salespeople, looking only at this photograph, will be able to immediately recognize the huge advantages in the suspension design and layout of the car? Jaron remembered how in a past life he had faced the wrath of a client because he did not have enough knowledge in this area. The customer accused the guy of knowing less about cars than the customer himself, so he couldn't trust Jaron. Jaron will never forget that day, March 3rd, 2008. A month after the purchase, the client's car broke down and the guy couldn't explain anything and only mumbled excuses. As a result, due to his own laziness and unwillingness to learn, Jaron lost the client's trust and received his first foreign car. An observer at the competition noticed that some people were resting right in the classroom, so he said that if someone was finished, they could wait outside. After these words, Jaron stood up from his seat. The observer warned the guy that all his actions would be reported to the head of his branch, so he asked him again if he was ready to hand over the work. Jaron said he had already decided everything and reminded him that the man had said he could go free if he was finished. The instructor did not try to dissuade the guy or question him further and simply accepted the test sheets. There were already several people in the break room who had finished the test earlier. Hensu complained that he had a headache just from the technical specifications. The guy said that the tasks were too difficult for salespeople because they had nothing to do with technology. Hensu shook Vangan by the shoulders and asked if he was right in his reasoning. Jaron watched the boy's behavior with suspicion. He asked when Hensu and Wangan had become such friends. Hyunsu smiled and said that they kept in touch all the time after completing rookie training. The guy said that Vangan was the most assertive one in Daegu, which confused his friend. Nayun joined their conversation and said that Wangan was very cute. The guy said hello and froze in place, not expecting the girl to approach them. Nayun sat closer, greatly embarrassing Vangan, but he did not dare to object to her. The girl said that Vangan did not ignore her, unlike other people. It was then that Jaron realized that Wangan had been communicating not only with Hyunsu, but also with Nayun. Hensu reminded Jaron of what he said when he left the room after the test was completed. The guy said it was very cheeky and charismatic. Hensu saw that the head office staff was trying to put pressure on Jaron, but he ignored them. The guy simply passed the test and was the first to jump out of the classroom, showing his confidence. Hyunsu said Jaron had amazing fortitude, but Lee didn't want to go into too much detail. Vangan joined the conversation and said that he was confident that Jaron had made the right decision. Hensu said the guy always takes his friend's side and said there were 100 questions on the test, even if we spend a minute on each one. The observer announced that we could leave 30 minutes after the start. Hensu asked how Jaron, having left half an hour after the testing began, was able to solve all the problems. Vangan replied that Jaron had always helped him with his training and answered every one of his questions promptly. At this point, the meaning of Hensu's words dawned on Vangan, and he asked if Jaron had really answered all the questions on the test so quickly. Jaron was grateful to his friend for standing up for him. However, there were too many people around him now who wanted to take advantage of the guy's knowledge. Jaron's only regret was that Vangan had said it out loud. Hyunsu asked when the guys would have time to study in Daegu since they were in sales, so they wouldn't be newbies all the time. Jaron picked up a mug of coffee from the table and replied that there was a time for everything. The guy said that sometimes there comes a time when a salesperson needs to know his product inside and out. Jaron suggested that this exam was designed to remind salespeople of this, so it never hurts to study up. Hensu remembered this lesson from Jaron, but he doesn't understand why he needs information about engines and their differences between different models. For the customer, information about the size of the car, torque, power, and fuel consumption is important, and this should be sufficient. Jaron asked Hensu what he would do if the car he sold broke down within a month of buying it. The guy asked how Hensu would react to this news. Hensu was angry because Jaron was going to teach him a lesson once again. The guy replied that even if this happened, there are service centers and guarantees. Hensu's job would simply be to send a tow truck. Jaron reminded him that the car was purchased on the recommendation of the seller and asked what he would do about the broken trust. Jaron said that in order to calm an angry customer, it is necessary to understand the basic principles of the design and operation of the mechanism. This way, the seller will be able to explain the reason for the breakdown and only then send the car to the service center. Hensu said that he did not build the car he was selling and asked if Jaron was going to lecture his customers the same way he was now. The guy didn't expect such a question, but quickly came to his senses. Jaron knew that Hensu was right in his remark. Jaron would have ignored these jokes before, but today, for some reason, he decided to intervene. The guy caught himself starting to lecture Hyunsu the same way he did with Hongchul and Wangan. Jaron didn't have time to realize that he had switched to lecturing another person. The guy remembered that ill-fated March 3, 2008, when due to his own laziness and unwillingness to study, he received his first foreign car. The customer returned the car because the engine had stalled, but Jaron couldn't explain the reason for what had happened and only insisted that the car should be sent to a service center. The customer was angry and asked how he could get his car to a service center if it wouldn't start. The man dismissed all of Jaron's assumptions about the breakdown, since wear and tear of the parts could not have occurred until 2 months after the car left the showroom. The client demanded that Taylor refund his money or replace the car with a new one. Jaron continued to apologize, but the client didn't care because his trust had been broken and he blamed himself for blindly trusting the consultant. Legally, everything was in order, but the client turned out to be stubborn. The man shouted that the car was not worth 100 or 200,000, and if something happened to it or he got into an accident, who would be responsible for it? The customer said he couldn't drive the car, so he demanded that Jaron provide him with a new one. Jaron bowed before the man and said that he understood everything and the client was right. The guy said he would take full responsibility for what happened. Since the client has already trusted him by purchasing this car, it means that Jaron will provide him with a new one. The guy re-registered the car with a faulty engine in his name, and in return, Jaron gave the client a new car. Even by the most basic calculations, the losses amounted to 15 million won. The cost of registration, depreciation of the car, and the first payment on the loan. But Jaron took charge, and since then, like a real salesman, he has started thinking about how to learn and move forward. Nayeon said that Hyunsu's words make sense, as she believes that it is important to know the history of the brand, its direction, and values. However, when working with a client, it is necessary to be polite and graceful in your responses, so it is more important to show genuine concern for clients. The girl asked what Vangan thought about this. The guy agreed about being polite towards the client, but also believed that the seller should be able to give a clear and professional explanation in response to questions that arise. Hyunsu said that Daegu seemed to have a completely different atmosphere than Seoul. The guy assumed that Vangan had studied all the questions so well that he had passed the test with 100 points. Vangan replied that this was too high a number, so he was only confident in 70 points. But even such an answer made Hyunsu and Nayeon freeze in shock. Jaron was also surprised by the modest Vangan's response. While all test participants were resting in a separate room, their answers were checked. Several people were urgently checking the work in order to sum up the results of the first day as quickly as possible. Soon, the office fell silent. One of the committee members stood up from his seat and said that Jaron had done something unusual. The observer who was monitoring the testing asked what had happened. A committee member reported that Jaron had passed the test with flying colors and asked if there could have been a leak. Other staff said that this is not a simple test for college admission, so it is simply impossible. The observer said that even an experienced mechanic could not solve this test completely, since it touches on absolutely every aspect of the production and sale of cars. One of the committee members suggested that Daegu had tightened its approach to employee training. Leader Choi scored 80 points on the test and came in 4th place. Shin Wangan scored 74 points and took 10th place. Managing Director Kwak Hyun-jin asked the observer if he noticed anything strange during the work. The man went over in his head all the moments connected with Lee Jaron. The observer thought that there was nothing strange in the guy's behavior. Quite the opposite. The man could notice the divine confidence with which Jaron took every step. The observer reported to the director that nothing suspicious had been noticed on Jaron's part. The director said that in that case the grade was fine, so they had to do it differently. The man said that even if the guy somehow miraculously passed the first stage, the second round would separate the wheat from the chaff. The director asked to remember that the purpose of this competition is to choose a person who will represent Taylor on the TV shopping show, and it is important to remember that the results must be kept secret until the very end. The man put on his glasses and looked at Jaron's test again, saying it was truly amazing. After some time, Wangan and Jaron returned to the car dealership in Daegu. Sanchik was very inspired and circled around Vangan, saying that he was their smart boy. The man even kissed the guy and asked how he managed to get into the top 20 in the entire country. Chonbek joined in Wangan's praise and patted the boy on the cheeks. Jaren and Hongchul watched this from the sidelines, as the attention didn't extend to them. Hongchul thought that Jeryong or Minho would be in the top, but Wangan beat them all. The guys noticed that even the atmosphere in the salon has been a little different lately. Jaren also told Hongchul that Wangan has been in touch with Nayun and Yunsu since their rookie training days. Hongchul was shocked by this news and already listed his colleague as a traitor. The guy was very upset and felt betrayed. Hongchul decided to get to work since the meeting was supposedly over, so he would go for a test drive. Jaren looked after the upset Hongchul and understood that he was still very young, so he was worried about him. Meanwhile, Minho was acting suspiciously calm. He didn't look like a man who was upset about losing to a junior employee. Jaren believes that the man is very good at keeping a straight face, because if he were in his place, he would have already been exhausted. When the elders left Wangan alone, the boy decided to approach Minho. Jaren watched this from the sidelines and did not dare to intervene in the conversation. Wangan modestly approached the man and attracted his attention. The guy asked if Director Choi would like to go with them to the second stage of the competition. Minho gave Wangan a withering look in return. Jaren was also confused by the guy's words. Minho was speechless at the junior employee's insolence. He wasn't the only one in shock at what was happening. Jaren also didn't understand what Wangan was trying to achieve. By the evening, the competition participants arrived in Seoul. To make the test easier, Jaren and Wangan decided to arrive early and stay at a hotel for the night. Wangan looked out of his hotel window at the bustling nighttime Seoul with admiration. At this time, Jaren came out of the shower, drying his wet hair with a towel. Unlike the previous day, Wangan was very inspired. The guy offered his friend a cold beer and some snacks. Jaren felt hot after his shower, but he wasn't sure if he should do it. He asked Wangan if it would be okay to do this, since they had a competition tomorrow. The guy replied that the atmosphere was so good now and one wouldn't hurt. Jaren gave in to his friend's persuasion and said that he had a point. Jaren said that Wangan must be offended, because he wanted to spend this wonderful evening in the company of Choi Minho. The guy was shaken by his words and said that he shouldn't have acted so stupidly. Wangan recalled how he invited Minho to go with them to the second stage of the competition. Leader Choi then gave him a withering look. The man angrily replied that they would travel separately, as they had done last time, since it would be more convenient for each of them. These words made Wangan freeze in place, as Minho's gaze spoke of extreme hostility towards him. Wangan said he should have consulted with Jaren first, and his friend asked why he had even suggested that Choi go along. The guy replied that it was always difficult to find an approach to Minho. Jaren said that Chief Choi relies too much on his personal beliefs. Wangan recalled that when he was praised by his senior colleagues, Minho looked disappointed. All three of them passed the first stage, but the man was not happy about it. Wangan admitted that before, he was simply afraid of Leader Choi. However, now the man began to look very tired, so the guy could not leave him like that. Jaren said he understood what Wangan was talking about. If you see a lonely person standing in the rain and soaking wet, you want to give that person an umbrella. Jaren said it was a natural reaction for any empathetic person. Wangan was glad that he was understood, but Jaren reminded him that this was not an ordinary person, but the leader, Choi Minho. This person is proud and tends to push people away, so he will only become more angry if you show him pity. Then Jaren said that he could be wrong, so there was no point in gossiping about him now. Some more time passed, during which the guys finished their beer. Wangan was clearly weak in the alcohol department, so he quickly became drunk. The guy raised his head and addressed Jaren informally. Jaren assumed that Wangan was already drunk. Wangan stood up from his seat and said that they had known each other for almost a year, so they could communicate as friends. Jaren said that he was right, and then the guy asked him to address him without formalities because it would be more convenient. Jaren didn't deny it and agreed. Wangan asked if he had changed much since their first meeting. The guy said that now he is not so shy, slouches less, and does not behave so indecisively. Wangan guessed that was why he decided to say such a thing to Choi Minho. Just a year ago, the guy wouldn't have even dared to think about talking to him first and certainly wouldn't have taken part in the competition. Wangan thanked Jaren for this. The guy was embarrassed and said that there was nothing to thank him for. Wangan said that this was not true, because he only began to live after he met Jaren. The guy said that Jaren is caring, although he tries not to show it openly and always helps. Jaren looked at his friend with confusion and didn't understand why he was saying all this now when he was drunk. Wangan really thinks the guy is a very good person. In the future, he wants to try to become like Jaren. Jaren had already started looking around so that if anything happened, he could run out of the room. The guy flinched when Wangan suddenly rose from the table. Manager Shin was already tipsy, so he offered Jaren another can of beer. Jaren watched him carefully, not taking his eyes off him for a second. The guy refused the drink and said that it was time for them to go to bed. The second stage of the competition began the next day. The instructor announced that today the participants would take a test in a role-playing format. The man said the type and model of car would be random. The instructor told the participants not to worry, to relax, and to proceed with the exercise with a cool head. Jaren looked at Vangen's worried expression and asked if he was always this nervous when consulting with clients. The guy replied that he had been feeling better lately, but he was very afraid of making a mistake right in front of his superiors. Jaren said that it was no big deal because their bosses wouldn't turn their backs on them if they made a mistake, but the same couldn't be said for their clients. The guy said it was a normal role-playing game. There would just be more spectators than at any other time. On Jaren's advice, Vangen took a deep breath and thanked his friend for his help. A few moments later, Vangen's name was called and the guy started to get nervous again. The girl organizer asked the shaking guy to take the test. On shaky legs, Vangen followed after her and waved goodbye to Jaren. As his friend disappeared behind the door, another man approached Jaren. Choi Minho caught the guy's attention and said that they needed to talk. Jaren didn't understand what Chief Choi wanted from him, but there was no point in refusing. They walked out to the rooftop lounge area where other employees often gathered to smoke. Minho walked up to the fence and told Jaren, who was standing behind him, that he would do everything he could. Chief Choi looked at the boy and told him to try his best too. Jaren bowed slightly and said that it would be so. After this, Minho announced that if his results were worse than Jaren's, he was going to leave Taylor. Jaren's eyes widened in shock and he turned his gaze to the man. The guy asked if it was really necessary to act so drastically. Minho looked at Jaren and said that his tone was too nasty. The man said he found it annoying that the guy was so confident he would win. Jaren asked if it really matters in sales who wins and who loses. Minho said that he just didn't like the guy, and when that happens, that person leaves Taylor, but that doesn't happen with Jaren, so that's what he decided. Jaren said he never wanted CEO Choi to leave the company. Minho looked at the guy with disdain. He recalled the humiliating moments when the CEO asked him to switch seats with Jaren because there was not enough room at the table. I remembered how Sanshik started pushing the guy to first place. He remembered that Jongbek hadn't taken Jaren for himself out of a simple whim. At that moment, Sanhee's image appeared before Minho's eyes. As the man was about to quit, Choi felt very strange. After the news of Sanhee's dismissal, Minho approached him and asked if the man was leaving because of his actions. Sanhee didn't want the boy to feel bad. Manager Choi said that he was doing everything to the best of his ability and asked if he had treated Sanhee badly. Then the man replied that the guy was doing everything right and that was why he was leaving. Sanhee left because he thought the Daegu branch needed Minho and not him. However, now an ambitious newcomer, Jaren, has appeared in the branch. Now Minho himself found himself in Sanhee's place and became of no use to anyone. Manager Choi told Jaren that he wasn't going to play psychological games with him, so he just wanted to do his best and would expect the same from the guy. Jaren planned to move to Seoul next year and knew that someone else would take his place. Lee Sang-shik holds on tightly to Minho because his talent is unmatched, but Jung Baek thinks otherwise. The previous conversation on the roof with Jung Baek had made Jaren aware that the man was up to something. His plan is to get rid of Minho before Jaren leaves for Seoul. Jaren knows that he can't interfere with this because he knows how Chief Choi's reign could end. The only thing left for Jaren to do is wish Minho good luck. One by one, the competitors passed the second stage. The committee members closely monitored all actions and words in order to identify the best candidate. The judges made marks on their lists, noting the good and bad sides of the participants. Now a participant named Choi Chuljin was undergoing the test. At the end of his consultation, the guy said that he liked Gwangju and Taylor too. Chuljin said that whether it was 10 years or more, as long as the customer drove that car, the guy would stay in Taylor. The guy promised the client that he would always be with this company. At this point, Chuljin's test ended and he left the hall. The members of the commission began to talk among themselves, discussing the test they had just passed. One observer said the Gwangju office had improved significantly since the last competition. The top judge of the day said that it was a worthy performance by the ace of the Gwangju branch. The man compared his performance to that of Daegu leader Choi Minho. Although their styles are completely different, they both demonstrate excellent skills. That judge was Jong Tae-hee, a pioneer of imported cars in the Republic of Korea. The man began his career in the 1980s, when imported cars first appeared in Korea. Tae-hee eventually became the CEO of Taylor in Korea and is considered a symbol of the South Korean import car industry. Of all the participants in the competition, Lee Sin-jae and Choi Minho were singled out. The mask will also be judged in this competition, as the face of the Taylor brand is currently being chosen. Director Sun Hak agreed that Choi Minho was a valuable asset. but he wasn't the one he was interested in right now. Another participant form was brought to the CEO and he asked if they were running low. A member of the commission confirmed his guess and said that this was the last 12th participant. Tae-hee saw that the member was from the Daegu branch and told Sung-hak that there were many outstanding employees in that branch. Son-hak smiled and said that he was just lucky with the personnel. Meanwhile, one of the organizers approached the actors and offered them cold coffee. The actors thanked him, and the man said that they would soon finish as there was only one participant left. The guy and the girl accepted the coffee and said with smiles that they understood everything. The role of the husband in the couple was played by Kwon Young-sup, and the role of the wife was played by Lim Mi-hyun. These two were seasoned in theatrical combat. On the recommendation of a friend, the guy and the girl decided to do RP for Taylor this year. One day, Ensop and Maichin were watching videos from an RP competition. The guy playing the customer asked if the diesel engine was too noisy. The dealer replied that there was once a greatest guitarist in the world named Jimi Hendrix. However, when people first heard him play, they asked him not to strum the guitar so loudly. However, a little time passed, and they already told him that they wanted to listen to this sound forever, which ignites the soul. The dealer asked how a quiet car was better than a golf car, because a car only begins to communicate with the driver when the sound of the engine resonates in his heart. The man said that Harley-Davidsons are specially tuned to get that characteristic rough engine sound. The dealer claims that it is this sound that brings pleasure and comfort to the driver. Ensop and Maichin were so shocked by this statement that they let out a loud gasp. The girl asked the guy if this is really how they sell cars. Ensop replied that he didn't know since he had never been to a foreign car showroom. The girl admitted that she felt a little awkward with this dealer, and the guy said that in fact, these are role-playing games for dealers. Ensop said that in a sense, it is the same as a play being performed on a stage. The girl recalled that among the actors, there are many who have moved into the sales sector. Ensop asked if Mi-han thought they could do it too, since they had to act as realistically as possible, like real clients. Coming into this sphere, the boy and the girl expected high art, which was supposed to delight. However, everything turned out a little differently because their expectations were not met. All the previous managers they had worked with had shown them completely different results. By the end of the test, Ensop and Mi-han thought that all of these managers could have been given a failing grade. The guy thought it was very important that all the elements were harmonious. However, all those who played clients completely ignored the interests of others, trying to attract all the attention to themselves. The previous participant answered every question with very long and ridiculous stories and repeated them 19 times in a row. Michin thought that these were not actors, but participants who were trying not for the clients, not for the audience, but for their bosses. This is necessary in order to demonstrate your value to the Taylor Company. Finally, it was time for the last participant, and the guy and girl were waiting for it with impatience. Ensop and Maichin were very happy because then they would be able to go and eat after a long and hard day. When the start of the next game was announced, the boy and girl stood up from their seats. The actors stood at attention, hands intertwined like a married couple. After the performance, Jaren entered the hall. The members of the committee perked up a little when they saw the guy because he showed great promise. Son-hak was confident in his employee because he knew him personally. The man looked at Jaren with a smile, waiting for his next move. The guy walked to the center of the room and introduced himself to the commission members. For the first time all day, the voice of a participant shocked the actors so much. The CEO responded to Jaren that he was very pleased to meet him. The guy's gaze spoke of determination, but remained cold. Ensop and Maichin noted that Jaren looked very scary. Jaren feels very lucky because the CEO's values are very similar to his own. Jaren read Yoon Tae-hee's autobiography, and since he's here, the guy can just be himself. The guy was calm because in Tae-ha's presence, he could be himself. The organizer announced that this role-playing game will be about a car model, 1000. The man warned that the roles of the clients would be played by professional actors, but they did not look confident. Jaren noticed this, so he smiled at the boy and the girl. After that, the atmosphere changed and became more relaxed. The organizer announced the start of the RP, and Jaren, in the classic manner, began with a bow and greeting. Slowly but surely, the guy began to talk, slowly leading the topic to a discussion of the car. Jaren invited them to get into the car to appreciate all the internal advantages of the model. Ensop and Maichin felt that they were most comfortable communicating with this person. After finishing inspecting the inside of the car, the girl was about to get out, and Jaren put his hand between her head and the roof of the car. At the last moment, Michin noticed this gesture. The girl realized that this gesture was made so that she would not hit her head while getting out of the car. Maichin thanked the guy and he smiled back at her. Jaren was worried that the client's husband might misunderstand him, but Young Sop said it was okay. Jaren pretended to be confused by the situation. After this, the atmosphere became lighter, and the young people did not hesitate to laugh at this situation. Ensop noted that he felt very comfortable and calm with Jaren. Meekin liked this pleasant and kind conversation, attentive and caring attitude. The guy and the girl felt that this guy was not at all like everyone else, because he was not acting, but was behaving very naturally. The committee members couldn't believe that Jaren only had a year of experience, because he gave the impression of being a real seasoned employee. The judges noted the guy's excellent facial expressions, good diction, and complete calmness. Sonhak heard that some of the committee members started saying that the RP was too boring. The man himself understands this because in this situation, he almost doesn't recognize Jaren. The guy usually communicates more freely, at least when communicating with him. Sonhak thinks that the guy could not have not known about the peculiarities of this competition, so he does not understand what happened to him. The judges started saying that Choi Minho performed much better, because he even had a signature phrase. Sunhak thought about this, remembering Chief Choi's role-playing game. Minho said that modern cars are almost all equally functional, meaning that today a car is more than just a means of transportation. It is a lifestyle. Brand, efficiency, design. All this becomes a reflection of the values of personal life. Minho told customers that the 1000 model would add new values to their daily lives. Sonhak watched Jaren's actions and behavior closely. 8 minutes have passed since the role-playing game began. Each seller at the RP had 10-15 minutes. But at this rate, neither influence nor a coup would solve anything. Sonhak was upset that Jaren had disappointed his expectations regarding the final test. At this point, Michin told her husband that she wanted to buy a car at this location. Ensop supported his wife and asked Jaren if they could sign a contract. Jaren smiled and said that he would prepare everything for them in the near future. Sonhak was surprised because the actors playing the roles of the clients were given a double task. Firstly, they need to be as friendly and proactive as possible, but still go with the flow of the sale. And secondly, to get an accurate estimate without signing a contract within 10 minutes. The commission members began to be indignant because less than 10 minutes had passed since the start of the RP. The judges suggested that the actors relax too much on the last contestant. Soon, the role play was over, and the actors bowed to Jaren as he bowed back. The guy straightened his jacket and turned towards the judges. The CEO praised Jaren for a great RP. The boy thanked the man for the praise, but that was not all. Taihi suggested that Jaren was not playing to his full potential, which is why he did not show all of his abilities. The guy smiled and confirmed his assumptions. The director asked why he did that, because they were now in a competition, and if they tried half-heartedly, it would be a minus. Tae-hee said that no matter how talented the guy was, this was not following the rules, so the seller should not act too relaxed. Other members of the commission began to say that the guy was not capable of anything else and was only trying to stand out from the crowd by saying these words. Jaren didn't pay attention to these ridiculous phrases. Tae-hee asked why someone who got the maximum score on the test and made it to this stage suddenly didn't want to show their best. The man demanded that Jaren explain his actions, and the boy replied that the seller was consulting a client. Finally, Sonhak got what he had been thinking about all along. Jaren began his usual conversation. Jaren said that the presentation was a performance in front of the jury, and the guy only conducted a consultation. The CEO was not satisfied with this answer and asked for an explanation. Jaren, in turn, knew that the man understood everything perfectly and saw the true meaning of this consultation. Tae-hee was a salesman like him and asks this question because he really wants to test his assumption. Jaren began his explanation by saying that the actors playing the clients demonstrated a consistently friendly attitude. It is likely that the role of clients was programmed with a bias towards the 1000 model from the very beginning. So Jaren believes that there is no need to specially package the Taylor brand if the product is already packaged. The first stage instructor was pleasantly surprised by this answer. Jaren said that comparisons with competing models were pointless, just to highlight a few minor points. Specifically, to maintain a positive attitude of customers towards this model. Jaren said that since these were ideal clients, the main goal was to make them comfortable. The CEO said the guy was right about these being ideal clients. Tae-hee said that to more accurately assess salespeople's abilities, they need to be given the opportunity to showcase their strengths. However, there is another reason why role-playing is carried out by the ideal client. The CEO asked if Jaren knew the correct answer. The guy suggested that there would be another round of role-playing. If the first time you checked the work with the ideal client, then the next time you should have focused on processing the claim. The CEO was shocked by this answer. All the members of the commission were also at a loss. One of the judges jumped up and said that there had been a leak. The organizers began to claim that this was impossible, since only a few people within the company knew about it and everyone else was told about it only before the start of the competition. Sonyak asked the prosecutor if he wanted to accuse his branch of cheating in his branch. The committee member said that the second round had been used in previous competitions, so he asked if this was really Jaren's first time competing. The man asked how the boy could have known about this if there had not been a leak. Sonyak took this more calmly and asked the man what the problem was. The director put him in his place, asking if he was upset that his branch did not have such outstanding newcomers. Meanwhile, the CEO was not interested in this dispute. Tae-hee once again turned to Jaren with a question. The man asked the guy to explain again how he found out about the second round of the RP for processing the claim. Jaren replied that candidates take turns coming in from the waiting room to take the exam, and half an hour passes before it is the next person's turn. The guy said that he came here in 2 minutes. The RP lasted 10 minutes. The maximum RP time is 15 minutes. There is no point in delaying with the ideal client any longer, so candidates have another 10-15 minutes. The first task is too simple to determine the strongest, so another, more difficult one must follow. So Jaren assumed it would be a claim processing task. The members of the commission calmed down a little since his words sounded quite logical. The judges thought it was because the guy was last in line, so he had enough time to think things over. Sonyak smiled because Jaren had not disappointed him after all. The CEO said it was time to move forward with processing the claim right away. Tae-hee said that he would be watching Mr. Lee Jaren with interest. This time, only Michin participated in the test as a dissatisfied customer. For a while, the room fell silent as the girl prepared herself. However, just a couple of seconds later, the girl began to scream loudly. She asked Jaren why her new car, which was only a month old, had stalled in the middle of the road. The guy was even surprised by such pressure. The girl was a professional in her field, so he was even shaken up. Mihin screamed that her important deal had fallen through because of the broken car and asked how Taylor was going to answer for it. Jaren looked at the girl and understood that she was overcome with indignation and a rage as hot as fire. The guy knew that such a fire could not be put out in one go, so he urgently had to come up with something. Jaren decided to start small to prevent the flames from spreading further and asked if the girl was hurt. Michin responded that the stress of the accident would kill her faster than the accident itself. The girl said that this car is completely new, because it is only a month old, and this is the second time it has just stopped in the middle of the road. Michin said she was very naive when she bought the car because it was clearly broken. She asked how she could get behind the wheel of this car now, and Jaren heard the voice of a client from his past life in her words. Michin, like the man, demanded that she change her car and thank him for not asking for a refund. Jaren froze in place as the events of that terrible day came flooding back into his mind. The guy really regretted that he didn't know how to react correctly to such situations. At that time, Jaren, in his inexperience, thought that if he tried to explain everything, the client would meet him halfway. But now he has a chance to correct his mistakes. The guy knew that this model, the 1000, had a problem with components that only affected one model, and as of 2005, the cause had not been specifically identified. In accordance with headquarters policy, Taylor Korea is conducting a complete engine recall for customers experiencing this issue, which fortunately has a very low incidence. The commercial approach in the organization is to sell and forget, so the car will never be replaced. The full recall won't begin until late 2007. So Jaren thought this was a test to predict future problems. Managers use the test as a cover to observe the reactions of top performers in order to create a problem-solving guide for the future. In that case, Jaren decided to start with the basics, so he began by apologizing to the client. The guy promised that the car would be repaired at the service center and made even more reliable than it was before. Michin asked what would change if the car was taken to a service center, since she had already been told that they had not been able to determine the cause. Jaren said he was personally involved in checking the car when it broke down the first time. He said he and the service center staff spent the entire night analyzing the problem, taking as many photos as possible and contacting the best mechanics across the country for help. Jaren said the problem is suspected to be an engine defect and they have already reported it to head office. The guy guarantees that the result will be ready within a week, and so that Michin does not experience any inconvenience, he offers to provide her with a replacement car during this time. The girl didn't like this option and asked if they were really going to brush her off again. The first time, Michin went to meet them, but the situation repeated itself again. Jaren understands that the girl's anger does not subside because this is a requirement of her role and thinks that this is right. From his past life experience, the guy understands that the situation cannot be resolved so easily. Trying to calm such an irritated client with empty promises can have the opposite effect. Jaren understands that in a situation like this, it's best to present the facts, and to present them calmly and honestly. The guy apologized again for the problems they had caused and for failing to keep the client safe twice. Jaron said that according to head office policy, the car cannot be replaced. His words left the commission members frozen in shock. Jaron bowed and apologized again. The guy came up to the car and said that Taylor is a company that puts customer trust first. Jaron said the fact that the engine stalled twice was no small matter. The guy assured the girl that the head office was carefully examining this incident, so the issue of replacing the engine would be resolved soon. Jaron promised that in that case they would give priority to Ms. Lim Mi-hyun. The actress did not know what to do next, despite the fact that previous participants also mentioned replacing the engine. But no one had made such specific promises before. Jaron promised that the engine would be replaced as soon as possible. The guy asked the girl to give them a week. The committee members were shocked, and even Sanhak didn't understand what Jaron was doing. Mi-hyun froze in place and couldn't think of anything, but she couldn't give up, because she had been told not to give up her position too early. The girl turned to the organizer, and he pointed to his wristwatch, as if to say that there was still a lot of time left. Seeing Mi-hyun's gaze, the organizer crossed his arms and shook his head vigorously from side to side. The girl realized that she had to somehow get out of the situation, so she asked what she should do all this time. Mi-hyun clung to her last hope and asked him what he would do if the car started stalling again. Jaron smiled and said that in that case, he would personally buy the girl a new car. This time, Mi-hyun was completely lost. Sonhyak's eyes grew bigger and bigger as the test progressed. He didn't understand why Jaron was saying such things and thought he was crazy. Jaron said the company will never give up its profits, but he makes that promise personally. The guy extended his hand towards Mi-hyun and asked her to trust him. Jaron assured the girl that he kept his word. The guy understood that it would take another 15 years before the consumer protection law came into force, so there was no other way out. After Jaron left the room fell silent for a while. The committee members were so shocked by Jaron's words that they did not dare comment on them. One of the judges decided to ask if the guy meant that the company doesn't change cars, but he would make an exception for this client. Another judge said the company would not make such a concession even if one of its employees accidentally said so. The man said that even if he put all his efforts into it, it was unrealistic and impractical. So he believed that Jaron's youthful enthusiasm was to blame for everything. Sonhak said that the guy is very capable, because when he has a choice, he chooses not a company, but a client. Many employees would consider this madness. Sonhak was confused, because even if this was an artificially created situation, Jaron was saying such a thing in the company, at a meeting of all the executives. The man even covered his eyes with his hand so as not to see the guy. Sonhak clenched his fist and thought that Jaron really was crazy. In fact, the client already knows the answer they want to hear, but it is impossible to say, so they will have to admit their guilt, apologize, and say that they will do everything in their power. This is the only ordinary and vague answer that an ordinary sales manager can give. But Jaron mentioned head office policy as if to say that management would not change the car, so it was worth accepting. The guy then mentioned that Taylor always puts customer trust first, as if he was addressing the executives present. The committee members began to discuss, and one of them said that Jaron's latest speech was impressive, but it was better to be realistic about the situation. Another judge said that the preference should be given to the leader Lee Mingjae. Another leader said that there was nothing special about Mingjae's performance, and that Jaron was the one who stood out the most throughout the day. One of the committee members said that it would be better if the victory went to the leader rather than to the junior manager. While the disputes among the managers were not yet over, the CEO called the organizer. Tae-hee asked to invite actors who played clients for a couple of minutes. Soon, Mi-hyun and Ensop were sitting across from the committee, and the CEO thanked them for their work. The man apologized for the delay and said he would like to ask the boy and girl a few questions. Ensop replied that there was nothing to worry about and said that he was listening to him carefully. Tae-hee said the actors met with 12 salespeople today and asked who they would like to buy a car from. Mi-hyun and Yeonsop didn't think long and answered in unison that it was from Mr. Lee Jaron. The CEO asked if he could ask them to justify their choice. Mi-hyun replied that there was no specific reason for this. She just believed that Jaron kept his word. The first thing the girl thought about was that the guy would always be on her side. Meanwhile, Jaron walked into the waiting room to join the rest of the competition participants. Vangan was already waiting for him there and greeted him with congratulations. Vangan brought Jaron coffee and asked why it was taking him so long, but the guy assured him that everything was fine. Manager Shin admitted that he had screwed up the last task of handling claims. Jaron confirmed that it was difficult, but he was the only one who looked okay after completing the challenge. Vangan said other participants said this was the first time the topic of claims had been raised at the competition. The guy no longer remembers what he said to the client, but no matter what he did, she did not stop yelling at him. Vangan grabbed his head and said that he had almost turned gray there. The guy only remembers that he seemed to have promised to report the situation to the director and provide a replacement car. Jaren praised Vangan for his work, and Vangan asked how the guy himself dealt with the situation. Jaren said that he promised the girl to buy a new car at his own expense, which shocked his friend. Jaren said he would buy the car if the company couldn't fix the problem. At his words, all the contestants present in the room turned around. Manager Choi looked at Jaren with a withering gaze. Jaren looked carefully at all the participants and didn't understand why everyone's ears were perked up. After some time, a girl organizer came into the break room and praised all the participants for their work. She placed the basket of phones on the table and said that they could collect their personal belongings and begin to disperse. Jaren and Vangan waited their turn, continuing their conversation. The guys were already heading towards the exit, and Vangan said that he didn't believe that it was all over. Jaren offered to drive if the guy was tired, but they were interrupted from their conversation. Manager Choi was haunted by the remark the boy made in the break room. Minho asked if Jaren really promised to replace the car for this test. The boy turned to the man and answered negatively. Minho was sure that Jaren was serious, and the boy confirmed his suspicions. There was silence for a while, as if Chief Choi didn't want to speak in front of Wangan. Jaren noticed this, so he asked the guy to wait for him in the car. Wangan was worried, but quickly bowed to Chief Choi as a farewell and left. When they were alone, Minho said he didn't understand anything. He asked if Jaren was really going to replace the car for every problem customer. The guy replied that it was indeed impossible to replace all the cars, because then the expenses would significantly exceed the income. Jaren replied that it was a question of mindset, because the point is that he would never turn his back on a client. Minho didn't understand how the guy could say this so easily. Manager Choi remembers that when he was training, he was told that until the car is in the hands of the customer, the salesperson should not be the first to refuse it. He was taught that it is necessary to constantly maintain contact with a client who has left his contact information and build friendly relationships. Even if the client does not buy the car now, he remains a potential buyer who needs to be regularly messaged. Once the customer responds, he falls into the seller's net. The seller's next steps are to make the customer believe that Minho is the only normal seller in this world. The mentor asked if Minho understood, and he replied that he remembered everything. After some time, the mentor asked the guy if he was still in touch with one of the clients, and Minho answered in the affirmative. Then the man said that this only needed to be done before the car was handed over, and after that, there was no longer any need to follow the client around. Minho replied that he couldn't refuse the man since he approached him first. The mentor told the guy that if he always agreed with the client, the person would turn into a difficult client. The man said that Minho lacked the flexibility to handle car sales. Manager Choi believed that one should always think rationally and get rid of unnecessary customers. By filtering out customers after the car is delivered, the seller keeps those who bring friends and those who change cars frequently. This way, the work will be limited to a narrow circle of high-quality clients, which will allow him to get ahead of everyone else. Minho admitted that he thought the same thing when he first saw Jaren. Manager Choi said that the guy is an idealist and knows too little about reality, because customers are constantly demanding something. Minho said that if Jaren treats everyone with such responsibility, he will be used. Jaren didn't try to convince Chief Choi otherwise, but he himself understood that he was far from an idealist. The guy is convinced that as long as he doesn't give up on a client, the client will never give up on him. No matter how angry the client is at Jaren, he will understand that it is not his fault. Therefore, the guy is ready to help the client, even if the situation is very serious and cannot be resolved by standard methods. When a person has a problem with his car and needs help, he is forced to contact the seller. Last time, Jaren did the same thing with the customer whose car broke down and took responsibility because the man trusted him as a salesman. Jaren may be ready to replace the car with a new one, and when a customer feels this, he always responds with greater loyalty and takes the seller's side. In his past life, over almost 20 years, the guy had to take back only 2 cars due to claims. But the customers who received new cars continued to involve their relatives and friends until the very end and recommended Jaren to them. In this way, they ensured a flow of customers, and this recouped the losses many times over. Jaren told Minho that he takes responsibility for meeting his customers' needs. The guy said that the real skill of a salesman begins after selling the car. Minho had a different opinion on this. Chief Choi said there is a theory that it costs 4 times more to attract new customers than to retain existing ones. However, in practice, in sales, everything is different because they are not a corporation. Minho said that one day, Jaren would also face the harsh reality. Sooner or later, there will be a huge number of clients and endless unfulfilled demands. Minho said that salespeople are people first. They have the same time and energy as everyone else. So if Jaron continues to work as if he has 2 or 3 pairs of hands, sooner or later he will suffocate from his own ideals. Jaron smiled and said that in that case he would find another way. Minho said that it was all sophistry and that their job was to be the link between the machines and the clients. Jaron disagreed with Chief Choi. The guy said that if they were just a link, then the client would only benefit from the purchase, and the salesperson's job would become meaningless, and such a profession would simply die out. Minho realized that he couldn't convince Jaron, so he said that they couldn't understand each other. Manager Choi said that they were 2 different people. Jaron replied that they just had different values. There was silence for a while. Minho walked towards the exit and said that maybe that was the case. That was the end of their conversation. Jaron thought about what Chief Choi had said and understood his position, but he had no intention of changing his own. Minho walked into the parking garage alone. Jaron's words left the man baffled. There were a lot of questions that Minho didn't have answers to. Exactly the next day, Choi Minho submitted his resignation. 2 days have passed since Jaron and Minho's conversation. On none of these days did Manager Choi show up for work. Jongbaek and Jaron were drinking coffee on the rooftop, and the manager asked the guy what happened between him and Minho at that skills competition. Jaron said that the manager Choi promised to quit if his results were worse, and Jongbaek reminded that the results would not be announced until a week later. Jaron said that they talked to Minho after the competition ended, and he had already decided everything. Jongbaek said that manager Choi would definitely be the best employee of the year in their branch, so he doesn't understand the reason for his departure. Then the thought occurred to Jongbaek that Minho had not quit, but had run away. Even if it's easy to find a new job in sales, it's not normal for a manager to just run away without telling the team. Jongbaek said that after Minho left, he thought things would be different. The manager said he felt sorry for Jaron, but he was grateful to him. The guy looked at Jongbaek as if he didn't understand what they were talking about. The leader said that there was no way Jaron didn't know that he was using him to get rid of Minho. The guy confirmed his suspicions, but said he wouldn't call it exploitation. So he asked the manager not to worry. Jongbaek smiled and thanked Jaron for his understanding. Jaron knew that if branch manager Lee Sang-shik had been more strict, then branch manager Jongbaek wouldn't have had to go to such extremes. But Jongbaek's decision was correct. He ensured himself before Jaron's departure. Otherwise, Minho would soon have driven out Sang-shik and he would have resigned. Jongbaek said that soon the teams will start to merge and he will become the leader of the first team, the third will become the second, and the first will become the third. Manager Junsub will become the leader and recruit new recruits. Jongbaek said that the best salesman this year will be Jaron and thanked him for his hard work. It was already late autumn outside, so the manager said that it was cold on the roof. Jongbaek advised Jaron to go inside and he would smoke another cigarette and then go too. The guy didn't object, bowed and headed towards the exit. As soon as he entered the building, he received a message. Jaron was written to by Shin Chae-yoon and asked if the guy had received tickets to the premiere, since he was the one who recommended her to star in this film. A week later, the results were announced and the participants of the professional skills competition were awarded. Jaron was presented with the first place award and was kept on stage for a while to take a photo with the CEO. Tae-hee said the guy was promising and called him his deputy, but Jaron corrected him and said he was a junior manager. The CEO didn't lose his composure and asked if the guy had seen the certificate of honor. The man said that Hinshin Motors had nominated Jaron as its deputy. Jaron only now noticed the inscription on the certificate of honor. The guy was very surprised, and Tae-hee said that Sonhak tried hard. The CEO shook Jaron's hand and told him to keep up the good work, and the guy promised he would try. After the awards were presented, Jaron left the hall and met Director Sunhak at the exit. The guy bowed, and Sonhak said that this was their first meeting in Seoul. Jaron recalled that the man was a member of the commission and was present during the tests. Sonhak said that it didn't count since they didn't even exchange a word. The director said that thanks to Jaron, the skills competition was much more fun and suggested that they take a little walk since it was too noisy here. The boy agreed and followed the man. On the way, Sunhak said that they had become a bit distant after Pontio's summer promotion, and Jaron said that the director had not come to Daegu at that time. The guy understood that he had successfully carried out the action that was given to him to set him up, so Sonhak was ashamed to come. The director announced that starting tomorrow, Jaron will be given a car from the company in honor of becoming a representative of Korea, as a congratulation. The boy bowed and thanked the man, but he noticed that Jaron was not surprised. Jaron replied that it was, in any case, a company car that was given to them for a year. Sonhak said that he liked the guy anyway, so he would like to see him more often. Jaron reminded that they only see each other when the director comes to Seoul, and the man confirmed this, saying that he is a very busy man. The boy understood that Seung-hak was not the type to act aimlessly, so there was no need for him to come and tell Jaron all this. The guy suggested that grandfather Seung-hak's condition had worsened significantly, which greatly surprised the director. The man wasn't sure what he had told Jaron about this, but Jaron convinced him that it had been a long time ago. Seung-hak said that even if the old man gets better, his illness is like a time bomb. You never know when it will detonate. The director wants to make a decision as soon as possible, but now is not the time or place for this conversation. So he suggests that Jaron go out for a drink today. The guy apologized and said that he already had an event planned for today. Jaron said he was invited by his client to a preview of the film, so he can't put it off. Seung-hak didn't know that the film had already been released. Jaron realized that the man was being disingenuous, because today was the pre-screening for regular viewers, and the screening for interested parties should have already taken place. Seung-hak said he was genuinely intrigued because the film turned out better than expected. Jaron asked if the director had seen the film, and he replied, no. The guy didn't understand what caused this and asked directly. Seung-hak replied that the most interesting thing is to watch how they squeeze all the juice out of the trump card. That evening, there was a preview of the film to which Jaron was invited. The audience announced that there would now be a greeting from the film crew and actors. The actors took turns coming out on stage and greeting the audience. People responded well to the appearance of each actor. It was time for Shin Chae-yun to take the stage, and the girl looked beautiful. A wave of delighted cries rose up in the hall, and only Jaron remained calm. The floor was given to Chae-yun, and the girl thanked her for being able to appear before the audience with a new work after a long time. The audience was very happy to see the girl, and Jaron even thought that he was not at a preview of the film, but at a fan meeting of Shin Chae-yun. Soon, the performance and the actors' speeches ended, and all the lights in the hall went out. Everyone took their seats, and the movie began. Chae-yun changed into a hoodie, pulled the hood over her head, and sat down next to Jaron. The stills from the film showed a completely new and unusual image for Chae-young. In one scene, a girl was shooting a pistol while wearing a fluffy black dress. Jaron watched the movie carefully and quietly said that Chae-young looked good. The girl turned her head slightly and asked how the guy knew it was her. Jaron said that he smelled expensive perfume coming from the girl, so it was hard not to recognize her. Chae-yun became embarrassed and said that the guy should pay more attention to the movie. The boy and the girl continued watching the movie for some time. Soon, Chae-yun relaxed her arms and placed her elbow on the armrest where Jaron's hand was resting. The guy immediately noticed this. The girl, in turn, did not look at Jaron, creating the impression that this was done unconsciously. Jaron removed his hand from the armrest but left his elbow on it, putting a small distance between their hands. Chae-yun, in turn, shifted her hands so that their elbows were now touching. After that, none of them moved anymore, leaving this light touch. A couple of days later, news broke of Shin Chae-yun's triumphant return. A hotly debated topic was that new director and actress Shin Chae-yun are taking Korean cinema to a new level. The car dealership in Daegu was also buzzing with talk. Devoted fans discussed the film The Face and said that they had already watched the film more than once. Jaron thought about watching the film at a preview, the second time with his family, and the third time alone. The guy thought that this film was not just interesting, it raised the level of Korean cinema to a new height. Jaron carried that amazing film in his mind and couldn't help but recall how his hand touched Chae-yun's hand at the preview screening. The guy was distracted from his thoughts by a slap on the table. Hong-chul brought the guy his new business cards and Jaron thanked him for it. Hong-chul said that it was very awkward because in sales, the main thing is not only selling cars well. The guy said that internal work is also important, and Jaron skipped that stage and immediately became a deputy without even a year on the job. Hong-chul was more upset by the fact that the guy was climbing the career ladder faster, even though he came later than him. Vangan joined the conversation and said that Jaron is not only good at sales, but also takes initiative in the internal life of the company. Vangan congratulated his friend on becoming deputy. Hong-chul said that the boy had lost his fear, but still congratulated Wangan and asked for forgiveness for the fact that he would address him informally in the future. Jaron smiled and accepted the congratulations and apologies. After this, the guys decided to look at Jaron's new business cards and were surprised to see that they had a flag on them. Hong-chul said it looked cool, and the card even had information written in English. Jaron speculated that this was done with an eye on next year's World Championships, which will be held at the US headquarters in May next year. Hong-chul and Wangan were very surprised that the guy would go to the USA. Wangan admitted that he envied his friend, and Hong-chul said that envy is a sign of defeat. Manager Jun-sub snuck up behind him and said that he wasn't jealous of Jaron at all. The man threw his arm over the boy's shoulder and congratulated him on his victory in the skills competition. Junsub said that the car from the CEO had already been delivered and Jaren should quickly go and look at it and the man would take a photo of him. All the employees gathered with interest at the entrance to the car dealership. All the workers looked like they were trying to hold back their laughter. Jaren, for his part, didn't look very pleased. This was a brand new machine, but it had one major drawback. The car was white and had a Korean flag on its side. A flag design also ran across the entire hood. Yang Baek was the first to burst into laughter and began to mock Jaranom. The tow truck driver said that he had never seen such a grandiose paint job before and asked if the car belonged to the national football team. Jongbak kept hanging on to Jaren to keep from falling over laughing. He didn't think the director had such a sense of humor. Manager Jong told the driver that this car was a team of teeth grinding. The other leaders laughed at the fact that the guy would definitely not get into an accident because everyone would drive around him so as not to scratch the flag. Junsub said that the perfect inscription for the car would be Korean nightclub. Jaren watched from the sidelines as his colleagues mocked him, but was distracted by a notification on his phone. Director Hong Sun-hak asked in a message if the guy liked his gift. Jaren asked if the director had ordered this, and Sun-hak replied that such a question was not even a little like the guy. So the director got back at the guy for refusing to go out for a drink with him and told him that next time he should cancel all his plans. Jaren was angry and thought that since this car was now his, he had to remove this wrapper as quickly as possible. Sun-hak seemed to predict the guy's intentions and strictly forbade him from removing the wrapper. The man reminded that he was also Jaren's client, so the guy should put his wishes first. Jaren told Yangbak that he needed to go for a test drive tomorrow and the manager told him to go in this car. This is a test drive car for the national team for a year, so the whole world should know about Jaren's existence. The other workers continued to laugh and immediately said that they would definitely not get into that car. Some time passed and the weather worsened, after which the first snow fell. Hongchul was extremely unhappy with having to shovel snow and said that he felt like he was back in the army. Hongkal asked who would go to a car dealership in such weather, and Vangan suggested that they might be let out early. The guy didn't like it even more, since there was no point in clearing snow, so he asked why the management didn't hire a newbie, since Jaren was already a deputy. Meanwhile, in Sanshik's office, discussions began on the new team lineup. 3 managers provided the head of the branch with pieces of paper with the names of employees they would like to see on their team. Jongbak chose his previous team consisting of Senior Manager Sun Hyun-do, Manager Park Hong-jip, and Deputy Lee Ja-ryong. Manager Kim Hyun-jung selected Senior Manager Park Chang-soo, Deputy Lee Hyun-jin, and Deputy Lee Ja-ryong. Team 3 Manager Lim Jun-sub selected Senior Manager Sun Hyun-do, Deputy Lee Ja-ryong, and a newcomer. Sanshik read the team rosters and said that they had problems with Jaren because he was too good and asked if they should split him into 3. Kim's boss said it would be more honest to clone the guy. Sanshik was more serious and said that they had no time to joke, since it was almost January. Sangshik asked if Jongbak understood that his team couldn't continue like this. The branch manager said that there would be no order in such a team, since Hong-jip has been working longer, but is lower in status than Jaren. Chonbak suggested solving the problem by promoting manager Hong-jip to deputy. Sanshik couldn't do this because Hong-jip was the last in results among the 4 group leaders and hadn't even been on the job for 2 years yet. Chonbak pointed out that the man has been working for a year and 9 months, and the results of his work are also consistent. Manager Jong said that he is doing his job and the team has had good results this year, so he is pushing for Hong-jip to be promoted. Sanshik suggested postponing the matter and turned to the second team leader, Kim Hyun-jun. The branch manager asked if there was any point in taking Lee Jae-ryong instead of Hong-chul, but the man did not answer. Junsub said that all the managers want to get the guy into the team because of his good results this year. Jaren works well and sets an example for his colleagues, so Junsub said he will leave this opportunity for more promising teams. Sanshik thanked him for the fact that at least he alone retained his sanity. Junsub waited for a moment and asked if he could give his opinion regarding Jaren. Sanshik gave his permission and the man said that if Jaren was so good, it was time to think about an internal reorganization. Junsub believes that even if Jaren and Hong-jip are on different teams, they still need to be equalized in position. If a colleague who is a year younger became a deputy and Hong-jip remained a manager for another year, it would look like Sanshik was kicking him out. Sanshik thought about his words because he didn't want to offend or even drive out Hong-jip. Junsub said that Jaren would have to be respected according to his new status. Otherwise, there was no point in the promotion. It is also necessary to draw a clear line between Jaren and Hongchul with Wangan, because they have been working longer than him, but are lower in status, so they will not be comfortable on the same team. Therefore, Junsub believes that the best option would be to put Jaren and the newcomer on the same team. This way, there will be no dissatisfied people and the teams will remain staffed, and Sanshiku liked this option. Sanshik said that all the employees are like his children to him, so he will be on Hongjip's side until the end. The man said that Jongbak needed to decide whether he would let Jaren or Hongjip go, since they would not be able to be on the same team. Manager Jong thought for a while and then said that he couldn't refuse this employee. Sanshik supported him and said that Hongjip would definitely get a promotion. Yongbak was a little upset, but he didn't regret his decision. At the end of the workday, Manager Jong caught Jaren leaving. Yongbak put his arm around the boy's shoulder and asked if he wanted to have a drink with his favorite friend. Jaren reacted calmly to this, but reminded them that it was snowing heavily. The manager said the guy was right. Yongbak became a little sad and said that in such weather it would be even more pleasant to have a glass of wine. Jaren sensed the mood of Leader Jong and did not dare to refuse him. The next day, the snowfall subsided and it was time for a new working day, which promised to be interesting. Sanshik introduced the new employee and asked him to help him get settled in. The guy looked very humble. He had brown hair, he bowed and said that he would work hard. Hongchol and Wangan were inspired, but their attitudes were completely different. Sanshik said everyone had worked hard throughout the year. A newcomer had arrived and the teams had been reorganized. The branch manager said that the lists of teams were on the board and everyone needed to look at them and rearrange the tables according to the teams. Chonbak's team included Song Hyun-do, Shin Wang-gyong, and Hong Jip, who was promoted to deputy. Kim Hyun-jung led the team, which included Kim Sang-soo, Lee Hyun-jin, and Chai Hong-chul. Team Junsub included Park Chan-soo, deputy Lee Ja-ryong, and newcomer Kim Ju-hyuk. Yongbak looked towards Jaren and their eyes met. Chief Jong blew a kiss to the boy in his usual manner. Jaren dodged the shot with a calm face as always. Yongbak asked what happened, and the guy reminded him that the boss got really drunk yesterday and wasn't behaving in the best way. Leader Jong put on an innocent face, as if he didn't remember everything that happened. Last night, Yongbak drank too much and said that he owed Jaren a lot. The manager continued to thank the guy, and it was pointed out to him that he had said this for the 100th time that evening. Yongbak called Jaren a bastard and said that he loved him too much to let him go so easily. Today, Chief Jung pretended as if nothing had happened. However, this behavior did not last long, and Yongbak pointed out that they were now on different teams. The manager wished that they would separate without scandals, like adults. Chonbak hugged Wangan and said that they were leaving. For several hours, all employees were busy rearranging the office. Manager Song approached Jaren and asked if he had settled into his new position, and he replied that he had finished his business and now wanted to call a client. Manager Song assumed that it was Old Man Cho and asked if Jaren was still in touch with him. The guy replied that although not every day, he calls the client 2 or 3 times a week. Jaren went into another room and tried to call the old man. However, his phone was unavailable and the voice assistant offered to leave a voice message. The old man didn't check his messages or answer his calls, which was unusual for him, so Jaren started to worry. After several failed attempts, the guy approached the manager Lim and asked to leave for a short time to meet with a client. Junsub happily let Jaren go, saying that he doesn't bother those who do a good job, giving a jab towards Chan-soo. Jaren bowed and said he would be back soon. The boy could only think that in his past life, this old gentleman died alone on November 11, 2011. Although Jaren thinks that nothing terrible has happened now, his anxiety does not leave him. The boy got into the car that Sonhak had given him and headed to the old man's house. Jaren decided to go straight into the house where the lights were out. The guy apologized for the intrusion, then froze on the threshold. On the floor in front of him lay an old man who asked how Jaren got there. The guy said that Polmuk always leaves the keys under the flower pot on the porch, and the old man started saying that Jaren was stalking him. The man threatened to report the boy to the police, but the boy reminded him that this was not the first time he had come to this house. Jaren knew the old man had probably pulled his back, so he said he would call an ambulance instead of the police. The guy dialed the ambulance number and asked for a private ambulance to be sent, saying that a man with a back injury needed help. Jaren hung up and asked how long Polmuk had been lying there, and he replied that it had been about an hour or 2. The guy asked where his phone was, and the man replied that he heard it ringing in the next room, but he couldn't come over and answer. Jaren said that Polmuk scared him a lot and was worried the whole way here. The old man laughed and said he had tried well, but then a pain shot through his back and he winced. Jaren wiped the sweat from the man's face and said there were benefits to having the heat on in his house. The room was silent for a moment as the pain in Polmuk's back subsided. After a couple of minutes, the man thanked Jaren. He said that if it weren't for the guy's help, he would have met his late wife long ago. Jaren said that the man was too young to enter the afterlife. and Polmuk said that he was lucky that his back had seized up in a warm place. The old man was also glad that he had a sales agent who would always come running if he didn't answer the phone for a long time. At that moment, Jaron received a call on his phone. The guy picked up the phone, and the ambulance worker asked if Jaron was in the house where the car with the flag was parked and received a positive answer. Polmuk heard the guy introduce himself and asked how long ago the guy got promoted and learned that it was about a month ago. The man asked why the boy didn't tell him about it. Jaron didn't understand why the old man was thinking about such trivial things in this situation. Polmuk said that it was very important, because the person who received this promotion was none other than their Jaron. These words spoken by the old man crossed the boundaries of the client-dealer relationship, and Jaron understands this. The guy said that he even became the best seller this year, but so far only in Daegu. Polmuk praised Jaron and said that he tried well. With such a pleasant and calm conversation, they waited for the ambulance. Jaron escorted the old man with the ambulance crew. The guy held Polmuk's hand all the way to the car. Jaron accompanied the ambulance all the way to the hospital. While the old man was being examined and given the necessary assistance, the boy waited in the corridor. Jaron took the man's phone with him in advance to contact his son. The guy called and asked if he had dialed the wrong number and was now talking to Polmuk's son. After receiving an affirmative answer, Jaron said that the man urgently needed to come to Daegu Central Hospital. Polmuk's son began to worry and ask who was calling him and what it all meant. Jaron reported that Mr. Cho injured his back and was taken to the hospital by ambulance, so he will have to spend a few days in the hospital. The man wanted to say that he was busy now, but Jaron insisted on his arrival as his only relative and said that he would wait as long as necessary. After some time, Jaron was allowed to enter Polmuk's room, but he began to send him away, saying that he was going to sleep. The old man said that there was no point in the guy sitting there since he couldn't make any money anyway. Jaron said Polmuk received a call from his son and he answered the call. The man took the extended phone and asked what the guy told him. Jaron replied that he had given his son a small reprimand. The boy told Polmuk's son that no matter how busy he was, he should come to Daegu at least sometimes. The old man began to scold Jaron, claiming that his son treated him well and that there was no need to scold him. However, Jaron said that in the last year, whenever he visited Polmuk, he had never heard about his son or seen a single new photo in the living room. The old man turned away and said that the guy was a sneak who always noticed everything. Jaron said that Polmuk's son was on his way here from Seoul and promised to wake the man up when he arrived. The old man thanked the guy and Jaron wished him a good rest because the day had been hard. The man folded his hands on his stomach and fell silent. Jaron called out to Polmuk, but he didn't answer. The guy got scared and carefully extended his hand to the man's face. However, the next moment a loud snore echoed throughout the room, indicating that the man had fallen asleep. Jaron finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. The guy decided not to disturb his sleep and at this time go to the nearest store. In his past life, Jaron's father had been in the hospital for a long time, so he immediately remembered what was needed for hospitalization. The guy bought the bare necessities: toilet paper, wet wipes, underwear, and heating pads. Jaron bought a few more soft drinks and upon returning to the hospital saw a man at the reception desk. The guy immediately recognized him as the man he had seen in his past life only at Polmuk's funeral. Jaron walked up and asked if he was really speaking with lawyer Cho Hyun-jin, Cho Polmuk's son. The man initially reacted negatively to Jaron, but later recognized him as the person who called him from the hospital. Jaron was surprised that Hyun-jin came with his wife and 2 children. The boy remembered Polmuk's eldest grandson, but he was hearing about the youngest for the first time. He was still very small. Jaron said that Mr. Cho was currently resting and offered to walk the family to his room. The couple followed the guy and Hyunjin's wife asked who he was, but her husband didn't know Jaron either. Entering the room, Jaron warned that Polmuk had recently been given painkillers and was currently sleeping. Hyunjin held his eldest son and thanked the boy for his help. Before going to his father, the man asked what Jaron was related to Polmuk. The guy remembered how he heard the same question from Hyunjin in his past life, but at that moment it was too late to get acquainted. Jaron smiled and said that he was Cho Polmuk's sales agent. Hyunjin was shocked by this answer. Jaron asked if the man knew that his father had back problems. This question made Hyunjin very embarrassed. Receiving no answer, Jaron asked how long ago the man had been in Daegu. Hyunjin couldn't stand it any longer and said that he understood what Jaron was trying to convey to him. The man said that he was sincerely worried about his father, but his father refused to live with him and remained in Daegu. Hyunjin said that this matter only concerns his family, so further questions are unpleasant for him. The eldest son pulled his father by the jacket, attracting his attention. Hyunjin took his son's hand and said that everything was fine and he wasn't angry. Jaron asked if the man spoke like that because he was a father himself. Hyunjin couldn't answer this question. Jaron said he thought it was just his father, but things turned out differently. Jaron suggested that when a man becomes a father, he tends to talk less about his own weaknesses. The guy understood Hyunjin's feelings perfectly now. He believed that he should not have been kept in the dark about his illness and that being busy was no excuse. Jaron said calling often is good, but older people value face-to-face meetings much more. The guy explained that he said this because he himself could not do it. Jaron hoped that Polmuk was awake and could hear all of this and would be able to understand his son better. The boy bowed and said goodbye to Hyunjin and his family. Now Jaron himself understands that this problem must be solved by the whole family. The boy was walking down the hallway and called his father, asking what time he would be free. After hearing the answer, Jaron said that he would pick him up today and wait at the exit. The guy said that he had picked out a cool car and wanted to take his father for a ride in it today. After some time, Hyunjin arrived at his father's house. The guy walked into the living room and recalled that after his mother's death, he began to talk to him less often. Hyunjin looked through the shelves and noticed his wedding photo on one of them. The man ran away to become independent, found a job in Seoul, and got married. This place, which his father built with his own hands after his retirement, became a stranger to Hyunjin. However, now he is back in this house. He looks at the photographs of himself and his son that his father collected. Each photograph stood and hung in a frame, serving as memories of wonderful moments. However, there were only early photographs everywhere. The phone in his pocket began to ring, distracting Hyunjin from his thoughts. The man took the call and heard his wife asking if he had arrived safely. Hyunjin replied that he just entered the house. His wife asked him to take winter socks and towels with him, and the man went to look for them. Hyunjin apologized for making things difficult for the girl by having to babysit his father and children. His wife told him not to apologize and to come quickly and help with the children and to take more socks because his father's feet were cold. Hyunjin walked into the room and asked if he should hire a sitter. Polmuk had only old, worn-out socks in his closet, and he told his wife that he would be leaving for Seoul tomorrow and that it would be hard for her. The man was confused and didn't know what to do. After a few moments, the girl said that she had been thinking about this situation. This time, his wife suggested taking his father with her to Seoul. Hyunjin said that his father himself said that he didn't want to leave Daegu. The man looked into the empty rice cooker and said that they had nothing ready at home yet, and their youngest child was not even a year old. The wife agreed, but asked what would happen if it happened again, and the sales agent was not around. The girl asked if Hyunjin was sure about leaving Polmuk alone. The man's gaze fell on a family photograph in which he was with his father and mother. Hyunjin took the frame in his hands and said he wasn't sure. The wife said she decided to take Polmuk with her to Seoul as soon as they arrived in Daegu. The girl asked how Hyunjin lived all this time separately from his father, if he was so worried and concerned about him. The man tried to hold back his tears and said that he did not want to make his wife's life more difficult and hoped that it would be better this way. After a few seconds, Hyunjin said that it was so cold and quiet in his father's house. The man said that the rice cooker was covered in dust and that it looked like the father was taking some kind of pills, but he didn't know about it. Everything turned out not as good as he thought, and this brings Hyunjin to tears. There were many photographs of his eldest son on the walls, but not a single one of his youngest, because Polmuk had never seen him. The man asked if he could be considered a bad son, but then said that that was not what he needed to think about now. Hyunjin sat on the porch and thanked his wife for her support. The next day, Hyunjin arrived at the car dealership where Jaron works. The man asked for a personal meeting and the guy did not refuse him. Jaron thought that Hyunjin would immediately go back to Seoul. The man replied that he had felt unwell yesterday and could not leave after the guy's words. Jaron knew he had no right to interfere in family matters, so he apologized. Hyunjin said that the guy hit the nail on the head, and it made him reflect on his actions and realize that he had been neglecting his father all this time. Jaron became worried and said that was not what he meant. The guy apologized for crossing the line, as it was a personal matter for the Polmuk family and he shouldn't have interfered. Jaron said that he wanted to tell Hyunjin to pay more attention to his elderly relatives and spoke too harshly. The man understands him, because in their time living together with parents only created inconvenience for each other. Everyone says that it is better to live separately, and Polmuk said the same. And Hyunjin simply followed everyone's opinion and his father's words. The man said that he now knows about his father's illness and he is not such an ungrateful son as to remain indifferent as before. Hyunjin said that even if Polmuk refused to go with them this time, he would do everything possible to persuade him. Jaron said the man had made an important decision and thanked him for his understanding. Hyunjin said that this is the first time he has seen a person like Lee Jaron. The man remembered his father's words about the need to see the essence of people. and only then will it be possible to find those with whom you can move mountains. Jaren and Hyunjin repeated in unison what Polmuk said about everything being okay. Jaren said he heard that a lot too. Hyunjin said that this is why he decided to start a good relationship with the guy. The man said he had a small company in Seoul and was just looking to buy a small company car. Hyunjin said that in the future, he would like to entrust all the company's cars to Jaren. Jaren remembers that in a past life, at his father's funeral, this man offered to buy the car that his father was going to buy. Since Jaren failed to keep the promise he made to the deceased, he decided to refuse. But this time, his answer had to be different. The guy smiled and said that he would be glad to help and asked to rely on him in this matter. Hyunjin was happy and suggested making a deal today. A couple of minutes later, the guy brought a contract to fill out and sign. Hyunjin remembered that he forgot to specify the number of cars. Jaren showed him the documents and asked how many cars the man wanted to contract for. Hyunjin raised his hand up, showing 2 fingers. But a second later, he raised the second one, showing 5 more fingers. Jaren was shocked because he didn't think that Hyunjin would decide to buy 7 cars. Over the next few days, the excitement around the new film face grew. Chae-yoon participated in many fan meetings and signed autographs. After a long day, the actress was relaxing in her dressing room. Her manager Kim Tae-woo informed the girl that there were a lot of people in the parking lot at the entrance, so it would be better to wait. Chae-yoon was no longer as happy and active and said she was tired. The actress asked the manager if she had a free window in her schedule to relax and not be in a hurry. Tue replied that time was short, but they could rest a bit, and besides, there was the Shili Hotel nearby. Chae-yoon thought for a moment and declined the hotel, saying that they would stop along the way. The actress looked at her staff and asked if there was a place they would like to stop at on the way. The stylist girl said that Daegu is famous for its dumplings, excellent chicken skewers, and yaki udon. Tae-woo and Chae-yoon looked at the girl in surprise and did not understand why she mentioned Daegu in particular. However, the manager quickly realized that the actress did not look as confused as he did. Chae-yoon caught Tae-woo's suspicious gaze and asked what it meant. The manager asked if the girl was planning to buy real estate in Daegu and said that it would be a well-thought-out investment plan. Chi-yoon said that it made sense since you never know when they'll decide to banish her from this realm. Tue was glad that his assumptions were true and praised the girl. However, his mood changed after that, as he realized that the time had come when even Chae-yoon would have to engage in investing. Soon the girl couldn't stand it any longer and jumped up from the sofa. Startled by Chae-yoon's unexpected reaction, the manager and stylist asked where the girl was heading. Chae-yoon left the room, leaving a last word for them not to follow her. The girl closed the door to the dressing room and leaned against it. Chae-yoon took out her mobile phone from her pocket and checked the incoming messages and calls. However, she did not discover anything new, which greatly upset her. The girl stood there for a while and thought, after which she pushed away from the door and left. Chae-yoon went down to the parking floor and stood in front of her car. The girl looked at the car for a long time and was happy with it. But there was one thing that melted her. Chae-yoon thought about why she couldn't just go and break something. The girl slammed her palm on the hood of the car and asked why this car was so strong. In response to the blow, the car's alarm went off, causing the girl to flinch. Meanwhile, business is going well at the Daegu dealership. Manager Lim was shocked that Jaren sold as many as 7 cars at once. Junsub asked what happened and if the guy had hacked the corporation. Jaren smiled and said that perhaps that was what happened. The manager asked if this was organized in January, and the guy answered in the affirmative. Wangan and Hongkol were eavesdropping on the conversation and were no less surprised than Junsub. Leader Lim said that even if Jaren lazed around for the rest of the month, he would still end up in first place. Junsub praised the guy and sent him to the 2nd floor to the office area. As soon as Jaren was out of sight, Chief Lim rubbed his head and said that he shouldn't worry so much and should pull himself together. Meanwhile, Jaren climbed up to the 2nd floor but was met by a crowd of people from above. 4 officers surrounded the guy from all sides, with shocked expressions on their faces. Manager Song approached Jaren and reported that team leader Lim Jin's scream came from above. The man asked if the score was really 7-1 now, and Jaren confirmed it was. Chang-soo was very angry, but he thought it was just a coincidence and didn't have much significance. Sanshik jumped up behind Jaren and said that the guy was their ace, their trump card. Jaren, in turn, was thinking about the fact that usually in early January-February, the off-season in the automobile industry begins, lasting until March, since a lot of money is spent during the Lunar New Year. In cold weather, people tend to be less active and it is difficult to walk lightly around the exhibition hall. Customer indifference became the main reason for conflicts of interest between the head office and dealers. At the beginning of the year, people usually want to sell their cars because there were a lot of discounts at the end of the year. Accordingly, there are no discounts at this time, so customers refused to buy new cars, reducing incentives for dealers. Based on this, Jaron believes that in these times it is worth taking an even more humble stance, as these are the basics of inside sales. Sanchik, in turn, could not calm down from joy and says that even though the beginning of the year was difficult, there is no need to despair too much. The branch manager said that everything would go well if they did everything with a cool head and wished everyone a good day. Manager Song said that the happiest person here is the branch manager. The man said he heard that their showroom would be the best in the country this month. Sanchik responded that the intensity of positivity does not decrease with each passing year, but noted that there is no such thing as a perfect match. Manager's son seemed to have been doused with snow, and even Jaron could sense the indignation radiating from him. The man said that Sanchik should be kind to him, since he had been told fortunes by the Sage and was told that he was a man with a high future. Soon, the branch manager and Jaron calmed down and smiled at Manager Son's words. At that moment, Yongbek approached Jaron and called him a gumiho. When the boy's attention was turned to the leader, the man waved his hand, calling him to come with him. Jaron did not refuse, and soon they were sitting in one of the negotiation rooms. The boys remained silent for a while, after which Yongbek said that he felt very sad. Jaron looked up from his coffee and asked what was causing the manager's bad mood. Yongbek said that if the guy did much better, he would decide to do it on his own, and asked if it was because Jaron was deliberately hiding his skills. Jaron replied that it had nothing to do with his skills, but simply a coincidence. Yongbek said that everything changed after the guy came, and his talent is a pure diamond, and the leader can do a lot with it. Jaron replied that he himself could do little since he was not a god. Yongbek didn't argue with him and asked how the filming went. Jaron replied that the filming took place 2 days ago. The hidden condition of the first-place prize in the competition was the model of selling cars directly from home. At this time, teleshopping began to become a trend. Thus, home-based car sales began to take off. Even if a company maximizes sales in the short term, it will negatively impact sales representatives' profits in the long run. After the broadcast ends, special prices will apply for purchases from home. However, for customers, the special price becomes the standard price. After the broadcast ends, when the client comes for a consultation, he will be surprised by the standard price of the car. Since the price will differ from that stated in the limited time advertisement, the customer will refuse to purchase. Yongbek said it was more of a double-edged sword. However, there is also something useful in this, since the advertisement will be launched on a model that sells poorly, which will help to get rid of the remaining stock faster. Jaron agreed with this statement. Yongbek thanked the guy for the good conversation and wished him a good day. Soon after, Jaron had a meeting with an old acquaintance. While the guy was waiting for the meeting, he was approached by a man who was conducting a qualification check for new employees of the tailor company. Jaron was surprised when he saw him and asked what the team leader was doing here. The man replied that he had come for work and would like to congratulate Jaron on his promotion. The group leader also thanked the guy, but he didn't understand why. The man recalled that Jaron helped Chae-yoon choose the next film she would star in. The manager was initially surprised that the guy managed to convince the girl to buy an SUV. However, the man then mentioned a film that Chae-yoon had originally planned to star in. The executive asked if Jaron knew that the film had flopped at the box office, and he replied in the affirmative. The man said he got goosebumps from what he saw. After watching the film face, the director decided to watch Our Time. The man recalled experiencing too many emotions while watching the film and breaking out in a cold sweat. The manager leaned forward sharply and said that he really appreciated it and valued Jaron's advice, because thanks to him, everything was fine with Chae-yoon now. Jaron recalls that he also decided to watch the film to see the difference between Chae-yoon and Im-jin's versions. Since the film was previously only carried by Chae-yoon's performance, the change in cast played a key role, and now it was unwatchable due to the poor performance of the new actress. Jaron told the manager that he was also very worried about this and was anxiously awaiting the release of the films. The man remembered that the guy promised to buy Chae-yoon a car at his own expense if the film failed. They remembered that conversation and had a good laugh. After a short, friendly conversation, the manager suggested moving directly to work. The man said they decided to broadcast home shopping with professional presenters. Jaron knew the company needed a professional leader and was looking for someone who would be a key link. At that time, the online sales side was unhappy. The show's hosts are the main characters in home shopping. It can be said that the choice of the presenter has the most direct impact on sales, and since the person they found is an existing employee, he was recommended to Taylor. However, starting a home shopping program is big enough to require hiring a celebrity host. At the moment, a professional host has been hired, and the show will be hosted by 2 people at once. Jaron was informed that the host wanted to see him, and the manager said that he would be coming soon. The man said that the host had little experience but incredible talent. So Jaren was asked to come early so that they could get to know each other and find common ground. The guy replied that it would be great if they could attract a professional presenter. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, after which a man entered the room and apologized for the delay. The young man said that he was in a hurry to meet an important person, but there were traffic jams on the roads. The host came closer and shook everyone's hands, saying that his name was Kim Min-jung and that his name sounded very much like a girl's. Jaren introduced himself and said that he also has a unique name with which he never gets lost. Jaren remembers this young presenter as he was literally his teacher in a past life. In this life, this is their first personal meeting. Typically, the largest number of viewers visiting shopping sites are women between the ages of 30 and 50. As a result, female presenters have gained popularity, and one of the reasons is the tone of voice. In women, it is softer than in men. This tone is often called the voice of the soul. This has the effect of further stimulating the minds of consumers. Skills can only be demonstrated through training, and this young presenter made his debut as a show host in 2005. In the world of hosts, regardless of gender, the person with a strong position who confidently took first place is Kim Min-jung. If a young man becomes famous and publishes a book, it will become a bestseller. When Min-jung lectured, the DVDs sold in huge numbers. The presenters have the same roots as import car salesmen, and this was a guide for Jaren and many other sales representatives. Now Min-jung looked at Jaren and asked if he was disappointed that a non-girl came as the host. The guy replied that cars are inherently different from other consumer products, and said that Min-jung was the perfect fit to be the host. The host smiled and said he felt confident when Jaren spoke like that. Min-jung said that even if it is the same business, online shopping has the advantage of convincing an indefinite number of people in real time. The presenter was a little worried that the current dealer wanted to have two presenters. Min-jung looked at Jaren and asked if there was really a huge difference between him and the expert. Jaren looked into the leader's eyes and realized that he was not an ordinary person. But if he wanted a fight, the guy was not against it. Jaren said that he relies on Min-jung because he is right that there is a difference between them. The guy said that despite the fact that he is a car sales specialist, this is his first experience participating in a broadcast. Jaren's answer made Min-jung realize that things weren't as simple as he thought. The presenter took several sheets of paper out of his bag. Min-jung said that Jaren wouldn't need it since he's not a newbie. Jaren pretended not to understand what the presenter was holding and said he couldn't know whether he needed it or not. The guy could only guess what aspects should be presented as an advantage. Min-jung put the papers on the table and said that he had compiled their advantages based on the information he had received from the company. Jaren flipped through the notes and realized that compared to more expensive models of the same brand, the small body was considered an advantage. The car they will present in online sales is distinguished by its comfort and convenience on any road. Headlights, lights, everything is top-notch. Convenient lighting parameters even without adjustment. The roof antenna can pick up a signal even in the most stalemate situations. Although this is not from the point of view of an automotive expert, but everything was carefully organized. There is definitely another side to the coin. As the current Kim Min-jung is a newbie as the host of the show, he is working there for the second year. But in Min-jung's past life, when he won first place and became famous, people's opinions about him were greatly divided. In a past life, Jaren was somehow lucky enough to attend a lecture from this famous presenter. Min-jung then asked if his listeners had heard of selling ice in the Arctic or selling sand in the desert. The boy asked why a desert dweller would pay for sand. But what should sellers do in this case, because they have to do their job and get money from customers? Min-jung asked if the audience wanted their product to sell better than other products in their industry. In that case, they will have to sell, and sell again. The question is how to do this. Min-jung said that even the most useless item needs to be given meaning, a name and a price tag to become a work of art. But if you remove this price tag, then it becomes an unnecessary thing again, and then sales will be the same. The seller's job is to find meaning and highlight it, so he must arm himself with his strengths. Jaren still had a lot to learn back then, but he was always concerned that the only priority was sales. The items Min-jung has for sale change daily, and all current sellers are the same. Salespeople like Jaren are always needed. Moreover, cars are the most expensive and in-demand consumer goods. The more consumers spend, the better it is for retailers. Min-jung's idea is to focus on sales, but it is inevitable that he will run into problems later. Therefore, Jaren's main task will be to try to convince everyone that he is right. The first step in the online car sales format is for the customer to place an order and make a deposit of 100,000 won. In the second stage, The received information about the client is provided to the head office and sorted by region. In the third stage, thanks to the skills of the host Kim Min-jung, sales increase. However, in this format, conflicts will inevitably arise and Jaron needs to figure out what to do about it. Jaron looked at Min-jung's notes and said that automatic headlight adjustment is built into all newly released cars. The guy believes that there is no need to include this point in the advantages of the car model. The host stopped Jaron and said he acknowledged the fact that he was not an expert on cars. Min-jung is convinced that most customers have already realized this. The presenter said that all cars have headlights, so it will not affect sales. Therefore, it is just a difference in perspective. Min-jung pointed to the papers and asked them to pay attention to his notes. The presenter asked who in their day would like a car with such a long antenna. Min-jung said there are antennas that retract when the ignition is turned off and extend when it is turned on. Plus, the antenna is hidden because it is built into the rear window defroster. In addition, the shark antenna model does not spoil the design of the car, and Min-jung does not understand why it was impossible to build in exactly these antennas. The presenter said that the car on display had a long antenna, so they should use that to their advantage. Min-jung suggested using the argument that it is useful during natural disasters. A longer antenna will pick up the signal more accurately, like on military vehicles. Jaron noted that it was a fun and creative approach, but Min-jung was clearly overdoing it. Jaron said the antenna thing was good, but the automatic light didn't have much appeal, so it would be better to sell it as an automatic light. Min-jung didn't understand the reason for this decision. Jaron said such a statement would cloud the client's current view, essentially saying everything is on hold for the sake of sales. Min-jung said that he only listened to Jaron because he was working here now. But marketing was his specialty, so there was no question of him slowing down. Jaron looked at the presenter and said that he understood everything perfectly. The guy said that delaying action usually causes cognitive dissonance in consumers. Jaron noted that from a marketing perspective, this could be interpreted as self-rationalization. In marketing, you need to wow the consumer, and the reason it's worth the effort is simple: the norm. Even if there is unjustified consumption, buyers are deceiving themselves. If the buyer doesn't like the purchase too much, he has no choice but to use it because the money has already been paid. The customer may not even like the color of the purchase, but the brand will attract his attention. However, Jaron asked whether this applies to high-involvement products like cars. There is a difference between using this product for a short period, that is, no more than 2 years, or for many years of use. Years of savings will go into one purchase, and if it's an installment plan, you'll have to pay hundreds of dollars over several years. Jaron said that even if such products manage to temporarily dazzle consumers with simple packaging, it could later become a legitimate lawsuit. Min-jung was a little confused and asked if anyone would really file a lawsuit over an automatic light. The host said the antenna story was true, but Jaron noted that that part would not be part of the complaint. Jaron said there was a big difference between not knowing and being lied to. The presented antenna will be useful only in emergency situations. But how often do they happen? In quiet times, this antenna will spoil the appearance of the car. The customer will think that the automatic headlights are a unique feature of this car. But is there anything else? However, sooner or later, the customer will begin to understand that automatic light was nothing more than an elementary thing in a modern car. This will be the trigger, and now every part of the car will be under suspicion. And after that, the customer will start to feel like he has been cheated. Every time he looks at the car, he will feel uneasy. A person will start to be irritated by literally everything, from the creaking sound from under the bottom of the car when pressing the brake, to the speed with which the windows are lowered. All this will become the subject of a claim, but it will not be possible to change the car quickly. Jaron said that this is why, instead of passing off the disadvantages as advantages, it should be taken more lightly. This is the main difference between the car and other products that Min-jung previously sold. Jaron said that they should never deceive future clients. Despite all his efforts, the boy noticed that persuasion wasn't working, but Min-jung couldn't be blamed for that. Anyway, he is a sales representative for Taylor. The manager watched this entire conversation from the side. Just like the last time Jaron talked to Chi-yun, the man felt extremely uncomfortable. Jaron understood that during the consultation, the client would give a lot of reasons why he would not buy the product. The person will say that the car is small, the antenna is on the ceiling, so he will continue to convince himself that this purchase is not worth it. These are the words that the seller will have to ignore. One by one, the car's shortcomings are replaced by its strengths to convince the consumer. However, if he speaks unconvincingly, this will only make the situation worse. This is what will subsequently become the basis for the idea that the client was deceived. Therefore, it is necessary to convince the client so that he himself becomes interested in the car. If you continue to go with the flow, the things that are real strengths will definitely resonate with your customers. To do this, you will have to distribute your forces in such a way as to attract both reason and emotions. Then, even if a defect is later discovered in the car, it will be unfortunate for the customer, but nothing can be done about it. The client will pay less attention to them, since he will initially fall in love with the advantages of this car. Only then does cognitive dissonance arise, since the seller did not lie. For consumers, a certain amount of cognitive dissonance is necessary for enjoyable consumption. However, Jaron and Min-jung are completely opposite people. The presenter listened to Jaron, but noted that the noise coming from underneath the car was a defect. The man does not see anything wrong with the fact that there is a grinding noise when pressing the brake, because it is just a small drawback. And the speed of lowering the windows is pure nitpicking, because after the purchase it did not change. Even if the speed of lowering the windows differs from each other, everything can be fixed during repairs, because the problem is not in the part that suits the buyer. Jaron expected that Min-jung was not the type of person who could be persuaded so easily. The guy said that there are many reasons for noise coming from the bottom of a car. It could be a problem with the tires, or it could be a problem with the engine or transmission. Jaron asked if this was a defect, and Min-jung replied that it was an obvious defect. The guy said that it might be a defect, or it might not be, because this issue needs to be checked at the center. If the glass goes down at a different speed, the cause may be a foreign object. When power is supplied to the side mirrors, they turn on. But this may happen with a slight difference, since the signal is closer to the left edge. It would be great if the client understood this himself, but on the other hand, he will have to go to the service center and then the client will hear that the car was like this from the start. This would be a disadvantage rather than a flaw, but that is not the point. By exaggerating the functions, if the client ends up feeling cheated, the attachment will immediately cool and only the feeling of cheating will remain. Min-jung pointed out that he was not a customer and Jaron was talking to him as if he was a liar. Jaron said that if a consumer feels like they've been scammed, then they've been scammed. At least they'll be confident in that. To start, you need to sell, but it's not just about selling. Min-jung couldn't listen to this any longer and turned to the leader, asking if he was the person in charge. Afterwards, the presenter said that they would have to broadcast separately. The manager was shocked by this statement, as he did not think that a conflict would arise between the guys. Jaron expected this outcome, but thought he could avoid it. Min-jung reminded that online sales are conducted live, so there is no script, so the host has to rely entirely on improvisation. The young man said that on the show, the host is the most important figure. Min-jung looked at Jaron and said that the consultant would not follow his example since it was beyond his power. Jaron responded to this by saying that he was not trying to belittle Min-jung's abilities. He understands that the main task of the presenter is to sell the largest amount of goods in the allotted time. A salesperson is a person who has to think long-term and take into account the wishes of customers. Jaron said he just wanted to point out that there was an obvious difference in the nature of their work. Min-jung was angry and said that this broadcast was very important to him because he wanted to succeed in this business. Cars are one of the few areas where male presenters can excel. Min-jung doesn't understand how it's possible to do a live broadcast if everything doesn't fit together like that. The host admitted that he had never sold cars, but Jaron, in turn, was on the broadcast for the first time. Min-jung pointed out that the broadcast is definitely different from regular sales. The host asked if Jaron should be selling cars on the air if he can't follow his instructions. Jaron notes that his speech was great, because the young man is proud of his work, his abilities are outstanding, and his greed is incredible. But if there is no respect for other people, it is all just arrogance. Jaron said that if there is an opportunity to broadcast separately, then he is willing to do so. The guy also agreed with Min-jung's opinion that they wouldn't work together. The host tried to put pressure on Jaron, but he failed, so there will be no compromise. Jaron asked if Min-jung wanted to meet him in advance in order to force him to refuse the joint broadcast. The presenter shuddered, because the newcomer turned out to be not as simple as he thought and his plan failed. Being late for the meeting was the first blow, as Min-jung was annoyed that he would be sharing the audience's attention with a newcomer. Then the host tried his best to pressure Jaron so that the guy would unconsciously behave quietly on air, so as not to stand out. Jaron saw through his plan from the start and isn't going to let it go unpunished. Min-jung chuckled smugly and said that he would notify the organizers of this decision. The host said he would have fun watching an amateur broadcast alone. Min-jung stated that if an accident occurs during the broadcast, he will not be held responsible for it. Meanwhile, the manager's head was already splitting from the endless arguments between the two young people. Min-jung asked Jaron which order he wanted to perform in, and the boy replied that he would go second. Jaron decided that he would accept all the conditions of the leader and then destroy him on his own battlefield. The guy approached the manager and asked if he was satisfied with everything in this regard. The man could answer little. He only asked why everything was happening this way. However, neither Jaren nor Minjung were going to go back on their words. Jaren looked straight at the leader with a slight smile on his face. After a few seconds, his smile became more relaxed, as if reassuring the manager that everything would be okay. The man relaxed a little, feeling support from Jaren. The manager asked again if there were any other proposals regarding the broadcast, but the answer was negative. The man then stated that the broadcast would be split into 2 parts. The manager knocked on the table and said that the boys would not be able to change their minds from this moment on. Minjung stood up from his seat and straightened his jacket, then said that everything was fine. The presenter said that nothing else needed to be changed and said goodbye. Jaren looked after him but said nothing. The next day, the entire crew gathered on the set. The director started to swear loudly when he was told about the changes. The man was angry and asked if they really thought that everything could be bought with money. He warned that if something goes wrong during the live broadcast, it cannot be fixed. Minjung tried to calm the director down and said that he would be present the entire time so he could correct any mistakes Jaren made. The man patted the presenter on the shoulder and said that he was very glad that the guy would be the first to go on stage. The director said that if an amateur were to take the stage first and make a fuss, the ratings could drop. Jaren realized that the director and Minjung were deliberately speaking so loudly that he would hear everything and lose his mood. The manager heard all this and told Jaren not to get upset and to put them in their place. Jaren said he was a little nervous, but there was nothing he could do about it. On the set, they were completing the final preparations and adjusting the direction of the light. The organizer suggested turning the front ceiling lights a little higher. A roll call was conducted around the site to check for readiness for the broadcast. Once the preparation was complete, the director put on his headphones and began the countdown. At first he spoke out loud, but gradually he became quiet. With just 1 second left before the broadcast began, the set fell silent. As soon as the broadcast began, Kim Min-jung introduced himself and greeted the viewers. The guy said he wanted to introduce a new product to the audience, after which the light above the car came on. Min-jung walked up to the car and introduced it, and the co-host exclaimed in surprise. The girl said it was very strange to see a car on a home shopping channel. Min-jung said the truly special part is the brand of this car. The presenter said that Taylor is a very familiar brand, even for those who have not had any dealings with the first generation of foreign cars. Min-jung was pleased to introduce the second generation of the Pontio model. The director was watching what was happening behind the scenes and was very surprised. He said he didn't notice it when he watched it on TV. But Min-jung is really good and Jaren didn't deny it. Meanwhile, one of the organizers approached them. The girl hung the microphone on Jaren and warned that it would start in 25 minutes. And until then, asked him not to take the microphone off. After this, the agonizing wait for the start of the second part of the broadcast began. At the end of the first part of the broadcast, a commercial break was announced. Min-jung was very pleased with himself and headed towards Jaren. The presenter smiled and haughtily wished the guy good luck. Jaren adjusted his suit and asked not to worry too much about him. Min-jung said that if something goes wrong during the broadcast, he will definitely arrive there. The host is putting his name on the line, but still doesn't want to make any mistakes on air, so he asks Jaren not to cause any problems. The guy smiled and said that he even got a little nervous from Min-jung's words. However, the presenter understood perfectly well that this was a lie. Min-jung said that he was only saying this because Lee Jaren didn't seem calm. The director's voice came through Jaren's earpiece, telling him it was time to go on stage. At this point, the young people went their separate ways. The female host approached Jaren and introduced herself as In Minhwa, and asked if he would mind if she introduced herself first. The guy didn't mind and asked if he could start with an opening speech. Minhwa told Jaren not to be shy about saying whatever he wanted, because she could fix everything at any moment. The guy thanked her and said that he now felt more confident. Jaren relaxed, as he had previously been worried that it would be difficult to start. But the support of other employees played a major role. Minhwa showed the guy a stand with water that he could go to at any time to drink. Jaren was only thinking that when the host next to him introduced himself and he started talking, he might seem like a supporting host. The director said that it would start in 10 seconds and ordered the camera position to be checked and the presenters to smile. The countdown started and 3 seconds later the broadcast resumed. Jaren took the floor first and greeted the audience, saying that he works at Taylor. Minhwa took over and introduced the guy, saying that they decided to invite an active dealer for the second part of the broadcast. The girl said that the guy was not an ordinary employee, but a representative of Korea in international competitions in the automotive industry. Jaren felt uncomfortable with this introduction and simply thanked the girl for the impressive introduction. Minhwa walked up to the car and said that when buying a car, everyone does it through a dealer. Minhwa approached Jaren and asked him, from an expert's point of view, what Pontio was like. The guy pretended to think about this question. Minchang watched the unfolding dialogue with interest and thought about how the guy would answer this question. Without thinking twice, Jaren replied that at the moment, the Pontio is Taylor's worst-selling car. His words caused Minhwa to lose his smiling expression. The director barely held back a cry of shock. The manager slapped himself on the cheeks, not understanding why the guy was saying such things. Minjong couldn't help but smile and thought that this was a killer introduction. In his courses, Minjong said that sometimes you come across sellers who try to objectively evaluate their goods. The young man asked what would be better, to agree with the customer's complaint, or to admit in advance that the product has some defects. Minjong is convinced that people like Jaren are just liars and have no desire to sell. In Jaren's earpiece, Minjong said that it was dangerous to say such things so openly, because if the customer was confused, consumption would decrease. Jaren, in turn, understood perfectly well what he was doing, since in his past life he had already crossed paths with Minjong and now their paths had collided again. The director shouted into the earpiece for the presenters to immediately turn to the speech sheets and stop Jaren. The director was angry because everything was not going according to plan from the very beginning. The man ordered Minjong to wait a little while. The preparations were finished. Jaren asked what was wrong with his car being outsold by Taylor, and Minhwa asked what he thought about it. The guy asked why waste time on a car that wasn't for sale and asked if people thought it was just a sale. Minhwa was completely at a loss and didn't know how to fix the situation. As Jaren continued his speech, the stylists and organizers quickly ran to prepare Minjung to go on stage. Meanwhile, Jaren said that despite everything, Pontio is the most commercially viable model for Taylor. The guy said that this model of car shows the future of Taylor as a whole. Minhwa calmed down a little as Jaren's words managed to interest even her. Minjung was about to go on stage and replace the guy, but the director stopped him. Jaren said it was a strange paradox because the car with the best liquidity was the one that sold the least. The guy said the reason is that Pontio's advantages are not yet known in Korea. Jaren approached the car and asked permission to introduce the audience to the real Pontio for the first time today. Minhwa picked up on the guy's mood and asked why exactly Pontio is important to Taylor's future. Jaren responded that the Pontio is a car that has everything a future luxury car should have. It has a strong but not too rigid frame for a comfortable ride and a braking response that follows the driver's precise steering input. Jaren said that when you apply the brakes, everything feels so good that it immediately jumps out at you rather than feeling like you're landing. Minhwa asked what exactly the guy meant by landing. The girl asked if it was like that lingering feeling that occurs when an airplane takes off or lands. Jaren answered in the affirmative and thought that the girl was really good at what she did. The guy said that many modern cars do not brake effectively enough and it feels like the car is being pushed for a while and then it stops. Jaren said that many people like it, and then Minhwa added that her car feels the same. The guy said it was nice when the car stopped smoothly, but he asked Minhwa if there were any frustrating moments, like when parking. Here the girl remembered that she really does have difficulties when parking in a tight spot. Minhwa noted that the brakes do not work immediately, which complicates the situation. The girl said that this is precisely what doesn't impress her much. Jaren said the soft brakes and supple suspension give it a luxurious feel. The guy said that since the 70s of the last century, a stereotype has developed that this is how it should be. However, in the last 5 years, this stereotype has been destroyed. Jaren said that 70% of Korea's territory is covered by mountains, and the city's population density is increasing every day. As the road gradually becomes narrower, the brakes need to be used more delicately while driving. Jaren said the plush suspension and smooth brakes aren't so great, as even he gets carsick on turns. The guy talked about the 5 years it took to change the standards in the car market to suit the terrain features of South Korea. Jaren asked if that was really enough to call the Pontio the car of the future, and Minhwa suggested there was another reason. The guy walked around the girl and asked her to wait a minute, and the girl didn't quite understand his actions. Jaren calmly walked up to the water stand and began to open one of the bottles. The director shouted into the microphone, asking if the guy was really going to drink water in the middle of the broadcast. Jaren ignored his remark and began drinking without hesitation. The director demanded that Minhwa stop the guy immediately, but she remained in a stupor. Jaren finished drinking and apologized, saying that every time he came to Seoul from the countryside, his throat became very sore. The guy asked the girl if everything was okay, and she replied that every time she traveled to the region on schedule, her throat started to hurt a little. Jaren said this is due to the fact that there is seasonal fine dust, which causes the smoke to get stronger each day. The guy said that one of the main culprits is car exhaust fumes. Jaron said this is why low-emission vehicles will become the norm in the future. The guy asked how people would react if a low-smoke car suddenly appeared right now. Manhwa picked up on his idea and said that there had never been such cars before. Jaron confirmed her suspicions and said that cars with lower smoke emissions have less engine power. The guy said that in the future, such shortcomings will be eliminated and the efficiency of the transmission will increase. Jaron said that the normal engine capacity is 4,000 cc while the Pontios is only 2,000 ci. The director listened to all this and did not understand why the presenters were talking about smoke, while they should be talking about selling a car, and assumed that Jaron was an eco-activist. One of the organizers standing nearby suggested that the director simply did not have children. The man did not understand what this was meant to say and turned his attention to the stage. The organizer smiled and said that it was worth watching the broadcast a little longer. Minjung heard this entire conversation and began to feel like he was losing to Jaron. Manhwa said that the downsizing of the engine is actually a bit of a sad moment. Jaron replied that this was true, and if the Pontio was bought for racing, then it could be regretted. However, most Pontio buyers have children. Manhwa said that she was also a working mother, and then the guy asked if it was difficult to raise a child without a car. The girl imagined this and exclaimed, saying that it would be very difficult. Jaron said that when it comes to their children's future, exhaust fumes are the biggest enemy. If this is the case, then it is better not to drive a car at all. However, on the other hand, not driving a car means even more difficulties in raising children. Jaron said that out of those who used to drive 3,000 cc cars, 100 would buy a Pontio after watching this show. If 100 people switch from a 4,000 cc car to a 2,000 cc car, the emissions will be halved. Jaron knew that this might seem like an irrational number, since it was only 2006 and this was a new perspective. At present, the sense of climate crisis is still too weak. This is why investing in sustainability drives excitement among consumers. Soon, the director stopped interfering with the broadcast and simply watched as the presenters moved on to examining the inside of the car. Whether you are selling in person to customers or selling everything online, ultimately the essence is the same. The most important thing is not to lose clients, but to make them choose you. Now the customer will not think about the fact that he is giving up luxurious brakes and suspension, but that he has chosen an economical and safe car. The customer does not refuse a machine with good performance. Now he is choosing the future for his child, and that is why he is buying Pontio. Towards the end of the broadcast, even Manhwa said that she was thinking about switching to Pontio. The girl is sure that all the parents who are watching now are thinking about the same thing as she is. Jaron said that Pontio has not had success in the Korean market so far, and now there will be great news for those watching this broadcast. Manhwa looked at the guy in surprise and asked what kind of news this was. Jaron said Pontio was already reasonably priced, but Taylor was giving a huge discount just for those watching the broadcast. Manhwa pointed to the company's logo and said that it was an incredibly good price. She said that Pontio used to cost 32.9 million won, but now it costs 23.9 million won, especially for viewers, and asked the guy if that was too low a price. Jaron responded that such a shocking price for Pontio would remain unprecedented. The guy was thinking about the eternal debate about the correctness of purchases. What is better to focus on, emotions, or is it better to appeal to reason? Although it is obvious and at the same time difficult, in the end both the mind and the heart will be involved. With his speech, Jaron will be able to kill two birds with one stone, and the wallets will open by themselves. One of the organizers monitoring the calls sighed in surprise. The guy told the director that the number of calls was growing rapidly. The organizer said they received an order that was more than 10 times larger than expected. Hearing this, the leader burst into tears of happiness. After the broadcast ended, Manhwa and Jaryong bowed to each other and thanked each other for their work. Jaron walked off the set. The guy was about to leave, but he was asked to stop. Minjung followed him out and asked if Jaron could spare him a minute of his time. Jaron turned to the host and agreed. Minjung said sales were higher in the second half of the broadcast. Jaron said that the difference was probably small, and he himself enjoyed watching the broadcast with Minjung. Minjung denied everything and said that the efficiency of home shopping is calculated in real time. The host said the gap was very big and apologized to Jaron for taking it too lightly. Jaron was amazed and recalled the professionalism in his field, the amazing spirit of competition and self-respect. Despite all this, Minjung now apologized to him and did so honestly without bluffing. Jaron was glad that this man was his teacher in his past life, and now he had grown in his eyes and in his own too. Jaron told Minjung that it was okay because he also felt the competitive spirit and it was fun. The presenter was glad that the guy was not angry with him and said that he had one question. Minzong said the dealer's skills were not suited to the home shopping format, and at first he thought that was how it should be. However, during the observation, the presenter made some conclusions. Minjung asked if Jaren really understood the whole atmosphere of home shopping, but still decided not to follow it. Jaren answered in the affirmative and said that shopping at home is exciting and fun and should be enjoyable. Minjung asked why the boy decided to disregard the basic rules then. Jaren said cars are a difficult product to buy on impulse. No matter what the discount is, how much the deposit is, how small the deposit is, this purchase still exceeds 20 million won. So Jaren has a lot to explain, and eventually the tension will subside, and if the guy doesn't have fun, then the sales won't go up. Jaren said it happens when he gets a little bored. Minjong remembered everything the guy did during the broadcast and how he behaved. Now everything fell into place. The host leaned over and couldn't help but laugh, and Jaren laughed a little too. Minsong calmed down and invited the guy to have dinner together today and said that he would treat him. Jaren said he couldn't meet today because he already had things to do. Minsong handed over his business card and said that his words were sincere and suggested that they have dinner another time. Jaren smiled, but he knew he had to be more careful with this man. The guy politely accepted the business card and agreed to meet. Jaren wasn't lying. He really did have things to do that evening. He had already neglected this man's attention once, and now he was paying for it. The guy came to an expensive Japanese restaurant, and the waitress took him to a separate room. There, Sonhak was already waiting for Jaren and greeted the guy. The director said that it can be very difficult to have lunch with employees. Jaren calmly replied that the man himself had promised him. Sonhak took the teapot and poured the boy a drink. Jaren then grabbed the teapot and poured a drink for the director in return. Sonhak said he saw the broadcast and asked the guy if everything went well. Jaren replied that it was an unforgettable experience. The room was silent for a while as the men drank. Sonhak poured the guy another drink and said he wanted to talk more about online shopping. Jaren listened attentively to the director, holding out the cup. Sonhak said that something important happened today. The director said he was thinking about starting a new brand. Sonhak asked if Jaren had any idea what it would be. The guy's eyes widened, because this had already happened in a past life. Car imports continued to grow in 2006, and the small dealerships that had been popping up like mushrooms after the rain disappeared. Hong Sung-hak had a good grasp of the situation, as expected from his abilities, but his choice of brand was unfortunate. In his previous life, purchasing this brand subsequently had a butterfly effect, and Sonhak was beaten to death. Jaren assumed that the director had chosen some Japanese brand. Sonhak didn't look surprised and asked which brand. That brand turned out to be Tamura. Sonhak was clearly inspired. He believed that those who are smart survive, and since the company is still alive, it means that he is not so smart. Jaren listened calmly to the director and observed etiquette, since today he was invited to a Japanese restaurant. Sonhak said that he was told about Tamura's technology, so he chose her from Kabotu and Kaishin. Jaren listened to him carefully, continuing to eat. Sonhak said the Kubota brand represents ease of use. Meanwhile, Tamura is responsible for the technologies of the future. Kaisen, in turn, is not remarkable in any way, so he was immediately excluded from the candidates. Jaren remembered that Kubota, founded by an entrepreneur with management experience, had conquered the world market through a management innovation strategy known as Kaishin. It was the company that owned the premium brand Exis, which is one of Taylor's main competitors. In contrast, Tamura, founded by a brilliant engineer, developed on the basis of technology, which contrasts with the other two companies. Jaren said Kubota is a company that took root early on and grew gradually. Kaisen is not ready for growth yet. It is not a promising company, while Tamura is a brand that is on the verge of blossoming. Jaren expected that Sonhak had excellent business acumen, and in fact, since 2007-2008, Tamura has indeed shown explosive growth of about 100% every year. But everything changed by the time Chairman Hong Sun-hak's grandfather, died in 2010. Sonhak said he was happy to discuss these issues with Jaren, even though he himself is well-versed in brands. Jaren remembered that in 2009, Tamura took off, but just as quickly crashed into reality. There was no particular reason. At that time, the market for imported cars had changed. The trends towards German cars had changed dramatically. Sunhak said that he was giving Jaren the position of leader of the Tamura group and asked him to come to Seoul because he needed help. Jaren didn't answer right away, as he needed to think carefully and make a decision. The guy thinks that he shouldn't be so loyal to Sonhak, even if he has become attached to him in this short period of time. Jaren remembered that when Taylor's older brother Hong Seong-hak took over the company, the sales staff began to have difficulties. The guy believes that in the end, the company will be better off in Sonhak's hands. It was an unusual proposition. The future growth was obvious and the reasons for it were clear. Jaron didn't know how to convince Sonhak or if he should even do it. Dealership sales are not something that can be easily bought and sold. Jaron asked what Sonhak thought about the brand's growing popularity and how many years into the future he predicted for the company. Sonhak didn't quite understand what the guy was hinting at, so he asked again. Jaron said there was an upward trend in American cars from the 1990s to 2000s. But is the same true for Japanese brands? The guy said that trends are getting shorter. Sonhak asked what was the basis for such conclusions. Jaron said he came to this conclusion based on the fact that Kubota and Exus's growth had stopped. Now Sonhak began to understand the boy's concerns. Jaron said it wouldn't last long. Even though Tamura is growing at this time, Jaron doesn't think the brand will be able to surpass Kubota in the weight class. The guy said that the Japanese car boom would soon die down and the trends would change, and Kubota would gradually fade away. But unlike Kubota, Tamura will leave the car market entirely. Jaron said it was just his opinion, but what was important was how many years the CEO was forecasting. Sonhak confirmed that this is important because it depends on how long their rise lasts, because the results are not clear-cut. The director said it may seem like it will happen today or tomorrow, but it also seems like it will take decades. This has become food for thought. The room fell silent for a moment. Sonhak and Jaron continued to enjoy their food, each lost in their own thoughts. A few minutes later, Sonhak said that he invited the guy today to propose to him, not to discuss Tamura. The director asked why the boy was hesitating, and he replied because Sonhak was acting the same way. Sonhak said that maybe that was the case, and maybe the guy wanted him to confirm it personally. The director said that it was a 100-point exam, since Sonhak himself only managed to pass it with 80. The man wanted to clarify this issue with Jaron, but the guy did not understand why they decided to contact him. Sonhak replied that he decided so because Jaron was the smartest in this field. The guy just smiled at this. Sonhak said he knows Tamura is profitable now, and he knows the brand will soon collapse, but he doesn't know how long their inspiration will last. The director said it was very difficult and asked if Jaron was sure he wanted to be in the same boat with him. The guy replied that he had always been on his side and always would be, but now he was starting to worry. Jaron said that he felt like Sonhak was only looking at the stairs in front of him, and he wondered if that was something to rely on. The director decided not to answer this question and asked again what the guy thought about Tamura. Sonhak said that Jaron had previously refused to go to the exhibition hall. The guy replied that he had decided to go to Seoul and was only refusing to visit Shinsa's exhibition hall. Sonhak did not understand the reason for such categoricalness. Jaron responded that Taylor had too few variations. Sonhak thought that they were talking about the range of cars. However, Jaron corrected him and said that it was a matter of maximum unit price. Sonhak beamed and said that he would be very upset if he heard that the guy was concerned about the Daegu branch. Jaron said that in order to make more money, the director needs to create a denser network. Sonhak said he plans to move Taylor and Tamura to Seoul. A few moments later, the director asked when Jaron could come to Seoul. The guy replied that he would arrive in about 2 or 3 months. Sonhak said he has a lot of cars, and what will happen if he doesn't buy a brand that has a higher unit price than Taylor? Jaron replied that he was planning to move to Seoul anyway. Sonhak took this as a threat and asked where the boy would go to work in that case. Jaron thought that the benefit of being a salesman was the freedom to change jobs. Because if you were a dealer who had had tremendous success with one brand, it would be even easier to change jobs. When the time comes, the guy will make it clear that he will change jobs regardless of Hong Seung-hak. But what will happen next is solely Sonhak's choice, or rather, it will depend on his abilities. The director leaned back in his chair and said that it sounded very expensive. Jaron said he hoped Sonhak would understand that this was the natural course of action for any salesperson. The director said that he should meet with one person. Sonhak plans to go all in as they will have to decide if this will end here or if they will achieve something more. Jaron said that in that case, the man should hurry because the sooner the better. At the end of the evening, Jaron and Sonhak went home. The director had many thoughts in his head that did not leave him alone. Sonhak thought about the legacy that had been passed down through 3 generations in the oligarch family. The man wondered if Jaron really thought he was going to do this all the time. In Sonhak's opinion, the guy could have made his conclusions based on information from the media and rumors, but he seemed to be somewhere above. Even despite his status, the man can't reach Jaron. Sonhak thinks that the guy is too impudent, but that's what makes him so attractive in his eyes. Trends change quickly, so it is not known what car will be next, but most likely it will be a German brand. It only remains to be seen who it will be. Perhaps the comfortable Baumann. Perhaps preferences will change and sporty RMVs will enter the market. The already established Volkswagen may take a more important share of the market. Perhaps the market will be more inclined towards the reliable Horsch brand. What are the development prospects for these brands in the next few years? It may be RMV or Horsch, but either way, there are too many facts. And as stated, he still has some growing up to do while his father is alive. Sunhak realizes that if for some reason the stock price were to drop sharply right before the chairman's death, he would be like a dog chasing a chicken until his death. The man had no idea how to understand the growth trend of the business and how to calculate the time. Sunhak didn't understand how Jaren was doing all this. From the very beginning, the man didn't even think about whether the brand would take off or not. The director couldn't take it anymore and started shouting at the whole car, cursing Jaren. The driver got scared and asked the man what happened. It was as if Sunhak had told himself that Jaren wanted everyone to bet solely on him. The driver didn't understand what was being said, so he just kept looking in the rearview mirror. Sunhak calmed down a little and asked the man which German brand was currently showing the weakest growth. The driver replied that the worst performing were the Volkswagen and Horsch. Sunhak said Volkswagen's average unit price is lower than Taylor's, as is Horsch's. After thinking for a bit, the director ordered the car to turn around and drive towards the office. The driver was very surprised and said that it was too late now. Sunhak said that he did not have time as he had to cancel the acquisition of the Tamura dealer and prepare for the acquisition of Horsch. The director said that everything needs to be arranged within a month. The driver just asked what the rush was about. Sunhak replied that the impudent children had taken a time out, and since this man had never let him down, he should respond in kind. Meanwhile, Taylor's online sales were a huge success, and within 3 weeks, the Daegu showroom had exceeded its quota in no time. In the midst of peaceful and harmonious days, at dawn, the branch manager went on a business trip to Seoul. Everyone in the office was having a fun day. One of the advantages of a sales representative is a broad, albeit superficial outlook. Reading the morning newspaper is one of the key self-management skills for a salesperson, so they can stay on top of things and be on the same page with the customer. Chang-soo found Jongbak doing this and noticed an article in the newspaper about their company. Jongbak didn't expect the man to appear, so he jumped to the side and screamed. The manager shouted at Chang-soo to never sneak up on him like that again. The article said that the amazing Horsch car, with a discount from the company's dealer, can be purchased in 8 showrooms, and one of them is Taylor. Chang-soo was pleased to learn that the director had acquired 2 Horsch showrooms in Seoul and Incheon. The man wanted to expand to Daegu, but Jongbak said their gym was already good enough. Chang-soo said competitors have also set their sights on Horsch, and there is already a separate showroom in Seoul. Volkswagen is one of the dinosaurs of the global automobile industry, and Horsch is one of the many brands that are part of this group. But in Korea, this relationship is unique because these brands were founded by the same legal entity and are often sold in the same showroom. Chonbak asked what if Horsch and any other German brand split up and opened separate showrooms. He asked Chang-soo what brand he would not like to have in his hall. Chang-soo replied that it would be a Volkswagen, and Chon-baek said that this was logical since Horsch earns more. The manager asked if they should send 2 dealers to Daegu in that case. Chang-soo quieted down a bit as he realized that Daegu has a small market for imported cars. This means that the range of changes is small and there is only one showroom for each brand. There are many brands that don't even use showrooms, and salespeople usually have a habit of measuring themselves against the brand's value. At the same time, the criteria for ranking brands are simple and profits will soon level out. The desire to improve a brand's rating by changing markets is quite natural. Chonbak said Taylor's policy is to guarantee current sales rights, and if employees' expectations are too high, the aftertaste will be bitter. What bothered Chonbak more was that the dealer was found so quickly, as if at the snap of a finger. There comes a time when you find yourself in a difficult situation. This is exactly what happened with the Tamura brand. Today marks the 3rd week since Jaren returned from Seoul, and common sense tells Jongbak that Sang-shik was summoned for a reason. The leader understood that this was most likely connected with Jaren's latest prank in front of Sanhak. Jaren was sitting at his workstation at the time, but Jongbak called out to him, causing him to turn around. The manager suggested that the guy go and have a cup of coffee. This time, they decided to go to the nearest cafe. Jongbak said that their leader was going to retire soon and asked if Jaren was going to move to Horsch. The guy smiled and said that the manager quickly understood everything. Jongbak smiled back and said that he was really good at it. There was silence between them for a while. After that, Jaren bowed and thanked Jongbak for helping him out. The manager was very surprised by this change in mood. Jongbak calmed Jaren down and said that the guy was from Seoul, so he didn't know a lot about him. However, the manager said that Jaren was not only good at his job, but even irreplaceable. The waiter brought the coffee, and Jungbak said that if Jaren hadn't told him about it beforehand, he would have been worried about his disappearance. The executive asked if Jaren had a hand in the acquisition of Horsch instead of Tamura. The guy didn't answer directly and just smiled. However, this was enough for Chonbak to understand everything correctly. The manager said he valued Jaren's abilities more than anyone else's, and the guy really exceeded his expectations. Chonbak said that the dealer had already been decided upon, but there were certain problems due to the monopolization of importers by the Korean headquarters. The executive said the dealer was a joint venture, and in many ways it would be less risky to have multiple brands. If one brand becomes very popular, that would be really great, but that also requires money. Jongbak noted that Jaren has already brought in a lot of money for Taylor. Jaren didn't deny that he would have liked to work with the man longer. The guy smiled and asked if Jongbak was married yet. The question confused the manager, and he replied that his obsession with money did not give him time for dating. Then Jongbak asked if Jaren had anyone in mind, and he replied that he didn't. Jaren asked why Sanchik went to Seoul in the morning, and the manager replied that it was all because of him. At some point, Jongbak caught a strange look in his direction and asked what it meant. Jaren looked at the leader seriously and invited him to go with him to Seoul. Jongbak's mouth dropped open in shock, and he didn't know how to react to this. The previous evening, there was a telephone conversation between Jaren and Sonhak. The director reported that Horsch had overcharged significantly. Jaren said he wasn't surprised, and then Sonhak asked if he should be surprised at all. The guy expected that this is exactly how it would be. Jaren thinks it's good that Horsch responded quickly, but it could be because Sonhak offered a higher amount than was acceptable. The guy thought that the Korean headquarters might have already taken up this matter. Jaren said there was no way to reduce the risk, and it may be because he rushed things too much. Sonhak confirmed that the guy was to blame for everything, because if it weren't for him, the director would have been able to lower the price even more. Jaren replied that it would most likely not affect the course of events. Sonhak said that from the beginning of the luge, the target of his deal was Jaren. The guy replied that he never said that he would absolutely always be with the director. Sonhak said it was funny because he used to think the best thing about salespeople was that they could be changed like gloves. However, now it's the other way around, because he's uneasy at the very thought that Jaren can go wherever he wants. Sonhak laughed and said he felt like a human ATM. The director said that the investment itself was hasty and asked if that sounded like him. At that moment, a stray cat started rubbing against Jaren's legs, and the boy replied that he understood everything. Sonhak asked if the boy understood that he was the main target of his bets. Jaren remembers that in his past life, Sonhak always wore a mask and was a man who swung a sword with a smile on his face. Now the director is straightforward and honest, but once he reveals his true nature, there will be no stopping him. Jaren replied that he would try his best. Sonhak was glad to hear this and said that the guy would be fine in any case. Jaren said he had one more request for the director. Sonhak was surprised and asked what the boy wanted. Jaren said that it would be difficult to resolve the situation in the office, since he is only 28, and this is his first year in car sales. To do this, the guy's sales skills alone are not enough, so he asked to take another person with him. Now sitting across from Jongbak, Jaren asked the man a question, and the man replied that the guy knew how to surprise. The manager asked for time to think, and Jaren apologized for making such a sudden proposal. The guy understood that leaving his current well-kept garden and moving to another place was a real adventure. Some customers will stay with them, but most will leave immediately, so you will have to start from scratch. After a few moments, Jongbak put the glass of coffee on the table and reminded him about the shoes. The manager said that he didn't just buy it for Jaren for nothing. Jongbak said that all that was left for Cinderella to do was put on her slippers and go meet the prince. The leader said that he was a simple fairy, and Jaren was the leg that would carry the slipper. If everything were like in the fairy tale, Jongbak would have given the shoes to the boy and sent him on a carriage. At this point, the fairy's role would be over, since Jongbak is not the main character in this story. But Jaren's version is different because Cinderella goes to the ball with a fairy. Jongbak smiled and said that he was too handsome even for a fairy. The manager also noted that the place Jaren was taking him to might not be suitable for parties. That's why Jongbak needs more time to weigh the pros and cons. After some time, Jongbak and Sang-shik met up to have a drink together. Jongbak told Jaren about his proposal, and the elder agreed. The younger one was upset that Sang-shik gave his permission so easily. However, Jongbak understood that he would not change his decision. Sang-shik said that regardless of everything, it was his personal decision. Jongbak asked what would happen to Daegu if he decided to go to Seoul. Jongbak asked how the elder would live without him, and he replied that if the younger continued to talk like that, Sang-shik's wife would misunderstand him. Sang-shik thought about this question all the time on the way to Daegu after meeting with the CEO. Jongbak frowned and asked if the elder could really live without him. Sanshik said it sounded like Jongbak was dead. The younger one replied that it would be difficult, but Sanshik said that the director would pay for all the moving expenses for him and Jaren, such as housing. Chonbaek was left wondering what would happen to the Daegu branch in that case. Sanshik replied that Daegu could stay afloat without income for more than 3 years. The branch manager said that when he was told that the boys were going to have a good time, he was only too happy. The director promised to keep Sanshik's position as manager even if there was not a single sale for 3 years. Sonhak said that incentives for branch managers are always based on performance. The director thanked Sanshik for raising Jongbak and Jaren. Yongbaek said that it is not yet known who raised whom, and that is why Sanshik does not regret anything. In fact, there was one point that worried the branch manager. He was worried that there was no guarantee that their relationship wouldn't turn out the same way as his and Minho's. Yongbaek replied that it was impossible, but Sanshik knew that sooner or later it could happen. Sanshik said that he would remain the branch director for another 1,000 years. But sooner or later, there would come a time when Jongbak would get tired of it. The branch manager said that when he gets older, it will not be so easy for him to bow down to young customers. Therefore, he is sure that sooner or later the time will come when Jongbak will hate him. Jongbak became upset and asked why Sanshik didn't want to move to another brand then. The elder replied that when an opportunity to rise higher appears, one must seize it, because it is easy to miss the moment and then everything will go downhill. That's why Minho tried to take Sanshik's place, because you need to seize the opportunity and draw your blade before it's too late. Yongbak said that it was not in his nature because he was not Minho or Jae-ryong. Sanshik didn't understand what the guy was talking about, and he said that he had never been a samurai. Yongbak thinks that he doesn't have the courage, and he's happy with everything now. Yongbak is afraid that if he tries to get up, everything might go downhill. The guy said that his style is to wait patiently and hit one place until it gives in. Sanshik asked if Jaren knew about this. Yongbak replied that the guy didn't know anything and even told him that he was sorry. Sanshik didn't understand what was wrong with Yongbak and Jaren and why they were acting like that. Yongbak said that it was really funny because he had never been ambitious. Now Sanshik began to understand the elder's concerns. Yongbak asked how the elder could know something about him that he himself did not know. Now Jaren is heading to Seoul, and this makes Yongbak's heart burn. After his words, Sanshik breathed a sigh of relief. He was already thinking about how to calm Yongbak down. But in fact, he had already decided everything. Sanshik poured a shot of soju and told the younger to drink it and wished Jongbak good luck in Seoul. The sun had already set behind the horizon, and Jaehyun's, Jaren's younger sister, had come to an end of her working day. The owner of the coffee shop praised the girl for her good work. The girl reciprocated and said goodbye to her boss. The man approached Jakin and asked if she was working at the mall tomorrow, to which the girl replied in the negative. Hearing this, the boss's eyes sparkled and he suggested going out and having a beer together. Yakin has seen this look on the man many times already. It has been going on for more than half a year. The mall's closing time coincides with the end of work, so this is the only job the girl can do in just 3 or 4 hours. The only thing that makes Jakin happy is that even at night there are surprisingly many guests in this establishment. The girl is very annoyed by the constant hints from this man. The boss came closer and asked if Jahyun liked the soju, but she said that she was already tired and wanted to go home. The girl said that she was already falling off her feet. The man decided to take advantage of this and offered to give Yakin a ride home in his car. The girl tried to politely refuse, saying that she lived very close by. The boss began to get irritated and asked why the girl continued to behave like this time and time again. The man asked why Jaehyun kept rejecting him and why he was not worthy of being with her. The boss said that it was wrong for the girl to react to his feelings that way. The man continued to come closer and closer and said that he did not understand what the girl was doing to him. Jakin decided to speak frankly and admitted that she knew about her boss's feelings, but continued to push him away and reject them. The girl said that she really appreciated his kindness, but he should remember her circumstances. Jakin has been working at the department store since early morning, and now she just finished her shift at the cafe, and it's already 2 o'clock in the morning outside. However, the man didn't care about this. He grabbed the girl by the hand and said that she should still go and have a drink with him. The boss said that if Jakin continued to reject him, he would be very upset. Even though they see each other every day at work, the man would like to get to know the girl better. The boss even said that he could help Jakin cope with her difficulties. To do this, the girl had to go and have a drink with him, but he didn't have time to finish this because someone approached them. Jaren appeared from behind his sister and asked how the man was going to help Jaehyun. The boss was a little taken aback by such impudence and asked who he was. Jaehyun turned to Jaren in surprise and called him brother. The boss lost his enthusiasm when he found out who this guy was. Jaron grabbed the man's hand and ordered him to remove his hands immediately while they were still intact. The boss immediately let go of Jakin's hand. The man wanted to put the guy in his place and wanted to tell him not to interfere. Jaron said that he is Jaehyun's older brother and she doesn't have a boyfriend because he buried them all. The boy squeezed the man's hand with all his might. The boss started screaming in pain and demanding to be let go. Jaron immediately released the unfortunate man. Jaron smiled and apologized, saying that this happened to his sister often, so it had become a habit for him. The guy said that he couldn't do anything about it because he was the older brother after all. The man rubbed his hand and said that he and his sister looked very similar, and introduced himself as the owner of the coffee shop where the girl worked. The boss made it sound like it was just a corporate dinner after work and invited Jaron to join them. Jaron politely declined and turned the girl towards the car. The boss didn't like this answer and he stopped the guy by the shoulder. Jaron's gaze immediately changed and he asked if the man was deaf because he hadn't heard their refusal. The guy warned that his smile didn't mean he wouldn't beat him up if he continued to cross his boundaries. Now the boss realized that it was better not to mess with his employee's older brother. Soon, the brother and sister were already driving home in the car. Jakin relaxed in the front seat and said she was very tired. Jaron asked her if he had been too rude to her boss. The girl calmed him down, saying that she herself was already at her limit. Jakin said she was thinking of staying here. The sister turned to the window and thanked Jaron again for his help. The guy said that the girl didn't need to work so much. Jakin replied that it would look very strange if she were unemployed. Jaron changed the subject and asked if the girl wanted to go to Seoul. The sister did not understand what was being discussed and asked again. Jaron looked at Jaehyun and asked again if he wanted to go to Seoul. The girl asked what this sudden offer was, since everything was going so well with her brother's work. Jaron couldn't deny it, but he voiced that the girl wasn't doing well at work. My sister said that it probably wouldn't get any better even if she moved to Seoul. Jaron said he was planning to move and the salary in Seoul was higher than in Daegu. The guy said that the company also provided a relocation subsidy and they would be living in a small villa. The girl became completely sad and turned away from her brother. Jaron said that she is the youngest in the family, so he thinks that is what causes the most problems. The girl has no future in Daegu, and he remembers well how her eyes lit up when she talked about the acting academy in Seoul. Jaehyun asked what would happen to their father if they moved to Seoul together. Jaron said that everything will be fine, because even if he fails, the most important thing is their support. The girl felt helpless because her brother was taking over everything again. She could no longer hold back her tears, and Jaron began to console her. Jakin said that the guy worked hard for a year and a half and she would also try her best, but her brother said that there was no need for that. Jaron stroked his crying sister's head and told her that she had nothing to worry about. The next day, Jaron and Jongbaek had a conversation about moving to Seoul. The manager winked at the guy and said they could go. Jaron was a little surprised, but definitely glad that the man had finally decided to do it. Jongbaek said that they should leave quietly since he doesn't know about the problems of moving to another organization. They should stick together forever. The manager said that if he was noticed, other employees might be very upset. Jongbaek wants Jaron to support him because the branch manager might start acting strange. Jongbaek raised his finger and said he had one question. The manager asked what the limits of his authority were in his new position. Jongbaek knew that this question was very unexpected and it looked strange, but now was not the time to be embarrassed. Jaron said that they would have 2 teams, and Jongbaek laughed that he hadn't heard from the senior leader in a long time and now he was second again. Jaron said the senior team leader does a good job, but he can't just do a favor. The guy said that the team's composition is entirely determined by its leader. Jongbaek said that Seoul is really unique and that being the leader of a group doesn't sound so bad. Jaron said that there would be 5 people per team, and not counting the 2, Jongbaek would need to choose 3 more people. Jongbaek asked if the chosen person would receive 50 million won in support like them, to which he responded positively. The manager said that their showroom cannot be touched, but the fighting power must be strong. Jongbaek believes that he has enough inner strength to resist the persuasion of the Seoul guys. After thinking for a moment, the manager said that only one person came to mind. Jaron asked who it was, and Jongbaek immediately replied that it was Choi Minho. In the meantime, we moved to one of the Dakin dealerships. The man at the reception desk was already yawning with boredom. At the moment, he was watching Choi Minho giving a consultation to one of the visitors. The client appeared to have just left home and was wearing shorts and slippers. Judging by his face, the young man was barely 20 years old. It would seem that a person goes to a store and eventually enters a showroom. However, the employee could not understand why Minho was so obsessed and did not see any sense in the fact that the man got a job in their salon. 2 months ago, out of the blue, Choi Minho came to the exhibition hall and brought his resume. The employee has seen more than once people who started selling domestic cars and then switched to imported ones, but he has never seen anyone do it the other way around. It is clear to everyone that the price per unit of a domestic and imported vehicle differs greatly. It was new, and Minho was considered an extraordinary person with a unique vision, but it wasn't like that for everyone. The front desk clerk was convinced that Choi had been fired from his previous job, which was why he had come to them. The customer left, and the employee advised Minho to moderate his impulses. The guy said that 2 months have passed, but Choi continues to act as if he is selling imported cars, which greatly confuses customers. The staff member asked why Minho wore suits when he could wear short-sleeved shirts. Choi continued to ignore this annoying guy in every possible way. The employee said that the manager doesn't really like people and sales aren't going well, and in 2 months, no one he knows has visited him. Minho continued to ignore him, and the guy began to understand why he was fired from his previous job. However, his guesses were wrong, and Choi still had a storm ahead. Jong-bak flew into the exhibition hall and loudly greeted Choi Minho. Minho looked predatorily towards his former colleague and did not respond to the greeting. Jong-bak said that Choi still had a poker face on and said that he brought coffee with him. The guy held up a box of coffee cups, swinging them invitingly from side to side. The former colleagues went to a secluded place, and Jong-bak said that lately he had become addicted to coffee made from good beans. Manager Jong said that he couldn't stand any other coffee and asked Minho what he thought about it. Choi replied that he didn't even know what to say to that. Jong-bak smiled and asked how Minho was doing. Instead of giving a full answer, Choi said that everything was already visible. In fact, there were no customers in the showroom, and there were only 2 employees at the moment. Chon Bayek suggested that the company had divided everything into agencies and retail outlets, and they were now at the retail outlet. Jong said that there should be more people in the agency, so he doesn't understand why Minho came here. Choi ignored the question and asked how Jong-bak found this place. Jong said that the salon was very small, so it only took him a few phone calls to find out everything. Minho asked if there was any reason why Jong-bak came to him after several months and asked him not to lie that he only came to check on him. Jong said he just wanted to know the reason why Choi got a job here. Minho replied that it didn't matter, but Jong-bak didn't leave him alone. Choi said that it was impolite to ask when he already knew the answer, since it was Jong-bak who used Jaren as a knife to kill Minho. Jong-bak sighed and said that he guessed that Choi understood everything. Minho said it was unpleasant, but he immediately understood who exactly used this knife, because there could only be one person with such a competent approach. Jong-bak said that since Choi already knew everything, he now didn't know what to do about it. Minho is still a man full of greed and pride, and if Jong-bak had to choose between these 2 qualities, he would give up greed. Choi was devastated by the thought that he could be displaced by a newcomer. The man couldn't bear it, so he chose a local domestic car dealership. He changed his number and gave up his regular clients and the salon he had been building for many years. Jong-bak thinks that he should save his pride because this guy is crazy, so he said that he is going to Seoul. Minho congratulated Jong, and Jong asked if he had heard that they had started collaborating with Horsch. Jong-bak said that he would go to Seoul with Jaren as the group's leader, to which Choi congratulated him again. Minho said that this was enough to make him happy and asked his friend to go to the exit. Jong-bak laughed, then put on a serious face and suggested that they all go together. Minho was even a little confused by such a proposal. Jong-bak said that this is a new chapter in their lives, so they just have to go with the flow. Minho said that Jong was showing too much emotion, but he insisted that he was completely serious. Choi tells Jong-bak that he has many feelings for him, specifically a strong, unpleasant feeling. Jong suggested that Minho forget all the bad blood and move on to a new chapter. Choi didn't understand what the guy was trying to achieve. Chon-bak admitted that even though he was the one holding the knife, this was all already a thing of the past and they needed to move on. Minho's gaze changed slightly, and Jong knew he was moving in the right direction. Jong-bak originally planned to tune Choi, and he succeeded. Jong said that life is not about dividing between chapters, but about choosing the right one. Jong-bak pointed out that Minho lost to him and was now under the impression. Now Choi torments himself with thoughts that this enemy world is unfair. Jong-bak asked if Minho was going to continue sitting here and saying that he was happy with everything, denying that he was uncomfortable here. Jong said that this salon is not for Choi because he deserves better. Minho got angry and said that the only problem wasn't the salon, but Jong-bak. Jong asked if the guy was really going to stay there. Jong-bak turned around and looked at the employee who was playing cards. He asked if Minho was going to stay with these people. Jong-bak smiled and said that he never comes twice. Jong said that he is not stupid and Minho does not consider him as such. Jong-bak said that no matter where he goes next, he will always try his best. He will understand Minho even if he refuses to deal with him, and that will be the norm. Choi was confused, and nothing showed it except for the nervous picking of his fingers. Yongbak said that good sales are fun, but when Minho gets bored, he can always get involved in office politics. Besides, Jung asked if it was really worth turning down such a good offer just because of hatred. Minho thought about how he always won, and it didn't matter what path he took, winning was more important. Regardless of what others thought of him, he did his best, and that got him into sales. However, now the king of Daegu sales has changed, and Minho has found himself the loser. It was only a matter of time before his efforts failed, and although he could always make more money, pride would not give Minho peace. It all starts from the beginning, just like the time he was first transferred from a domestic car to an imported one, using only sales skills. Minho wanted them to look for him and fight their way through from everywhere, since he wouldn't bow his head. Choi thought it would take about 2 years and was surprised to be found after only 2 months. Minho looked at Yongbak and thought he was a crazy and shameless person. Choi didn't know what this child wanted: pride, greed for money, or something else. Minho asked if Yongbak really needed him. Jung smiled and said there was no doubt about it. Yongbak said that they would have to go into enemy territory and do crazy things. Jung said they would need 2 swords at once to gain momentum. Minho was already tired of such jokes from Yongbak and asked him to explain everything more clearly. Jung said that the director would not tolerate failure in Seoul, but if there were temporary difficulties, Sunhak would most likely give them time. Yongbak warned that they would be on the same team, so they had to work together to avoid even the slightest mistake. Jung recalled that his sales skills are a bit of a mixed bag. However, if the 2 teams led by Jaren and their team take a stable position, they will be rich in no time. Yongbak said it was just incredible, but it also sounded like a lot of fun. Minho asked if Jung just needed him to have fun. Yongbak said that he was sure that Minho himself would have a lot of fun too. Jung bowed and asked Choi to join their team since they needed him. Minho got angry and asked if Yongbak was doing all this for fun. Jung replied that it was much better than just being boring. Minho asked for the schedule and information to be emailed to him so that he could review it and think about it carefully. Yongbak said that Choi had to make a decision right now since there were only a few days left before leaving. Minho got angry and asked again how much time was left. Yongbak was a little confused by such a close gaze. Jung bit his tongue and repeated that there were only a few days left. Minho was completely devastated by this statement. Meanwhile, Jaren had a day off and decided to contact Polmuk. The old man picked up the phone and the guy asked him how he was doing in Seoul. Polmuk said he is currently busy taking care of his grandchildren, so he does not have enough time to relax. Jaren said he wanted to stay in touch because he had changed jobs and would soon send some recommendations to the old man. Polmuk was surprised by this statement and asked where the boy had gone. Jaren announced that he will now be working in Seoul. 500,000 accounts that the guy is pursuing him because of his promise to always follow him. Jaren assumed the old man would want to see him. Polmuk laughed and asked why the guy didn't tell him about this later. The old man was happy about this news, so he said that they should definitely meet when he moved to Seoul. Jaren said that they would see each other soon and he would personally tell Polmuk everything. The old man wished him good luck on the road and thanked him for the call. At that moment, Jaren's mother came out of the house and asked if the guy had finished talking and if they could go have dinner now. The boy took the plate of greens from his mother's hands and said that he would be happy to join the table. Jaren sniffed the fresh lettuce leaves and smiled. His father came up to him from behind and told him that he should eat a big meal, as this would be the last beef he would eat in Daegu. Soon, the whole family sat down at the table on the roof of the house. Jaren said the mover would arrive tomorrow at 7 a.m. and Jacken said they didn't have much to take with them. The guy said that he plans to go shopping as soon as he arrives in Seoul because he needs to buy a lot of things. Father said that there was no need to rush because you could buy everything as you needed it. The man said that it might seem like they weren't taking much with them, but in reality, the truck would be packed to the brim. Mom said that Jaren would come to Seoul empty-handed, but already an adult and very experienced. Jacken remembered the first time they came to this house and roasted beef. The girl said that they were the only ones in the entire area that smelled of beef. Mom said it seemed like just yesterday, but in reality, it's been a year and a half. Dad said that when they first came here, he didn't think they would move so quickly. Jaren understands him and says that it makes him feel weird. In his past life, Jaren lived in this house for 5 years, and all that time, shadows darkened the faces of his family. And when they were finally able to move to Seoul, there were only 3 of them left. Thinking about this kept Jaren hurrying all this time. The guy wanted to move to Seoul as soon as possible. Mom said she felt very strange too because she felt like she would miss this place. Yakin exclaimed that she would miss him too. Mom said it was almost done and asked why her husband and son looked like they weren't happy about it. The father of the family was about to say something, but his wife spoke first. She said that after the move, even the boil on her husband's back stopped growing, and she plugged his mouth with a lettuce leaf. The woman said that even after moving to Seoul, they should continue to get together as often as possible. Jaron decided that he had to eat as if it were his last time, because you can't live your life twice. Now the guy feels truly happy surrounded by his loved ones. The long-awaited move took place the next day. The weather outside was wonderful and could not help but please the eye. The car driven by Jong Baek has already arrived in Seoul. Jaron went with Chief Jong. Yongbak was glad that they were given a whole week off due to the move, all thanks to Jaron. Jaron said he felt strange because he hadn't been to Seoul for a long time. Yongbak asked if the guy had chosen a place where he would live. Jaron replied that he would rent the second floor of the building next door to the company, and Jong said that was a good choice. Jongbak asked if the guy told his colleagues about the move, and he replied that he only told Hong Chul and Wang Gen. Manager Jong asked how they reacted to the news. Jaron remembered seeing shock on their faces at first. After that, they rushed at the guy with hugs and begged him not to leave. They said that he couldn't leave them like that and that he had to take responsibility and take them with him. Jaron told them that he would go with Chief Choi. After that, the guys calmed down and wished Jaron a good trip, as if they had changed their minds about going to Seoul. Jaron thanked Minho, who was sitting in the back seat, for indirectly helping solve this problem. Choi said such conversations usually take place when the person himself is not around. Yongbak said that now their appeals have changed, so they should better organize this moment. Minho asked if the guy wanted to imply that he should be more respectful. Jongbak said that he is now the team leader and Jaron is the confidant and tomorrow is their first day on the job. Minho said he would start from tomorrow, but Jong said that he should start getting used to it beforehand. Choi repeated once again that he would start from tomorrow. Yongbak was upset, but Jaron didn't even pay attention to it. The guy looked ahead and said that Dosan Street starts here. The guys are now in the heart of Seoul, where the fiercest battle in the Korean import car market is taking place. Jongbak and Minho looked around in amazement, not believing that they had come this far. Jaron said there are slight differences between Dichi Market and Dosan Avenue. Opinions vary greatly as the exhibition center is far away from here, but there is a special atmosphere here too. It has a beneficial effect on the exhibition halls located on the territory of Dosan. A little further away, there will be Daechi, Kanbuku, and Gyeonggi-do. The lowest rank is local. Chonbak recalled being told that after graduating from a local university, he could immediately obtain a license to sell cars. Minho said that because of this, the competition here is so intense that it makes your head spin. Now Chonbak is even a little upset that he has to go to work tomorrow. However, this does not change the fact that the guy feels pleasant excitement. Jaron looked at him with a smile, because that was pretty much the reaction he expected. Jongbak turned his attention to Minho and asked why Choi was wearing a suit now even though the workday was only tomorrow. But the question remained unanswered. The next day, at 8:20 a.m., the team consisting of Jaron, Jongbak, and Minho arrived at the Horsch exhibition hall. Jaron thought that a lot of time had passed, and this was his second time in Seoul, and now he found himself in this place. This is the city where it all began and where it will continue, because it was here that Jaron received the nickname King of Sales. The boy felt nostalgia filling him as he entered the place. At the door, the guys were met by the manager of the Horsch Exhibition Center, Kim Gemuk, who asked if they were looking for a dealer. Yongbak was a little confused because Gemuk looked like an experienced salesman. Jung wanted to introduce himself, but the manager interrupted him and asked what brand of car they had arrived in. The guys froze, realizing that they had been mistaken for customers. Jaron looked around and noticed other employees at the other end of the room, pretending that this was all just a joke. Gemuk apologized and said that he was still learning, so he assumed that they had arrived in a French model car. The manager said that German cars are much better and even American ones don't reach their level. Yongbak no longer knew how to hold back his laughter. Jaron nudged him lightly with his elbow, getting his attention. The guy gave Jong a sign that he would handle everything himself. Gemuk asked whether the young people had chosen the car they wanted to buy or were still looking around. This is the first time Jaron sees this guy, since in his past life he worked in Daegu for much longer. But even after that, the guy was not here. The guy assumed that Gemuk wasn't producing much and left the business before Jaron transferred to Seoul. Jaron stepped forward and asked the manager to show him the sedans. The manager was a little confused by this request. Jaron reiterated that he wanted to look at the sedans first. Gemuk began to look around, as if seeking support from his colleagues, but they pretended that they had nothing to do with it. Jaron walked into the room and pointed to one of the cars. asking if that model was selling well at the moment. Gemuk ran after the guy and answered somewhat vaguely. The manager said it was an H6, a mid-sized sedan from Horsch. Jaron recalled that the man said that American cars were not as good as German ones. The guy asked me to explain to him the difference between a German and an American car. Gemuk adjusted his glasses and repeated that American cars were not quite up to their level. The manager said that German cars are distinguished by their maneuverable handling, which provides a more comfortable ride. Jaron asked if Baumann, RMV, Horsch, and Volkswagen had the same specs. Ljungbeck watched the scene with a smile while Minho sighed in annoyance. Gemuk replied that in his opinion, all German cars have similar characteristics. The manager said that of all the brands named, Volkswagen had the least good characteristics. Jaron asked if Baumann was indeed a little softer than RMV and Horsch. However, Gemuk could not find an answer to this question. Minho approached them and said that the employees should already know everything about the cars they sell. Choi reminded that the characteristics of these brands are similar, but there is definitely a difference. Minho asked Gemuk what Baumann's slogan is. The manager was confused and could not answer the question. Minho said Baumann operates on the principle that if the product isn't the best, they don't make it. Choi gave an obvious hint and waited for the guy to finally say the Baumann slogan, but it never happened. Minho said Baumann isn't trying to create a luxury car, so a solid bottom end isn't a luxury, but comfort is paramount. Choi said the Baumann has the characteristics of a solid German car, but is relatively soft compared to an RMV or Horsch. Minho said that the guy should be able to make such conclusions without even getting behind the wheel of a car. A brand's slogan is the clearest sign describing its identity, and it is important to know it because there are other brands lined up next to it. Choi asked if employees researched their competitors' brands. Receiving no answer, Minho said that the senior staff must be too stupid to miss this point. Jaron and Ljungbeck were shocked that Minho lost his temper so easily. Ljungbeck told the manager that he still had little experience, so it was never too late to learn from mistakes. Jung turned to the manager and asked if he was right, but accidentally mispronounced his name. Gemuk looked desperate, but he could only correct Ljungbeck. Jung leaned towards Jaron and said that he didn't really care what the guy's name was. Chonbak turned to the manager and asked him to open the hood of the car on display. Jung carefully examined the contents of the car. Chonbak recalled that earlier Gemuk said that Volkswagen is a competing brand of American brands. Jung asked why Horsch's cars had the Volkswagen logo on them. Gemuk said this could be because the cars belong to the same series. However, the essence of the division of the model lies solely in the car's trim. Only now did Gemuk realize that he had made a mistake and received another stream of moralizing from Ljungbeck. Jaron thought that the exchange of parts was a highly controversial topic. The Exes brand often integrates parts from Kubota into its cars. Horsch uses Volkswagen parts in his models. The advantage of giant companies is that they can share parts, which allows them to achieve economies of scale. Production costs are reduced and profitability is increased, which allows you to focus on your competitive advantages. There are many things that a customer is willing to pay extra for, but some things cannot be cheap. The Horsch's advantages are numerous, but Gemuk made the mistake of trying to elevate the brand by putting down Volkswagen, missing the fact that the car is partly a Volkswagen. Gemuk's head was already hurting badly, and he regretted that he had decided to play such a joke on the newcomers. Rescue came late as the leader decided to wait until the boys had a look around. A rather plump, short man came out of the office and greeted the new arrivals with a smile.